to the towel friends over on the YouTube. I know you are excited. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We got to start 15 minutes early. I thought it was going to take me a lot longer than it did to put together a special towel recap for you all, and I am so thrilled. Now watch these comments. They're going to shapeshift in real time and become hopefully better aligned on the screen. Oh, come on, little towels. Oh, I'm so excited. That's all right. I'm here with you, little towels. Let me fix your comments. I am so pleased to see you. Wait till you hear this, my dear towel friends. We have special towel news in so many ways. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you heard, but we will have a special towel guest with us, ladies and gentlemen, on Monday during lunch. I am an excited towel. I hope you are an excited towel. It will be Tony B from the True Crime Podcast. He is an excellent commentator, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel has been listening to Tony B's interviews recently. Tony B knows the case, ladies and gentlemen, and I love nothing more than discussing with an erudite, cogent, informed individual who knows this John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial well. And you might say, Towel, you know the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial well, so if you think someone else knows the case well, oh goodness, this person must be quite erudite. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of Towel's public information service, I think the interview with Tony B will be fascinating. Now, I know a lot of you are just tuning in, so let's give the towel friends just a little bit of time to join us and say hello. As erudite, cogent, and prescient towels, you obviously know one of our most important roles is to say hello. Yes, Tony B is absolutely an honorary towel, and I think one of the things we should remember is it was the erudite, I love that word, and erudite is the word of the day. It was the wonderful suggestion of the towel friends themselves, ladies and gentlemen. It was you all, your comments, your suggestions. Oh, goodness, that, ladies and gentlemen, is what brought Tony B, along with Tony B's wonderful sharing of the recent towel clip, that is what brought Tony B to Towel's attention. Well, I had also watched some of Tony B's previous streams, and I said, wouldn't it be wonderful that towel friends want to hear from Tony B? Towel thinks Tony B is an insightful individual, and now tomorrow, 1:15 p.m. Eastern, during lunch of court. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be wonderful. Oh, Dark Side of the Moon and Cinnamon Girl, you two together have wonderful usernames. I would like to welcome you to the honorary towel fold. You don't worry, you don't have any obligations or responsibilities. However, you are part of our blue wall of towel. Dawn Marie, so here's the issue with this mic. It is an older microphone, and yeah, I appreciate your constructive feedback, but unfortunately, the way the microphone functions, if I speak too far away, it tries to compensate, and it will spike the audio. Towel, this is a one-person public information service. If you're not familiar, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good morning. Thank you for being with me. It is Sunday, June 1st, 2025. It is just after 8 a.m. Eastern here in a relatively muggy Boston. I think it is about 55 degrees and partly sunny. Now, if you are just joining us for the first time, as I mentioned, this is a public information service. It is a one-person, one-towel operation, and I don't want you to get too overwhelmed. You're going to probably find a lot of very interesting conversations in the chat. You're probably going to meet some interesting people, but it is a unique place. It is its own kind of space. And, just kind of get used to it. As you notice, there's no production team. It is me, a single person, running a broadcasting software alone on a computer. And so I'm managing the chat, I'm managing the technical aspect, the production, I'm managing the real-time video editing you're seeing on the screen, and then I'm talking to you all as well. So we need to give Towel a little bit of indulgence as he does his thing, and welcome to the stream. But yes, okay, so here's the first thing I want to talk about. I don't know if you all saw the topic of today's stream. One, I'm excited for tomorrow's interview with Tony B at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Please tune in. That's going to be wonderful. Actually, you know what? Since we're doing that, let me show you the wonderful graphic I made, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Look at this wonderful graphic. Tony B tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, on stream. There he is. You can find more from Tony B on his wonderful YouTube channel. And, of course, Jack D65 coming in early in the day with a keep it up towel emoji. I'm going to keep it up, dear friend. I got energy out the wazoo today. I had a Swedish fish-themed energy drink. Now, I'm not sure if these chemicals are very healthy for a towel to have, but you know what? We're going to do it. I'm here with you. I'm excited. I like nothing more than spending time with the towel friends. Jack D65, God bless you. I love that little towel emoji. And, ladies and gentlemen, while I'm very excited to do this, keep that Tony B graphic up, you may know there is a tradition here on Towel Stream, which is, one, I'm going to get a plushie of all these towel emojis. And two, look at that emoji. He is lifting weights. He is a pair. He is a towel pair with a headband on. The headband is clearly a towel. And he is telling me to keep it up. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? That little pair is a little honorary towel. I'm going to give him some little head pats. Oh, you super little towel, you. And God bless you, Jack D65, for the support. You know, I can't help it. I could be doing something very serious. All of a sudden, nope, we got to talk about the little pear towel. Oh, God bless you, little pear towel. You're like, oh, goodness, what is this? Well, we're going to watch something very interesting. Don't worry, I put a lot of work into this next thing I'm going to show you. Let me just load up the comments that flew by while I was busy praising the little pear towel. And don't tell me, ladies and gentlemen, that is not the most adorable little pear towel you have ever seen in your entire life. Yes, indeed it is. Oh, I even saw an American flag emoji in the chat. Diana Natale. Yes, Towel loves American flag emojis, and God bless the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, and God bless John O'Keefe and his family. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think Kelly Dever will testify about? Ask Kim Cordell. No, I think it's a defense witness who will just talk about the initial reporting, and it had something to do with this 911 call where they were trying to figure out the address. And I don't think people it was really shocking to people that Karen had allegedly struck John with her car, like on the home of a Boston police officer, because John was colleagues with the homeowner. So I think that's what the call was about. I don't foresee her being a very good defense witness. So, yeah, I just think it's more pomp and circumstance from the defense, no substance. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful to see you all. Sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted. I was just talking about how much I love the little towel emoji. Now, what we need to do, ladies and gentlemen, is one, of course, take a look at Tony B. Make sure you give him a follow on X, Tony B Pod. Tony Bruschi, absolutely excellent investigative crime reporter. He has a YouTube channel as well. Give that check that out as well. Some of his content really insightful about the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. But yes, little towels, we are excited. We are going to have an interview with Tony B. And more so than just that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you something. Anthony Barton and Deaf Otters here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, towel friends just flooding into the chat. Now, I know it's early, so I also want to say to those of you watching the replay, don't worry, towel friends from across the world tune in their different time zones. For some of you, it's the morning. For some of you, it's the evening. For some of you, it's the afternoon. Towel sends his greetings to towel friends in Germany. Ich bin ein Berliner. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, at one time the greatest phrase was civis Romanus sum, but the phrase of our age, the proudest boast of the towel ever era, is Ich bin ein Berliner. And yes, hello to the towel friends in Denmark, and of course the towel friends in Holland and the UK and Ireland and Singapore and Malaysia and Zimbabwe and Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina and South Africa and Australia and New Zealand, and even to the penguins in Antarctica, because apparently towels on every continent watch this stream. So thank you all. Yes, it was great. It's great to welcome you all, first of all. But before we do that, let me center myself, because we are going to watch something special today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I labored a towel of labor of towel love for you all over days and weeks. I have put together, combined with my audio explication from the other day, I have put together an annotated overview of the timeline of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It's relatively condensed. I say that, but it's an hour and 90 minutes. I want to show you a little bit about the effort that went into putting this together, and then we're going to watch it. I made it for you. We're not going into the abyss, but I'm gonna put up a full screen, and we're just gonna watch the overview, because I edited it down to the second. I put in source clips. I think I downloaded like 29 of my source clips from Twitter of different interviews and testimony. I compiled it all. It's like 63 different parts. It cut into this an hour and 90-minute excellent collection. It's a frame perfect, so all the audio and all the different commentary lines up with the clips. And I want to show you folks, if you take a look up on your screen, down at the bottom there, it shows the running duration of what Little Towel worked on. See all those cuts and changes on the storyboard? That's how much effort I had to put into this. So each different cut, each different scene, see some of them are really long. That's a storyboard. This is what I was doing this morning. I was cutting up and compiling this for you all. It took me an ungodly amount of time, but I was honored to do it. It's so great to see all you towel friends jumping in the chat. But before we watch this, because I thought to myself, you know, when I watch a piece of content, I'm always wondering, what was it like when this person made this? Well, now I think it almost gives you more of an appreciation for the effort, not just the effort, but what it takes to put something like this together. I mean, you can see the at the bottom there. That is just, my goodness, I don't even think we're like halfway in. We're 10 minutes in, and you can see the amount of editing I did. And I'm not showing this gratuitously. I'm just trying to give you some sense of what I was working on to present this for you. And we're jumping ahead in the timeline now. It's still, you're going to see even more just cuts and cuts and cuts. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Where is this? Is this not the, hold on a second. This is actually the compilation of Karen clips. Hold on. No, I want to show you the one I worked on today. No. I worked way too hard on this to not show it to the Little Towels. But while I'm reading this out, while I'm showing this to you, but that was just putting the Karen clips together. I'll answer Dewdrop's question. We don't know Dewdrops. There were two, just so folks understand, there was a ruling on one of the motions from Hank Brennan for Rule 14 reciprocal discovery related to Kelly Dever, okay? The defense has to write down a summary of their oral communications with Dever and give it to Brennan. That is not what the Proctor text issue is. That hasn't been ruled on yet. That is a question of whether, under the hearsay rules, Proctor's text can come in without him being called. It's unlikely. I think Judge Kierney is going to rule the text come in only if the defense calls Proctor, and I'm telling you right now, the defense is going to call Proctor. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you straight. Right now, there's no chance. I've been very, very prescient and right about a lot of this stuff, and I'm telling you right now, there's no chance the defense calls Michael Proctor. So yeah, I know it's a lot to understand. I know it's a lot to go back and forth on, but I just want to tell you all a little bit about how Michael Proctor is unlikely to be called, and I think Judge Kierney is likely to rule the texts don't come in unless Michael Proctor is called, because it's a hearsay issue. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you this. Remember how I told you I had been showing you an overview before? That wasn't actually the overview of the 90-minute project we're about to watch. This is the overview. Take a look at your screen. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. I just want to show you the cut up. Look at it all. Look at what I was working on this morning. You're going to see all these different cuts and jumps. Hold on. There you go. So all these different scenes down at the bottom. All of that is just a minute by minute. This is the editing I was doing this morning for you all. I was so you can see, I mean, I'm talking serious cuts. I was spending a long time on this because I think it's very important, the overview of this case we're about to watch. No, that you have to have them there, Kim Cordell, but that I think she's just saying, if there's something I find in the case law that would justify you being there, you need to be here because you're under subpoena. But no, I don't think she's going to rule for the defense. She just has the witness there in case there's something she runs into in the case law she's not expecting, my opinion. Yeah, no, I don't see those. I don't see any. If Proctor's texts are coming in, and it's coming in through Proctor. But anyway, I want to keep focusing on this because I worked so hard. Take a look at what's scrolling on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I worked so hard on this project for you. I'm not teasing it. I'm just giving the towel friends some chance to get in and join, because I originally put 8, then I put 8:15. So we're actually going to start at 8:15, but we got some bonus towel friend time today. Of course, Kim Cordeau. But do you see all those different shifts down at the bottom of your screen? You see all those cuts? 68 pages, folks, of editing. Yeah, I don't think Proctor's going to be called. So yeah, I'm not giving you advice, not giving you gambling advice in particular, but I don't foresee Michael Proctor being called. But yes, take a look, folks. Look at all these cuts that I put together for you all. You can see I included interviews from Karen. I really put the case together. This is a comprehensive overview. Oh, of course, I'm not being braggadocious. As we watch this, it's not like I think any of you take it for granted, but I do want you to appreciate just the level of editing that goes in, the level of work. It was 69 different cuts. You can see all the different clips. It ends with the Call Me Hank clip. So if you're wondering, are we going to get to see the Call Me Hank clip? Yes, but we're watching this whole thing first. I put a lot of time and effort into this. I'm very excited to share it with you. I hope you are happy to be here with us. You know, there's nothing Little Towel likes more than spending time with you all, and it's about 8:15, so I hope you're ready. Of course, I mentioned earlier Monday's interview with Tony B. Don't forget. Oh, Kim Cordo, you're so kind. Listen, as I say, look at all the hard work that I did. But listen, I don't mean to be braggadocious. As I mentioned, I just, oh no, I dropped my water bottle. I just worked really hard, and I hope that you all are going to enjoy watching this, because even if you saw some of it the other day, it's completely different. I annotated it, and I know someone wanted to work with me on this project. I apologize. I would have loved to have worked with you on it. But the way my brain works is I just need to sit down, and I have a pretty good memory. So as I'm going through I just like remember the scenes, the testimony or the clip that I need. And I just have to be able to sit there in my Zen from like 3 to 7 in the morning alone, and I can find it all. Like I know some people want to help, and I want you to help, but just when building these things, I really have to work alone. I don't know why. It's weird. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited, I'm happy, and we are going to be interviewing Little Towels with friends. One more reminder, Monday, 1:15, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, June 2nd, during coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial day of testimony, we, ladies and gentlemen, will have a great interview. I look forward to interviewing Tony Bruschi from his excellent podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, 1:15 p.m., tune in for that. You Little Towels have been asking for it. And let me tell you one more thing, if you wouldn't mind, ladies and gentlemen, what questions do you have for Tony B? Think about this today. I'm not going to be able to keep track of them all, so please remind me. Send me a DM on X. However you need to remind me, post it under the Tony B post on X that you're looking at there. You can find that post just at the top of my X feed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Tony B, now's the day. Today's the day. We'll be having Tony B on tomorrow. We only are going to interview him during lunch, so 30 minutes or so. Let's pick some really good questions. I have some questions I want to ask. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an excitable towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Kim Cordo comes through with another early morning emoji. Ladies and gentlemen, you know it's early in the morning. We are like Jack LaLanne. We are the Jack LaLanne of towel broadcasting. We see a little towel pair, an honorary towel pair with his towel headband. Tell him Little Towel to keep it up. I absolutely am going to do it. I'm ready, ladies and gentlemen. I put in the work. I'm excited. The towel friends are tuning in, and we're about ready to begin. God bless you, Kim Cordo, for your support of the stream, all your excellent questions, and for being a super towel. And God bless you, Little Towel pair. I'm going to rub your little towel head. You're a little towel pair. All right. So, profiling evil. All right. Great suggestion. And I know Crime Catalyst was a suggestion from Jew Drops earlier. So, I'll see if we can talk to them. And then profiling evil. Great. And obviously, I don't know, I need to watch some of the videos and watch more of those channels, but if they're interested, it would be great. So yes, Tony B, Monday, folks, we're all excited. Everybody's excited. I'm an excitable towel. Also, one more thing. People have been asking me a lot, what's like the juror's view, what is the view for jurors like of Karen Reed? Well, let me show that to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's like. I made this little graphic for Twitter, so I'll show it to the towel friends as well. You can see only about 20% of the jurors, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see the red dots? So about 5 of the jurors in the front row, 10 people in the front row, about 5 of them can see Karen, and about 4 of the 8 in the back. So I guess 35, and the reason I say 35% is 2 of those jurors can't really see Karen's face because her lawyers are there. They have an angle of it sometimes, but it's closer to like only maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's closer to like 5 out of 18, maybe 6. So I pegged it about 35% as to who can actually see Karen's face. Now, I know a lot of you folks have been asking, and so that's basically, I did this from memory. The Dutch guy. Oh, yes, Frank, hello to Frank. We love our Dutch towel friends, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, let's take a look here, folks. You can see if this has been a question on your mind, what is it like? What is it in terms of the courtroom? This is towels. I did this from memory. This is what it's like. Basically, you can see the American flag, Judge Cannoni, the O'Keefe family, the media, the Reed family, the bar of the court, and then the podium where my Grant Smith Ellis tag is, and then Karen Reed's tech guys in the small black circle. The the defense table's here. So it's the lawyers all move around, but Karen's always in the middle. She's got two lawyers between her and the jury, two lawyers to her left. Hank Brennan's up here, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and then the tech woman, I forget her name right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, 4 or 5 of the jurors have a direct view of Karen's face. No, Turtle is never going to... Aiden Kierney is the only person in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial to have invoked the Fifth. Sorry, Anthony Barton, I'm not getting frustrated. I'm just telling you. Aiden Kierney is the only person in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial who has taken the Fifth. He will not be being called. He invoked the Fifth. He won't be being called. But anyway, you all asked for... But yes, Aiden Kierney. Remember, folks, there's a trial for Aiden Kierney June 9th, Dedham District Court. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. That has to do with a RO violation, and the named victim is Lindsay Gattani. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be monitoring that trial June 9th. It might be during the Karen Reed trial, might be during deliberations, but I'll be trying to get a live feed set up for that from the court. We'll be reaching out. The Towel Stream will absolutely have coverage of that trial. It is a formal trial in Dedham District Court. I think it's 6 jurors. And I don't know what penalties Aiden Kierney could be facing, but remember, it's a misdemeanor charge, and if he gets convicted, the penalty isn't as important as the fact that he then has a criminal record. And so as his criminal record is taken into consideration when in the future felony cases, that could all stack up. So, folks, we have a lot going on, and then we don't know when Aiden Kierney's felony cases are going to trial, the felony witness intimidation and wiretapping charges related to Lindsay again and some of the other witnesses in the orbit of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. So, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, so much going on. And now, I know you all are just tuning in. I know folks are asking, Grant, are we doing this little towel? Oh, we're doing it. The Towel friends are ready. We're just past 8:15. If you missed it, Towel put in a lot of work on what I'm about to show you. It is Towel's, I wouldn't call it my magnum opus, but it is definitely the best summary I have created so far of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It is an hour and 90-minute film. We are going to watch it together. Of course, just a cold. Aiden Kierney said he would listen to the Commonwealth. Well, in my opinion, just my opinion, welcome to the honorary Towel fold. In order for Aiden Kierney to get a deal, he's going to have to give up Karen Reed. And so I foresee potential more indictments in Karen Reed's future if Aiden Kierney's willing to wheel and deal. I also have good reason to believe that when Bill Reed, Karen's father, heard for the first time that Aiden Kierney was willing to talk to the state police investigating Karen, he lost it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Towel's got good sources, and I have reason to believe that if Aiden Kierney gave up Karen Reed, yeah, he would get wheeled and dealed. That's just my analysis. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's huge, just a cold, if Aiden Kierney, I'm sure people have the clip, but if Aiden Kierney is saying he's willing to listen as to a deal, he is basically saying to them, okay, I'll give you Karen, because there is no deal unless you have something, and what Aiden has is Karen. So yeah, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see. Thank you, Just a Cold, for keeping us updated on that. That's obviously very relevant. Aiden Kierney noting that he may indeed be willing to take a plea agreement if that would on his show. This is just reported. God bless you, Tammy. God bless you. And folks, obviously check the stream description. Listen, folks, we talk so much on this stream about how we can support the vulnerable. If you would like a chance in real time right now to support the vulnerable, I know all of your support of Towel Stream is appreciated, trust me. But you know that one of the named victims in Aiden Kierney's criminal cases is Lindsay Gattani. And did you know Aiden Kierney has been doing a number of things. He has tried to sue Lindsay Gattani, etc. If you want to support Lindsay Gattani, take a look at the link in the chat. That is Lindsay Gattani's Give, Send, Go. Let me put a more vivid description so folks will know what's going on. Support Lindsay Gattani in her fight for justice. Learn more and contribute here. There you go. Fight for justice against Turtle Boy. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So if Aiden Kierney's fishing for a deal, that is certainly a very interesting development. I'll tell you what, Little Towel, certainly indeed. Now, obviously, I haven't actually watched the clip from last night. We have a report from, yes, we have a report from Reporter Towel Just a Cold 21, Reporter Towel Just a Cold 21. Let us know that Aiden Kierney may have been talking about being open to discussing a deal with the state. Now, what kind of wheeling and dealing can you do, ladies and gentlemen, unless you give up something of value? Well, goodness. Hello, Fiona. Good. Hello, friends. Now, folks, everybody compose yourself. Everybody get excited. It's Sunday. It's the morning. Towel has a Swedish Fish energy drink. We are going to be together for a little bit, at least until we watch this magnum opus, I guess, that I've been working on. It is a 90-minute, folks, a overview of the entire John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial. Yes, if you've been wanting to learn about this case, if you want to see all the testimony compiled into an easy-to-understand, cohesive format, you have arrived at the right moment. I have to get this centered up. Actually, you know what? We're going to do something even more special for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all, you might need to get a towel buddy. Listen, sometimes we have to go into the void. I'm not positive this will actually be a void, but if it is, ladies and gentlemen, grab your towel buddies. Everyone find a towel buddy. If the screen goes black, do not worry. Nothing has happened. I will continue to talk to you from disembodied blackness. Yes, Marianne Nizio, it's great to see you. Tony B will be with us tomorrow, 1:15 p.m. Eastern, lunchtime towel interview. John DePetro is a super honorary towel, as is Tony B. All right, now, who's ready? We're going to watch Towel's overview. I've worked very hard on this. Now, if it's blackness, don't worry. Everybody grab a towel buddy. Antoinette's offering their towel hand. Don't get scared. I will be with you. We are going to just pull up. Oh, look at that. You didn't even have to get scared, little towels. Oh, it is a glorious towel day, I repeat, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's what we're going to do. I got to keep your towel comments on the screen, so give me 1 second here. There is actually a little bit of towel work I'm going to have to do to get us prepared, because I want you to be able to comment while the video is playing. So give me 1 second, little towels. All righty, here we go. Now watch what we do here. Real-time towel video editing. We are about to watch Towel's magnum opus, his overview of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial. It is really well done, in my opinion. I don't mean to toot my own horn. I'm just a towel. You're a towel. I know I am a towel. All right, so I got to find a good place for your comments. Give me 1 second while I full screen the video we're going to watch, and then let me make sure the audio's up. Perfect. All righty, little towels. Now let me put your comments over here. Now let me find a good way to kind of make this all look like I want. By the way, yes, the Call Me Hank clip is absolutely at the end of the video. So if you're thinking, are we going to get to see the Call Me Hank clip? Yes, you are absolutely going to get to see the Call Me Hank clip. I would never deny you the Call Me Hank clip. I am a towel. All right, so here we go. Let me just drag this, like, how do I want? Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to upload it separately, so let's do that. And then I want your comments to be visible, so let's do that. Let's do that. And let me make them a little bit wider here. I think I want them to be like that. And then let me do this with the video. All right, so there you go. Towel friends in a place of prominence, right where they deserve to be. All your comments running. We're about to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for tuning in for today's coverage of the John O'Keefe Karen retrial recap. I have put together a work of love for you, a towel labor of love, a recap of the case. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I hope you enjoy every minute of it. I may jump in with some commentary, but it's not necessary because you're going to hear me lay. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is a sign from the towels themselves. It is Murder by Maestro, who is literally multiple of Murder by Maestro's videos are in this overview. Murder by Maestro, I spent hours putting this together. It is a 90-minute compendium overview, annotated video overview of the entire John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial, the case, the most pertinent facts. And you are in it, my dear friend. You came at exactly the right moment. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited. There are others of you in it as well. Just Being Nosy is in it. Well, not them, but their work is in it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a good day to see you all. You have made me so happy that you all are here. Let's watch. I'll jump in if I want to comment, but I don't have much to say. You're all here. We're ready to go. Murder by Maestro. Get your popcorn. Go out in the garden if you need to. Get your snacks. Get your whatever you drink Sunday morning, your milk, your water. Get your bacon and eggs if you enjoy those. Get your vegetarian or vegan options. We're going to have a watch along, and I'm excited. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis if you want to join the chat. Otherwise, let's begin. Let me know what you think of the overview. Did I do a good job? Was that all the facts? I think, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, that was completely recited from memory, verbatim. I think I got all the times right. I got all the evidence right. You saw I took you in a looping timeline from January of, or December of 2021, like January of 2022, really narrowed in on January 28th into January 29th, and then took you through the morning of the 29th, then the late morning, then the early afternoon, and then the car getting seized. Do you see how I did that? I think it was very effective, and I hope that you all were able to. I hope you all. Bossy Texas. I hope you all benefited from that. Thank you. God bless you, and thank you. By the way, thank you to Aggie K. I don't know if they're still with us, but you asking that one question. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I went off on a rant. It was a good rant. It wasn't even a rant. It was an erudite, explicated overview of the case from memory with no notes, with my eyes closed. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. There you go. Oh, and we had a request earlier, folks, for someone asked if I could just explain the videos of Karen's car in the key moments between 5:08 a.m. and 5:35 a.m. So if you don't know the timeline of this case, I'll give it to you very quickly. Karen, Reed, and John have a fight. Their relationships like breaking down and they're fighting. Karen cheats on John over the month of January of 2022. Karen had saw John like hug a family friend in Aruba on 12/31/2021, and Karen kind of like melted down over it, eventually apologized to that woman's sister for it. Those sisters, the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura Sullivan, might get called in rebuttal. They are on the witness list for the state. And the Aruba incident, for folks wondering, it already came in through KF's testimony. The jury knows about it. And so anyway, Karen starts an affair with John's friend on January 12th, 2022, which weirdly was the anniversary of the death of the father of John O'Keefe's adopted niece and nephew. John was raising his adopted niece and nephew after their mother tragically passed away from medical condition in November of 2013. And then John's niece and nephew's father tragically passed away a few months later. So these two poor children, KF and PF, get adopted by John like 7 years before John starts dating Karen for the second real time. And John's raising them. He takes a desk job in a very difficult department of the BPD. This man, John O'Keefe, is literally a hero, raising these two kids as if they were his own, literally just an unsung hero, like just one of those people that when you meet them, you're like, wow, like just doesn't want, there are people who don't want recognition, and then there are people who are like, I know what I need to do to meet the moment. And it sounds like John O'Keefe was one of those men. I mean, to literally adopt your double orphan niece and nephew. But anyway, I tell that story not to just harp on how amazing of a person John O'Keefe was, but also, in my opinion, based on just the acts. Again, I didn't know John O'Keefe. I'm analyzing the acts. We have a documented record of John O'Keefe doing these things. Anyone who did these things would be considered a selfless, heroic individual. We are just analyzing John's actions. Let's be very clear. He was very heroic. So, January 12th, 2022, each year, the children mark the anniversary of their father's passing, John O'Keefe's double orphan niece and nephew. So I think a lot of the attention was on them that day, on the kids, and Karen didn't like that, so Karen started an affair with John's friend on January 12th, 2022. Now, want to know what's weird? Karen lied, in my opinion, to John's friend, his name was Brian Higgins, and said that John had cheated on Karen in Aruba when he hadn't. And Karen had already apologized, said she knew John didn't cheat on her, it was just a hug. Like, it was actually Karen exploding over nothing in Aruba. It was more embarrassing for Karen than John, quite frankly. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you that John's friend, Brian Higgins, realized what Karen was up to, but I don't think that date was an accident. I think Karen was like trying to hurt John, and was, as the relationship was ending, John was starting to tell Karen to leave the home. Jurors already heard testimony about that from John's niece, and Karen just wouldn't go. Karen would like bang on John's door sometimes, the niece was telling jurors. It was like just really sad, and Karen on the way out was obviously trying to hurt John, but John's friend Higgins broke off the affair when he realized what Karen was doing. And then, so the night of January 28th, 2022, and into the morning of January 29th, 2022, Karen is being really weird on the day of 1/28/2022. She's like texting John like he won't answer her. He's like, one of the kids had just gotten into a really good private school, the niece KF, and she was celebrating because Michael Camerano, John's best friend, his daughter had also gotten into a similar private school. I think we heard during the first trial, it was like, they didn't mention the name, so I'm not going to say it, but I know what private school it was. I could give it away if I say the initials, so I won't. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so they had gotten into this private high school, and they were very excited, and Karen keeps texting John and trying to pester him through the day. And then Karen starts saying things like, oh, I'm going to go drinking alone, like, etc. And John's like, stop calling me. Like, why are you doing this, Karen? And then eventually around 5 or 6 p.m., Karen finally, after tormenting John all day, says to John, I'm going to have a plumber come over at 5 p.m. on a blizzard, during a blizzard, to help me, Richie the plumber. And John, just so you understand the context, John's papa, Mr. O'Keefe, and John used to do plumbing work. John's father is still a plumber. So Karen was just emotionally tormenting John, and also being like, I'm going to have this guy come over. He's going to fix my plumbing on Friday night at 8 o'clock during a storm. That gets John to start talking to Karen, and he's like, okay, what's wrong? Like, they start talking about her shower, not having hot water or something, whatever the hell it was. And eventually he's like, okay, Karen, like, whatever. Like, you're going to have a plumber come over at 8 a.m. 8 p.m. as a blizzard's coming. And then eventually John and Karen make plans to meet up for drinks. Michael Camerano and John are going to go to downtown Canton. They go to a bar called C.F. McCarthy's, which is next to a pizza place called D&E, which is owned by Chris Albert, and his son Colin Albert also works there and is in that family. So, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe go to that bar. Karen Reed meets up with them. Karen had been drinking all day. Like she had said, she had already started drinking earlier in the day to John in text messages. And Karen and John are like kind of fighting, but the way that people who are like from, I would call them middle, upper class, the way that tends to work is you don't show you're fighting in public. Like if Karen and John were on the outs in their relationship, you still fake it in public. Like you just hug, you're lovey-dovey, but maybe like moments slip. Like I think Karen flipped John off at one point during that night, and then I think at another point, like John it's very sad. Let me take you through the timeline. So John and Karen are drinking at C.F. McCarthy's. Karen has like 3 to 5 drinks there or something. Then John and Karen walk across the street. They walk across the street in Canton Center. It's like 15 feet. They take a left. They walk about 100 feet down. And then there's this other bar right in this small little New England village, right in the center of the town, at the base of an apartment complex, like a new development called the Waterfall Bar. John and Karen go into the Waterfall, and they meet up with some other people there, like a bunch of John's friends, people who like Karen too, because Karen knew some of them, because Karen would like take John's niece or something to basketball games, and like so she knew the other parents and the coaches, so she knew John's friends knew her, etc. So they're all friendly. They're meeting up at the bar. Karen has a few more drinks. By about 12 a.m., she's had like 9 drinks or so.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6, and I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th one glass that I'm holding that I go into the waterfall with has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris would vodka martinis or take 9 shots.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Okay. And at about 12:15, Karen and John, as the bars are closing, first Karen wants to, she's asking John's friends, one of them, Chris Albert, if they can go back to his pizza place so that she can eat food there after hours. They had done it before apparently or something. And he was like, no. And so then one of the friends said, oh, my son's birthday is today. His friends were having like a little get together. We should go back to my house and we'll celebrate with him. You all can say hi, whatever. It's a place to keep the discussion and cheer going. Karen gets invited. John gets invited. All right, now the very operative moments happen, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:15 a.m., okay? 12:13 a.m. or so on January 29, 2022. It's cold. It's dark. It's snowing Okay, Karen and John walk out of the bar. Karen, I think, has a drink with her. I think John finishes his drink, puts the glass down. He might have had his own drink. Ladies and gentlemen, they get into Karen's car. Karen had a BAC at the time, conservatively, of 0.14 to 0.28, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. If you actually adjust for what it was probably closer to 0.3 to 0.4, because that 0.14 to 0.28 gives Karen a 2-hour buffer, the formula for retrograde BAC analysis. And so her actual BAC was probably 0.3 to 0.4, because you go down like 1 drink an hour or so, usually maybe 1/2 to 1 drink an hour. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Karen's BAC is very high. She gets into her Lexus, black Lexus LX 450 or 470, I think, with John O'Keefe. Okay, so Karen Reed gets into that car, and they're going to drive over to a house in Canton on Fairview Road for just more drinks and to hang out. Now, John fires up his Waze data, and they're going to navigate over there, right? So they start driving. It's dark. It's cold. They're in the snow. John needs a little bit of help getting directions because he has the Waze, but they don't really know where they're going. So one of Karen and John's friends, actually the basketball coach of John's niece, Jen McCabe, who is sisters or something with one of the homeowners, so the aunt of the kid whose birthday it was, and they're just going to this home to hang out. She tells Karen and John over speakerphone, oh, this house you're going to is in the neighborhood of Bella's mom's house.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Now, Bella's mom, okay, Bella is the child. Bella's mom was someone who John had dated like years ago, way before Karen. And that immediately apparently sets Karen off into a rage, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if she didn't. I think what's likely is like she knew Brian Higgins, the guy she'd been cheating on John with and who had just ended the affair.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
that she wanted me to come over.
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Was going to be at that house. Like, he was hanging out with them too. He was a buddy of John's. He had known John for like a year or something. And don't forget, Karen cheated on John. She kissed Higgins after the 1/15/2022 Patriots game between the Bills and the Pats, where the Pats got blown out like 47-24 up in Buffalo in the playoffs. She kissed Higgins in John's own home, okay? But Higgins cut off the affair quickly when he realized what Karen was trying to do. I think Karen didn't want to go in because Higgins was there, but they also, I believe, had a fight. Karen and John then start verbally arguing because Karen's like, you're going to go alone? You're going to go, probably, this is my opinion, you're going to go meet up with that woman, John. You're going to go meet up with Bella's mom. I know you're leaving me. Like, I know you're going to go find another woman. Like, I believe that's what happened.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
But the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring it to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
But anyway, the timeline is Karen and John pull up in front of 34 Fairview Road, which is where they were going to go inside at 12:24 or so, 12:23 into 12:24. Karen actually misses the home, does a 3-point turn according to her vehicle data that jurors already heard about.
We have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, and we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have.
And then backs the car up in front of 34 Fairview Road after that 3-point turn or whatever it is. She arrives in front of Fairview Road after the 3-point turn, which involved backing up. And then her and John at 12:24 sit in that car. It actually moves forward a little bit. They pull like forward in front of the lawn. Karen clearly didn't want to go in. And then they stop, so they're at like imagine the house, if you look to the right, like there's a driveway and there's a lawn, and then the house is to the right, and it starts where the driveway ends. So Karen and John start kind of at where the driveway ends and where the lawn starts. They pull forward in front of the house, and then Karen's car comes to rest around 12:31 at the edge of the lawn. That's apparently when John gets out of the car, okay? Then, this is the key moment. Karen's vehicle, and John has a glass. According to Karen's own words, John and the evidence, which was recovered at the scene, John's holding a cocktail glass. Then, Karen, according to her vehicle data, John gets out of the car. Karen pulls forward, okay? The car goes into neutral for a minute or two, and then Karen does a backup event, okay? This is where you put at least 30% pressure on the accelerator. Karen, according to the data, put 75% pressure on the accelerator. Backed that car up over however many feet. It was 50 to 60 feet. Well, it was actually from the original spot 50 to 60 feet, but I think after going forward and going back, like the total backup distance was longer than that. But we have that, there's that data too, it was presented to the jury, around 80 feet from the after she pulled forward and then backed up all the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Karen backed that car up to 24.2 miles an hour, okay? And sometime between 12:32:04 and 12:32:09, while that car was traveling 24.2 miles an hour, it reduced in speed to 23.6 miles an hour with a 4.5 steering wheel degree correction to the right, okay? That is during the backup maneuver. It is recorded in Karen's Lexus data that I just spoke about, okay? It is recorded in that moment. And then just seconds later, ladies and gentlemen, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on 1/29/2022, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving for the last time right on the lawn where he is discovered after 6 a.m. that morning, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. Okay? So backup event, obvious collision that jurors have heard. There was a collision between Karen's car and John's body.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a sideswipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My pleasure.
Honor, I would move the evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's why I agree with Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
And then John goes to the ground. He suffers injuries to his arms because he collides with Karen's taillight. It breaks. John goes to the ground. He suffers this traumatic brain injury. It's to the back of his skull. The fracture radiates forward and induces, as I mentioned, a brain injury and then also swelling in the front of his face. Jurors
Injury, is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a sideswipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that point.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any first-hand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have first-hand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you very much.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. Like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup contre coup?
This is clinically, you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup contre coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roots lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
And then John, over the next 5 hours, I want you to understand, folks, Karen Reed pulls backwards past John O'Keefe, hits him allegedly. He's there on the ground. She leaves him. She drives back home to John's house and gets there sometime between 12:37 and 12:42. Okay? John dies, ladies and gentlemen, from hypothermia, according to the medical evidence showing reddening of his pancreas, and that traumatic brain injury alone on that lawn over the next 5 hours. What does Karen Reed do? From 12:37 roughly or so until 5:07 a.m., Karen is in that house, in John's house. She's making frantic calls to her family, but she doesn't call 911. She doesn't. She's calling John. She's leaving voicemails. One voicemail said that John was an effing pervert. One voicemail at 12:37, right after the incident, had Karen screaming, "John, I effing hate you."
I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen, at about 1:30, her phone shows no more calls. She goes to sleep until about 4:30, at which point she wakes up, ladies and gentlemen, wakes up John's niece, because Karen didn't have the phone number of John's friends, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and has the niece call Jen and Carrie. Karen starts screaming into the phone that John's dead and that maybe John got hit by a plow and that maybe she had hit John. It was ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Karen at first, by the way, tried to tell Jen McCabe that she had last seen John at the Waterfall Bar. And then Jen was like, "No, Karen, we saw you outside the house. Like when you pulled up, you never came in." Karen was like, oh, I dropped him off outside the house. Like Karen's story evolved in real time at like 4 to 5 in the morning. Now, you want to know what else is weird, ladies and gentlemen? This pulls us back to the wonderful question from Aggie K was, so what happened at 5:07 a.m.? Well, we got to talk about a few different pieces of this puzzle. One of the pieces that we have to talk about is there are 18 ring videos, okay, ladies and gentlemen, between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. that were recorded on John's home system. Of those ring videos, ladies and gentlemen, 17 of the 18 of them were deleted. Okay, the only ring video that was left was and we heard testimony about this yesterday, was what I believe to be a staged backup where Karen backed her car gently into John's car, causing no damage to either car, as a form of preemptive reasonable doubt to make it look like that's where she broke her taillight.
Okay. Subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So, for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle, we can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration, and it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged, and we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So, sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight. But yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25.5, that's 24 right here, 25.5. That's 24 right here, 25, 25.5. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So, using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between 0.5 to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. This slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I consider speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Because I believe all those videos from 12:37 a.m. until 5:07 a.m. that weren't deleted would have showed Karen arriving at 12:37 with a broken taillight. In this case, would have been over and before it started. So I believe Karen deleted those videos. But here's where it gets interesting. Karen leaves that one video of her backing into John's car and then leaving the driveway. I believe preemptive reasonable doubt. 5:07, 5:08 a.m. 5:11 a.m. Karen's caught on Canton Town video camera. Now you have to understand how this is. So John's house is on Meadows Ave in Canton. If you take if you pull out of John's driveway, go on Meadows Ave, and then take a left out of Meadows Ave, okay, and then go straight, and then you take you come up to a light and you take a right, you will then be heading directly into Canton Center. Basically, the route that Karen took is pretty clear because at 5:08 a.m. she's seen on video camera leaving John's driveway. 5:11 a.m. she's in Canton Center, caught on camera driving back towards the waterfall and CF McCarthy's. She drives past the waterfall, CF McCarthy's, comes out of Canton Center on the other side, heading towards the Purple Line commuter rail station. She's caught on camera again at 5:18 a.m. And then this is where it gets weird. 5:23 a.m. Well, 5:21 a.m. Karen's phone connects. She makes a phone call from her infotainment system to John's phone. By 5:23, she's leaving a voicemail for John, screaming, "John, is that you?" Now, how weird is this, ladies and gentlemen? Then at 5:35, Karen gets to Fairview Road. Not Fairview Road, gets to Jen McCabe's house to pick up Jen and Carrie Roberts. But let's pause in the timeline for just 1 second. In that timeline, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very likely in that 5:08 to 5:35 a.m. window, which is 5:08, 5:18, 27 minutes, 5:08, 5:18, 5:27, 5:35. So yeah, 27 minutes or so. In that time period, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very likely Karen Reed went back to Fairview Road. Because it doesn't take, if you get to Fairview Road at 5:21, you're leaving that message by 5:23. I think that's when she actually got out of the car. Because it doesn't take 12 minutes to get from Fairview Road to Jen McCabe's. It takes like at most 7 minutes. So there's, even if you were traveling at the speed limit, even in a blizzard, there is like a 2 to 3 minute gap from like 5:21 until like 5:25 where Karen was at Fairview Road in the dark alone, I believe, and I believe she saw John, maybe even got out of the car. So that is I want you all to understand, that is a very, very crucial, important part of this case. It's something you got to keep in mind at all times. But let's continue. Okay, so Karen Reed gets over to Jen McCabe's house at 5:35. She picks up Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, okay? Now, Karen Reed, Jen McCabe, and Carrie Roberts are then in two cars. Carrie Roberts driving her Explorer, and then I don't know if Karen drives her own Lexus or if she has someone help her, or if Jen McCabe's driving Carrie Roberts' Explorer and Carrie drives Karen's Lexus. But they take the two cars, the Explorer and the Lexus, back to back to Meadows Ave, which is John's house, okay? So now it's between 5:35 and 6 a.m. on 1/29/2022. It's dark. It's now really a blizzard, very intense. When they get back to John's house, this group of three women in two cars, they leave Karen's car there conveniently, for Karen, her car with the alleged murder weapon with the broken taillight, left at John's house, Meadows Ave. Then Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts frantically, like any good person would do in this situation, go into John's house to search the whole house to make sure he isn't there. Did he sleep on the couch? Maybe he fell down the stairs or something. Like anything that could have happened to him in his house, they were trying to rule out. So they were looking on couches, downstairs. I don't even know if John has stairs he could have fallen, but he obviously could have. But the point is, they were looking everywhere in John's house, okay? Nothing. They couldn't find him. What was Karen doing at that time? Ladies and gentlemen, she was standing alone in a darkened bedroom doing nothing, not searching. And then Karen is pleading for the women to go back to Fairview Road. Pleading. So the three women, Carrie Roberts in the driver's seat, Jen McCabe in the passenger seat, Karen in the back seat, in the middle, screaming like a banshee, leave John's house and head to Fairview Road. They get there sometime after 6 a.m. that morning, probably 6 to 6:03, right around there. Karen, somehow, in the dark, through a blizzard, sees John before the women pull past the tree line of Fairview Road. And while they're pulling up, by the way, Karen's screaming about John cheating on her and all this random stuff. Made no sense. Karen runs out of the car before either of the other two women, who had a better view of what was in front of them than Karen, before they even saw anything on the lawn. Okay, that's how dark it was. Karen saw this before the women pulled up to the tree line of the home, like 50 to 100 feet away. She apparently saw John in the snow. Karen runs over, straddles John's body, okay, and then starts trying to do CPR, okay? Then Jen McCabe, this is about 6:03 a.m., calls 911. Nobody, until Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe called 911 after Karen alerted them earlier, no one had called 911. Karen never called 911, okay? It was actually Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts who actually called 911 multiple times. And Jen McCabe at 6:03 a.m., when she's on the phone with 911, you can hear there's a 911 recording and there's a voicemail Karen's leaving at that time. She had like called John's phone or something and it was running. You hear Karen saying in the background, allegedly, Jen, Google how long does it take to die in cold or something like that. Someone Google how long to die in cold.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Or something like that. Okay, so now it's about 6:03 a.m. Karen, Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts at the scene. Karen screaming like a banshee. Eventually, very quickly, 4 minutes later, the Canton Fire Department and the police get there and they respond to the scene. Okay, Karen at that time starts getting asked questions by, I think it was firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Karen is asked by, and we heard this testimony in the second trial.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained. There was disregard there.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Karen was asked by firefighter Katie McLaughlin, what is John's name? What is his date of birth? Is he taking any medications? Was he drinking? Is he on drugs, etc.? All normal background questions. The last question, normal background question from a firefighter or EMT, did John suffer any trauma that caused him to be on the lawn? You know what Karen said, folks? Karen immediately responded to firefighter McLaughlin, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Jen McCabe tried to interject and say, Carol, what are you saying? Why are you saying that? Stop. But firefighter McLaughlin heard it, and then a cop said after 3 times of Karen saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, what did you say? And then Karen said again, I hit him. That caused the Canton police to radio to their sergeant to have the police sergeant come down to the scene, because clearly that's the first moment people realized that, like, not only was Karen just frantic, that she might have done this, and that she was saying it. And so this is where it gets even more complex and crazy. Karen Reed at the scene is eventually taken over to Carrie Roberts' car. Okay, now there's a phone call that happens, multiple phone calls between Karen and her parents, and then eventually Carrie Roberts is on the phone with Karen's mom. Well, we're going to pause here and just say, God bless you, Chair Bear. You get a special moment of recognition because I love your support of the channel. I love the emojis. You have a wonderful username. And this is a tough subject to listen to, and we're only 19 minutes away from the start of session in today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but God bless you, Chair Bear. Okay, so pulling us back into the moment. It's just past 6:03 a.m. We've already heard Karen telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. That's when we're at that moment. Karen gets bundled into Carrie Roberts' car. There's multiple phone calls between Karen, her parents, and then eventually Karen's parents talk to Carrie Roberts, and then Karen's parents also call the police at the scene, or the police dispatcher from Canton, or whatever it may be. And you have actually initially Karen's parents called the Dighton police asking for a ride to Canton, and the Dighton police wouldn't do it, so because it was a blizzard. And so then we get to a point, right, where Karen's in Carrie Roberts' car. It's after 6 a.m. On 1/29/2022. Karen's on the phone with her parents. Karen's mom talks to Carrie Roberts. Karen says, mom tells Carrie Roberts or something that she's worried that Karen's going to use pills in her purse combined with alcohol to take her own life. That causes Carrie Roberts and the Canton police, who had got a call from Karen's dad, Bill Reed, to section Karen. Okay, folks, so a sectioning is when you get sectioned against your will because you're a threat to yourself or others. Okay, so this woman gets sectioned. Karen Reed gets sectioned and brought to the hospital. The same hospital that John O'Keefe was brought to, Good Sam in Brockton, although it actually has a different name now, and pronounced dead, unfortunately. Okay, so Karen Reed, while she's on the ride over, while she's getting sectioned, she's saying to the EMTs, how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, etc., further reaffirming that it's pretty clear Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe how long to die in cold after 6 a.m. on 1/29/22.
The jury, what the conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours. And
did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital, we'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Well, this gets bad for Karen Reed because she gets to the hospital during the sectioning. She gets there after 7 a.m., 6:30, whatever it is. And by 9:03 a.m. to 9:06 a.m., they take a sample of Karen's blood as part of her being sectioned, and she really didn't want to give this up. I think her parents had her sectioned to prevent her from being questioned by the cops at the scene, but what they didn't realize, they were going to take Karen's blood. So Karen probably delayed it as long as she could, but at 9 a.m. when they took that blood draw, she had a BAC of 0.093 when the reading comes back at 9:53 a.m. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from the retrograde BAC analysis, that's how the police figured out that Karen had that BAC, which was very high, and Karen has admitted to be drunk driving and admitted she shouldn't have been driving on the ride over from the waterfall to Fairview Road.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow, so I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see Karen, it gets even more intense, though. Karen then is in the hospital for a while. She's talking to her dad. She screams at him, "Dad, what's the plan?" Like, Daddy's dead. What's the plan?
Like us all to go in and tell her. I said, "No, I'm your father, I'll do it." She was on the edge of the bed, and when I told her, I held her, and she slithered off the bed into my arms to the floor.
He just said, he's gone.
She lost it for a little bit, and then within a pretty short period of time, she said, "Dad, what are we going to do? What's the plan?" She doesn't get lost in the loss. She finds a way out of it.
Crazy stuff. She here's where it makes it even weirder, and you have to understand the geography of all this. So Boston's up here, okay, if we're thinking about a map, and then down here is Canton, okay, it's like south of Boston. Even more south of that, like 20 miles south of Canton, is Dighton, where the Reeds live, okay. So Karen is in the hospital in Brockton. That is it's south of Canton and north of Dighton, okay? So Karen's at Good Sam in Brockton, which is about exit 33 on Route 24. Now, if you think about this, Karen gets out of the hospital around 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Instead of going to Dighton with her parents, which would require driving south, do you know what Karen did, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, hold on. God bless you, Peony and Rose. What a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful wonderful comment. But do you know what Karen and thank you so much for supporting the channel. That means so much to me. Hold on, I'm going to scroll this up to make it fit in the window. Do you know what Karen, God bless you. Do you know what Karen and her family did, ladies and gentlemen? Instead of going south back to Dighton, where any reasonable human would have gone, they went north to Canton. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed and her parents went north to Canton to pick up the alleged murder weapon from John's house. And here's where it gets really interesting. We heard testimony, and there's been evidence of this. Karen, her father, her brother, Nathan, and her sister-in-law, Caitlin Bordeaux, all three people on the witness list, by the way, for the state in potential rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, they all get called. And what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, goodness. They go to Canton. And what happens when they go to Canton? Karen and her dad go inside. Karen had called John's sister-in-law, Erin, who's John's brother's, Paul's wife, and said she wanted to come over and see the children. No, that's not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Karen and her father didn't say anything to anyone, apparently, very brief remarks, then went upstairs in the master bedroom, and here's why this is weird. Karen had her own room at John's house in Canton. She said sleeping in John's bed was archaic. She thought sharing a bed with someone was archaic. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen had her own room, but her and her dad spent 30 minutes alone in John's master bedroom. They come down, they say nothing, and then they leave. And you want to know what's weird? At 12:35 p.m. or so, there's video before that of about 12:20 p.m. or so of Karen's brother and her father and her arriving to John's house. But when they...
You know, I want to ask you if you were an accessory after the fact, Mr. Nathan Reed.
Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay. Continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? and 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
Collect the murder weapon at 12:35 and drive it back to Dighton, alleged murder weapon. There's no video. Another Ring video is deleted. And you want to know what's weird? So Karen gets back to Dighton, and which is where her parents live. Mind you, they've now driven from Good Sam in a blizzard north to Canton. Now they're driving back from Canton past Good Sam again, and then 20 miles south down to Dighton. They get to Dighton at 2:12. Karen's alone on her couch with her laptop, apparently, her phone, and then her car's in the driveway until about 4:12 or 4:02 p.m., maybe closer to 4:12, when the state police, that's how quickly they got to Karen. They arrived at Karen's parents' home with a search warrant for her car and her cell phone.
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was... I guess maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sally Port, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back, so I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
When they get inside, they interview her with her dad, by the way. They didn't segregate her from her dad. They let her dad sit there because they said it was a tough moment for Karen. They were clearly not like abusing this woman or abusing her rights. They were being extremely gracious to her. But she was on her laptop at the time. Did she delete those Ring videos in that 2-hour window? I don't know if we'll ever find out, folks. But I'll tell you, that's then when the investigation starts. So I just took you through the whole timeline of the case. I have it memorized. I did that without notes. And now give me 1 second. God bless you, Chair Bear 56. You are a super towel in every sense of the word, and I extend you super towel hugs. See, ladies and gentlemen, not hooks, hugs. See, ladies and gentlemen, I'm using my voice to text, and I am a super towel. And hold on, I got to give Peony and Rose. Oh, Peony and Rose. I want to make sure there's no way voice to text would get that right. You are so kind, dear friend. I am so grateful to have you here with us. You are a super towel. God bless you all. Did you enjoy that, by the way? Yes. Well, listen, I hope you know I did that. And I'm interested in your feedback. So was that cohesive? I don't know how long we went for. I think it was like 50 minutes. I'm sure you saw me closing my eyes. Every single thing. Hold on, Sean, you can go wherever you want. I wish you wouldn't cuss, but, I'm trying not to cuss as much. But you don't have to announce it. Like, thanks for being here. Appreciate the engagement. Have a good day. Tell Will I say hi. We shake hands when we see each other. If you tell Will you were in Grant's chat, he'll be like, oh, Grant. I like Grant. Fine person. I think Dylan's a nice guy, too. If you go to Dylan's channel, say hello to Dylan for me. He's British. There are a lot of people on the other side of the Free Karen, of the Karen Reed case, like on the Free Karen Reed side, that I don't agree with about the case at all. But I hug the day. Give me hugs. Chrissy Mello gives me hugs when I see her. Estee's given me a hug before. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, we can disagree without being disagreeable, and shared humanity and unconditional love and compassion and small acts of service unite us all. I tell you, folks, some of the Turtle Boy fans, the Karen Reed fans, whether I disagree with them about the case, real, honest to God, heart of the earth, salt of the earth folks, have a lot of respect for them. Gonna go to lunch with some of them one day, I'm sure. Like, they keep saying, like, we should go to lunch. And I'm like, okay, no recording. Like, we'll just go to lunch and hang out. Like, and they're like, yes, we don't want to record it. We want to go to lunch. I know. Listen. Will the Glare and I disagree. Will has his very strong opinions. He has his own form of syntax. I don't use those words, goodness, but I used to cuss until someone one day just came into the stream and was like, Grant, like, if you're really a man of God, like, shouldn't you not cuss? And despite my reading of the Bible saying that as long as you're being benevolent, you can cuss, I was like, yeah, fine. And so I stopped cussing. But Will has explained his philosophy before. Like, he likes to be unfiltered. He has he's lived longer than I have. I don't know how old he is, but he has been through whatever he's been through in life, and he cusses way more than I do. And he is unapologetic about it. He understands the consequences on his streams for it. He was saying it when I called into his show the other day. But again, I am never going to approve some of the stuff he has said. He is probably never going to agree with some of the stuff I have said. But we have still shook each other's hand. And this doesn't extend just to Will the Glare. It extends to a lot of people in the Karen Reed movement. Not Free Karen Reed movement. Not because, again, I agree with anything they're saying, but just because if you separate it from the case and you start talking to them, there are some of them who are real, and I'm not pointing to any one person when I say this. I'm saying generally, there are some real salt of the earth good people. And that holds as much true, if not more true, on the Justice for John O'Keefe side. And I don't let a few bad apples on either side spoil the whole bunch. You know what I'm saying? And that's our shared humanity, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you. Thank you so much for the people who have been giving feedback. That's what I wanted to do before I got a little distracted on my rant. Let me know what you think of the overview. Did I do a good job? Was that all the facts? I think, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, that was completely recited from memory, verbatim. I think I got all the times right. I got all the evidence right. You saw I took you in a looping timeline from January or December of 2021, like January of 2022, really narrowed in on January 28th into January 29th, and then took you through the morning of the 29th, then the late morning, then the early afternoon, and then the car getting seized. Do you see how I did that? I think it was very effective, and I hope that you all were able to. I hope you all. Bossy Texas. I hope you all benefited from that. Thank you. God bless you, and thank you. By the way, thank you to Aggie K. I don't know if they're still with us, but you asking that one question. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I went off on a rant. It was a good rant. It wasn't even a rant. It was an erudite, explicated overview of the case from memory with no notes, with my eyes closed.
Portray this in a way that is not factually viable, it will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side, because it will lead to arguments about what it. Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. That was great. What did you think? Did I do a good job? I worked really hard on that towel, friends. I know every single one of you enjoyed the Call Me Hank clip. How could we not crescendo to the Call Me Hank clip? Oh, God bless you. I read so lovely, Sphinx. I love you. Have a lovely username. Now, listen, friends, we are just getting started. I had no idea. So many of you had questions and you wanted to see more context. Oh, goodness. But first of all, listen, let me just tell you the lineup of things we're about to do together, friends. I am so excited. We're going to watch the Sullivan sisters' testimony. We're going to watch Karen clips. We're going to watch Lucky's testimony. And then we're going to watch the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi being a fool. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at all the towel friends. Listen, I had no idea, first of all, that so many of you wanted to spend a Sunday with me. I am thrilled to spend time with you. You can see I am an excitable, energetic towel. Oh, lovely Sphinx. We can watch it one more time, but the exchange was Hank Brennan says, have a good evening. I say, you as well, Mr. Brennan. And then this becomes a very famous clip. Hank Brennan says, you can call me Hank, and smiles. I respond back, okay, sir, I will, Hank. Then he walks away. The clip kind of ends, right? I just want to let you know what happens next. Oh, it was wonderful. I turn around from like where we have to stand in a certain spot when people are leaving court. Like we have to we're kind of like penned in by the cops, the state police. They're very nice to us, but they know like we don't follow Hank Brennan. There's like a parade of cops around him. We like wait for him to walk out and then we leave. I turn around, I stop recording and turn around. My dear friend, Abby Patkin, who writes for Boston.com, excellent journalist. Please give her a follow on Twitter, Abby Patkin, ABBYPATKIN. She also writes for Boston.com and the Globe. Just excellent journalist. All right, so Abby's behind me. I turn around. Now I walk up to Abby. I just have a beaming smile on my face. She's kind of like doing her write-up, like looking at she was observing the scene because like part of her job is to watch like people leave court and see what happens. But she's observing this, and I say to her, Abby, Hank Brennan said I can call him Hank. And I was so happy. I'm just beaming. Now, I think if any other human being went up to went up to Abby Patkin and was like, Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank, with a big smile, she'd be like, why is this person saying this to me? But she looked up at me, she gave me a little smile, and it wasn't like a little smile, she was smiling in the sense that she was like, he's so proud of himself, and she was like, that's nice, Grant. I turned around, and then I think I also said, Abby, I feel like I got a medal. And so I walked down the street like a gleeful little towel, and I swear I would have stopped and spoken to pedestrians and been like, listen, you don't understand. Hank Brennan said I can call him Hank. That is like getting a medal. I was like a little proud little towel with my little Call Me Hank medal that did not exist, but I wanted to exist on my chest. I'm a proud little towel, ladies and gentlemen. I will tell you, it was a moment. It was a towel moment. It's the perfect crescendo of the cacophony of chaos that was that overview. If you just watched it, the 90-minute towel production. I have a few more things to do. We'll call that a first draft. I want to put the Sullivan sisters in there in the beginning. I want to put more emphasis on how dark the relationship between John and Karen got between 12/31/2021 and the January 28th, 2022. Really want to show how dark that relationship was. And I think the Sullivan sisters' testimony, which we're going to watch next, is a really good complement to what I was talking about in the beginning. And it does a perfect job. It is a perfect microcosm of Karen's personality. You're going to see it up next. It's brutal. It is just a perfect sort of stage. It is like an establishing shot for Karen Read as a person, the dynamics of John and Karen's relationship after the Aruba incident. It is just everything that I needed to put in there, and I didn't include it, not because I didn't want to, but because I was thinking, well, I really want to focus on the night of the 28th and the 29th, but I didn't, now that I watched it back, my thoughts on my own work is it's okay, it's good, I think I'm happy with most of it, but I definitely want to take that part where I mention Aruba and then intercut the Sullivan sisters' testimony. I'm going to break it up. I'm going to put Marietta first, and then I'm going to let myself talk a little bit, then I'm going to put Laura. I know exactly where I'm going to do it, but that's how I want to edit it. So anyway, hello, Holistic Psychology. Hello, Anna Shaw. Hello, JVA. Hello, Dewdrops. Look at all the towel friends with us on this Sunday. And I'll tell you, friends, we have a lot more to watch. We have requests. This is your stream now. You just saw my labor of love I put together for you, my explicated annotation of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just past 10 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, so we're just getting started. I'm going to do a half day today. We are not going to go all day. You are not going to get me to do 10 hours on a Sunday because I want to rest my voice. We're going to do a half day, but I'm going to rest my voice. I want to go get lunch. And then I found a video game from like 2012 called like Call of Duty. I think it's World at War. It's very interesting. I got to sit in a room with a virtual President Kennedy, and he directed me, I think, to go to either Havana, Vietnam, or Russia. And now I'm infiltrating some kind of Soviet base. I'm not really sure what's going on. I was thrilled that President Kennedy sent me on this mission. And then I was like, wait a minute. What is going on here? But anyway, that's what I want to do today. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we have a few hours before I do that, and before we do that, we're going to watch the Sullivan sisters testimony. We are going to watch Karen clips. We're going to watch the Lucky testimony, and then we're going to watch the best moments of Bob Alessi's cross because they're hilarious. And Let Me Reflect asked us to do that. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, do you somehow remember things about every single one of us? Do you know all of our usernames? Do you remember our requests? And do you enjoy spending time with us so much that you do that? Well, yes. It's not just that I enjoy spending time with you. I have this tormenting photographic memory where single thing I take in, like your comments, your usernames, your requests, the content we watch, I just photographically memorize it, and it goes into this mental mind map. And then add in an energy drink to that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we are just going to be on a day. We are going to have a towel day, and I couldn't be any more thrilled. Oh, lovely Sphinx, I support Ukraine unconditionally. Lovely Sphinx, let me just take one pause here while we reset before the Sullivan sisters. We go over that testimony. Two things. One, I worked really, really hard on that documentary. It is going to become my magnum opus on this case. I'm going to edit it more. If you liked it, if you want to support it, it took probably like to get all those clips and then to combine them and everything. We're taught like just to do the legwork on the combining took like 20 hours. To actually record all of those source clips and have all that, you're hundreds of hours. Like, and to the way it was organized, I mean, priceless experience. I don't want you to contribute because of that. I don't want to put a value on my time or efforts. It's a labor of love because this is that was my point. This is a public information service, okay? This is a stream that covers trials and various things. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a law student, but none of this is legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you're looking to prove unconditional love exists in a world defined by self-interest and greed. Now, in the context of that public information service, we ascribe to Lord Reith's values that he envisioned when setting up the British Broadcasting Corporation, okay? Educate, inform, and entertain the public in that order. Now, you're going to see some things that are a little funny here. Okay, we talk about Chewbacca, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and other such things sometimes. But that's kind of like a Monty Python skit. It has an intentional purpose. It's a hook so that people will get engaged and become informed and erudite consumers of information, thus warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government around the world. That's kind of like the baseline goal of this stream. Now, hold on, Macy, we'll get to that in a second. Now, the other thing I want to tell you a little bit about is that I also, in terms of Ukraine, this plays into the wider picture. I have a vision where I am going to facilitate sustainable industrial towel production in either Brazil or Mexico. All right, I'm going to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation between the Americas based on sustainable towel production. It's complicated. It involves sending someone to Latin America to negotiate sustainable trade agreements to produce towels, but we're not there yet. The point is, the goal, and what's relevant to your statement about being raised in Ukraine is, the reason I want to do this is I want to become a towel industrialist. I want to gain benevolent influence over the government, okay? And then I want to protect the petrodollar, which is a very important instrument of American soft power in the world, okay? Then I want to ward off the rise of the BRICS, not because we don't like the people who live in the BRICS countries, but because I'm very concerned, one, because I'm not a communist, and two, because I'm very concerned about the geopolitical aims of Russia, China, and some of the other, and Saudi, and some of the countries in their orbit, okay, and whatnot. So what I would like to do is I'd like to protect Ukraine unconditionally. I'd like to buttress support for NATO, okay? I'd like to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation between the Americas. I'd like to ward off the rise of the BRICS. I'd like to protect the petrodollar, and I'd like to build sustainable alliances with countries in different regions of the world. This is where it gets a little intense. So this part is going to require kangaroos, koalas, camels, peacocks, and pandas. I'm going to take them on a diplomatic mission around the world based on my towel industrial influence, and I am going to bring about world peace. Okay, that's basically what I'm setting out to do, and I just, yes, I want to let you know a few things. One, I am not a communist, and two, I support Ukraine. But yes, thank you for the opportunity to lay out my geopolitical world philosophy. Clearly, Towel has the foreign policy experience to be involved with government at the highest levels. I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. I have a plan. I am a Towel with the plan. I'm not sure if I should be unleashed on the world. Listen, just imagine if we were like, okay, there's some world crisis going on. Let's send Grant. Let's just send him we'll just send him there. He will talk to people. I'm sure listen, he's going to need his like medical, flowers, but if we just send him there, he'll get them all in a room. He'll have them laughing and talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and then suddenly he'll negotiate an end to the Sudanese civil war. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I've thought about this extensively. I have plans, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I have plans. Oh, absolutely, lovely Spanx. So listen, part of the plan to protect Ukraine, I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to compromise the national security interests of the United States. Although I'm not part of the government, I don't represent the government, I don't know anything about the government, I am a towel. So if you want to know my detailed plan to protect Ukraine, here's what we do. Okay, so there is this network of oligarchs that are disgruntled with Putin's rule in Ukraine. It really goes back to Putin centralizing control of the Duma in 2008. Now, what happened was, you really have to understand Glasnost and Perestroika, which were the economic ideologies in the Soviet Union in the late 80s, okay? And you also have to understand the change from the SVR to the KGB, or maybe it's the other way around, the KGB to the SVR, the intelligence service. But so what you have to understand is that Glasnost or Perestroika was this kind of it was kind of like what China did in the 80s and 90s, but to better effect. It didn't cause the collapse of their country. Russia and the Soviet Union adopted like a hybrid capitalist communist model, and it was I think it was it Boris Yeltsin? It might have been Boris Yeltsin, I think, who developed this sort of mixed economic model. And what happened was it didn't really create laissez-faire or even like regulated market capitalism. What it did was it created state-sponsored oligopolies that were very tied into the intelligence apparatus. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this is my plan to protect Ukraine, okay? So what happened in the 90s was, and you got to know a lot about like how Russian industry developed in the 90s after the fall of communism to understand this, but some of you will. And this is just an aside because we really like our Ukraine friends, and we got a question from Lovely Spanx, and they have a lovely username, so I'm going to answer it, Towel friends. Now, here's my opinion on this. Okay, so in the 90s, a bunch of industries in Russia became very centralized in the hands of oligarchs, okay? Now, some of these oligarchs were aligned with the KGB, and you have to simultaneously understand that there was a series of kind of domestic incidents in Russia, like because there's like this ongoing war with this region, Chechnya, that's kind of like a secessionist region of Russia that has a lot of extremism. And so the Chechens and the Russians have been in conflict for a while. And the Chechens, like there were a bunch of weird, like kind of like what looked like suspect kind of attacks on Russia by the Chechens. And what Putin did is he used that to centralize control of the political sphere in Russia in the 90s, okay, through the intelligence apparatus that he was running. Now, simultaneously, these oligarchs, I'm not going to use any names because you'll understand why in a second. These oligarchs are getting control of like the dairy industry, the steel industry. They're becoming very powerful in Russia. But it's causing a lot of tension because the security apparatus in Russia, headed by Putin, doesn't really like how much influence these oligarchs have. So there's a bit of a purge in about 2004. Now this leads to like the state television regulator getting removed. It creates a lot of discontent. So leading up to 2007, but Russia, meanwhile, after the fall of communism, actually had somewhat of a democracy. Its president was limited to a number of terms, etc. It has a representative parliament called the Duma. But leading up to 2008, Putin centralized control by removing the term limits and allowing himself to be president for life. This really upset the oligarchs because they saw it as they saw it as a centralization of Russian economic and political power in the hands of Putin under the auspices of this presidency for life. So what happens is Putin kind of does like a soft coup where he gets rid of a lot of these oligarchs. But what this does is it creates an opening for the American security state. And I have to be very gentle here. I don't know anything I shouldn't, but I'm not going to give the game away here, and I'm going to protect the United States. My principles, by the way, my political platform is based on safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for some good measure. But what happens is all these oligarchs start going to we'll say the U.S. ambassador in Moscow, okay, who was at the time a guy by the name of William Burns, who then went on to be the chief of the CIA. And around 2007, as this move to centralized power in Russia is happening, Putin is kind of throwing these oligarchs out. The oligarchs go to the Americans and pitch this plan to the Americans that they'll use a network of soft power, like oligarchs in Russia who are actually disaffected and want to overthrow Putin, to bring about economic pressure on Putin and therefore overthrow him in a bloodless coup. But that doesn't really work due to a number of reasons. One, Putin starts the conflict in the Crimea in Ukraine in 2014, and he's really using that as a way as a counter coup. So he's consolidating public and military support around the conflict as a way to ward off what he sees as a soft power play to overthrow him by Western-aligned oligarchs who want to facilitate economic cooperation between Russia and the West in order to develop companies that will have enough influence over Russian politics to basically do a CIA-backed coup of Russia. Now that really upsets Putin, who then invades Ukraine to kind of buttress his own interests, and then that's created the chaos we're in today. Putin's power is only consolidated. He aligns, and this is where the BRICS comes in. So Putin's war in Ukraine is only kind of a side story, unfortunately, to the wider developing geopolitical shift that's happening worldwide right now, which has to do with the BRICS nations. And so China and Russia are two different heads of a seven-headed dragon that want to undermine or overthrow the standing international world order, which is mostly buttressed by this post-1960s agreement between a lot of countries of the world, where the standard currency for trading oil is the US dollars. Okay, so we went off the gold standard after Bretton Woods in 64 or whatever it is up in New Hampshire. Very nice hotel, I've been there. But after we get off the gold standard, we then go on this petrodollar regime. And this petrodollar standard is what allows the US to enforce sanctions, and it's how we've run the Western neoliberal world order for the past 50 years. The BRICS nations don't like that, so they want to overthrow it. There's China's Belt and Road Initiative. There's the fierce competition over resources and bases in Africa. We were talking about Sudan earlier. We could talk about Djibouti, Somaliland. There's a number, Yemen, Oman, anything that's on that strait there, the Strait of Hormuz, whatever, the big strait where 10% of the world's trade goes through. Anyway, so that's why I think if we're going to protect Ukraine, it really involves leveraging disaffected Russian oligarchs and the U.S. security state being able to put enough economic pressure on Putin such that the BRICS, first of all, we have to stop the BRICS from threatening the neoliberal world order, but simultaneously we have to then constrain Putin's economic and political ambitions through a network of intercooperative trade that is actually cover for a soft power political coup in Russia. So yeah, I'm so sorry we had to go a little bit off the case. I apologize, but listen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, yeah, it was Gorbachev. As you can see, I have thought a lot about my ambitions. It all starts with me becoming a towel industrialist, though. And by the way, one thing is, if you ask a question, I have a lot to say that I've been thinking about on my own for a few weeks, and just one question will bring it out. So can we just say thank you to Lovely Sphinx for the question, and then can I also pray your indulgence, all of you towel friends, for allowing me to explicate my geopolitical theory for you all related to industrial towel production, protecting the petrodollar, protecting American interests, and warding off the rise of the BRICS. Oh, yes. Well, yes, Tiger Lily Girl. I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but in the sense that it has definitely had negative geopolitical impacts around the world when it becomes weaponized. But I'm just saying, if you let me do it, I think we'll be fine. I'm not going to invade Vietnam. And I'm not going to do any of that. We're not doing any of that. No. We're going to have a hegemonic, non-hegemonic form of pluralistic liberalism where comprehensive worldviews are respected so long as they are tolerant. And then we're going to build a towel world order based on universal love, unconditional compassion, and small acts of service. That part I'm not sure it's actually going to happen, but I have plans. All right, folks, listen, we have requests. I know. Listen, you put me off on a geopolitical lecture. I've thought a lot about this. I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me share it. As someone said, Grant is in a trance now. Well, listen, I had a lot to relay, ladies and gentlemen. No, and I know. Listen, I promised you the Sullivan Sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, I will deliver. I promise you. And I know a lot of you were listening to that. It's kind of funny. A lot of you were actually saying, wow, like I've come across some of this stuff before. I think I could vote for this man. Do you want to know what my other part of my political platform is? U.S. Navy sailors get to drink 2 glasses of domestic-made wine or beer per day, because if the French can do it on the Charles de Gaulle, ladies and gentlemen, by God, then we can do it as American Navy sailors. That'll get me the votes of all the sailors. I don't want to do it for that reason. I don't want to do it because of their votes. I want to do it because I'm a towel. And I also think it's hilarious because someone will be forced to ask me, sir, part of your political platform is that you want the U.S. Navy sailors to be able to drink 2 glasses of domestic-made wine or beer per day. Why is that? My response, I just want them to ask me so I can say, my response is that because if the French can do it on the Charles de Gaulle, then damn it, we can do it as well. Oh, Penny and Rose, I love that emoji. Oh, as we get ready for the big Sullivan Sister testimony moment, we get Penny and Rose coming through with a #1 fan emoji. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am blessed. I was like, I hope the towel friends who are more interested in the case don't mind that I'm going on a geopolitical rant. Not only did you not mind, I got a #1 fan emoji. It's a towel pair, ladies and gentlemen. And I got the Sullivan Sister testimony ready for you. I know, I'm an excitable towel, ladies and gentlemen. What do you want from me? I am an excitable towel. First of all, geopolitics gets me very excited. Second of all, you put a towel pair emoji on the screen that's dancing with a towel headband from Peony and Rose themselves, telling me that the towel pair is my #1 fan. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to become an excitable towel. I am thrilled to share this testimony with you, and you, little towel pair, I'm your #1 fan. Oh, God bless you, little towel pair. You have a wonderful day. I'm so glad to have you with us. Oh, Peony and Rose, it's great to see you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, thank you, lovely Sphinx. Yes, towels, international geopolitical agenda, I think, is very good. I think that all the countries of the world can get along with it. And I feel very called to go to Jerusalem for some reason. I need to talk. I don't know why. This one's a little weird, but I just have I feel very compelled to go to Jerusalem, and I need to talk to the Muslim leaders of Jerusalem, and I want to talk to them about the Eastern Gate, and I want them to open it. I don't really know why. It doesn't really make sense to me, but I have to, part of this international plan, no, I'm very serious. Part of this plan is I will bring my delegation of kangaroos, koalas, peacocks, camels, and pandas. I will bring them to Jerusalem. I need to meet with the caliph, I think, who runs that part of Jerusalem. And then I need to say to this man that I feel called to be there and that he needs to open the Eastern Gate of Jerusalem. Now, I don't really know what the Eastern Gate of Jerusalem is. I have this image of it as this kind of yellow wall with an arch in it, but I've never been there, and I could have gone there because I had I could have done a birthright trip. But I just want to let you know, I feel compelled to tell you all that. I'm not really sure what it has to do with anything, but I want to do that, and I want to tell you all that right now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and guess what? Our very first request of the day, if you already missed it, I know a lot of you were getting caught up on the overview, and then also my geopolitical lecture about how I want to protect Ukraine and overthrow Russia by soft power geopolitical economic influence. we're now going to watch the Sullivan sister testimony because I have a lot to say, ladies and gentlemen. We have clips we're going to watch. We have we're going to watch the Sullivan sisters. We're going to watch Karen clips. We're going to watch Bob Alessi having hilarious moments on cross. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and then we had one more request. What was it? I have it here. Hold on. I'm keeping track. I'm a keeping track towel as I get caught up and we take a break. We also had a request for, all right, hold on, little towels. Lucky testimony. Oh, yeah, you know we're doing that. And by the way, if you enjoyed that last show, if you enjoyed this content, you can support Towel Channel. It doesn't cost you a dime. Just click the like button while the video's live. Oh, also, if you react to the video, I know it's a lot of labor to click any of the buttons a lot, but no matter what reaction you give, for some reason, I learned that YouTube really favors videos that get a lot of those weird reactions on screen, the hearts or the likes or the wows. So that helps. Doesn't cost you a dime. It's literally free effort to help the channel. It means a lot to me. So God bless you for helping out. And then if you subscribe to the channel as well. Now also, there's other ways to support Towel Channel. Oh my goodness, Lovely Sphinx, I would be honored. Do you have a Twitter, Lovely Sphinx? The best way to contact me, hold on, I'm gonna if you don't have a Twitter, the best way to contact me is facebook.com/Grant Smith Ellis. That's my public page. I don't always get to the messages on that right away, but then I can transfer you over to the other page and I'll see them on my phone. The other thing is we have an obligation here. Not an obligation, but Murder by Maestro said I have to learn to use voice to text to be an effective towel. So here we go. God bless you, Lovely Sphinx. You have an amazing username. You are very incredibly talented, and I would be humbled and honored to work with you. I look forward to talking more. Look at that, Murder by Maestro. I am a towel. And Murder by Maestro is like, yes. Yes, Grant, you learned how to use voice to text. I'm so proud of you. You are basically at the technological level of a 3-year-old binary towel. Well, you know what, Murder by Maestro? I'm working on it. Whatever you do, don't read this. Murder by Maestro, listen to me. You might want to leverage Finland and Poland, but we are not giving up Finland and Poland to Russia. Appeasement doesn't work, Mr. Murder by Maestro. I'm going to call you Murder by Maestro Chamberlain. How dare you? Oh, goodness. Now, the directed verdicts are never granted, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, Sullivan's sister testimony. Oh, that's what I was going to say. If you want to support this channel, if you like these efforts, I do. Normally, Towel doesn't need help. I did very good this month. There's been so many Towel friends who've been reaching out. But just know that it's a very kind of like segmented thing. Your YouTube, I'm so good. Please continue to support on the YouTube. YouTube likes it. YouTube likes this channel. We're doing well, in my opinion. The folks who keep liking the channel, it's doing well. We're up to 1.5 or so thousand subscribers now in just a few weeks. This is wonderful, folks. I'm glad to be with you. But yes, it's very like delayed with the way it sends things out, like gifts in particular. Like when you get a gift sent on YouTube, it takes a while for it to actually go to you because it comes in as a declared gift. But anyway, it's complex, and if you want to help Little Towel get to like the middle of the week or something, there are ways to help this channel. I'll drop the links in the chat in a few seconds. Please don't feel obligated. I know some of you are like, oh, I can't donate right now. It's not a big deal. I promise you, your comments in the chat, your questions, all of your participation, your love for your towel friends, telling me about the small acts of service you've been doing, Little Towel notices. That's what keeps me so invigorated. That's what makes this stream so fun. And now we're going to watch the Sullivan sister testimony because, my goodness, Little Towel has been talking about geopolitics for long enough, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. Sullivan sister testimony. I know you've all been waiting for it. I have. It's bad for Karen.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend? And she looked at me and said, Karen? And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, can you describe them?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see you at sidebar quickly.
I'm getting things booted back up here. Let me just tell you, we are watching we are watching the first testimony from Marietta Sullivan, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I saw that and I quickly fixed the audio issue. We're watching the testimony from Marietta Sullivan, and watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I have testimony from Laura Sullivan next, and it gets even worse for Karen Reed. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We are going through your requests. We are going through them. We are going to do the Sullivan sister testimony. We got Karen clips coming up. We got Bob Alessi being a Bob Alessi. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I have the Laura Sullivan testimony. I also want to say God bless you. Let me just take a moment. I don't always announce it in the chat because I don't want anyone who doesn't associate their username. But I want to tell you, I absolutely am going to go to 7-Eleven for pizza today after this stream. God bless you to the person who sent that donation, and I will never, if I look down at my phone and I see it, I'll never miss the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure I have the opportunity to thank you. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I found Laura Sullivan's testimony. Here we go. Now I have to bring up the moment from Laura Sullivan's testimony. Here it comes. Here we go. Oh, John O'Keefe is a big Alabama football fan, by the way. Oh, here we go. I found it. It's 12 minutes. It's Laura Sullivan at her most devastating. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and the story behind that, Laura Sullivan and and her being John's former partner's spouse, John's partner on the BPD, and John's partner on the BPD tragically taking his life. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was such a sad story. But that does not bear on this testimony from Laura Sullivan, so we are not going to go into those sad moments. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are about to watch right now the testimony from Laura Sullivan. If you think what you just heard was bad from Marietta, wait till you hear what Laura Sullivan has to say. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We have a lot more catching up to do. We have a lot of requests. By the way, this is a request stream. Get your what clips do you want to see? What testimony do you want to review? It's one of those towel streams. I'm trying to answer every question I see. I don't always see them all. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm keeping my eye out. You're keeping your eye out. And if there's testimony or clips or whatnot you want to see that we haven't already queued up, you let me know. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We're having a fun Towel Sunday.
Area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said...
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, you know, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, you know, couples there. At least he could have made, you know, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off, I think I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection. No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said I just talked to Etta. She said absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the Cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the Cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
And so following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. They ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either of Ms. Roque or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So, the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, "I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much." And I said, "Well, you're definitely in again for next year." And he said, "Absolutely." And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now notice the insight here, because they move on after this, folks. Do you notice the key insight? This is crucial testimony for a number of reasons. One, KF, John's niece on the stand, said the dynamic of John and Karen's relationship changed after that Aruba trip. Two, Karen on January 5th, 2022 apologized, said she saw something she didn't, and she admitted that John didn't cheat on her. But then 7 days later, folks, January 12th, as we heard earlier on the recap, 2022, Karen starts the affair with Higgins. And what does she say to Higgins in the text? That John cheated on her again. Karen was lying to Higgins, and Karen's own words prove it. Yes, I would love to interview you, lovely Sphinx. Let me put this on the agenda. Not for today. Let's make sure you get to prepare and you feel comfortable doing it. But yes, lovely Sphinx interview. You get it. You got it. I'm sure the Towel friends would love to hear what you have to say and your change in perspective. It would be my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to interview the lovely Sphinx. Because with a username like that, ladies and gentlemen, how could I say no? All right, now listen, there's a big moment about to happen. For the first time ever, we had a real-time vote on what we're going to do next. Are you ready for the drum roll? Is it going to be the most... And by the way, we're not watching Bob Alessi's cross. We're watching the most funny moment, so at least it's quick and it's not bad. What's going to win? I'm going to end the towel poll right now. Are we about to watch Karen clips or Bob Alessi's funniest cross moments? Ladies and gentlemen, the Towel faithful have spoken. Holistic psychology, you have a wonderful day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, with a very narrow majority of 55% to 44%, Karen Clips has won the day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Clips has won the day. Are you surprised at all, my dear Towel friends? Are you surprised that the Towel... are you surprised that Karen Clips has won? Really, ladies and gentlemen? No, none of us are surprised. MJ Baker, it is wonderful to see you. Lazy Susan, Leslie Mack, look at all the Towel friends coming in. And guess what? Listen to our order, ladies and gentlemen, of what we have coming up. Listen to this. We have Karen Clips, then we got the Alessi moments, then we got Lucky's testimony, then we got Hank's voir dire of Marie Russell and Hank's voir dire of Arca. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, full jam-packed day of towel requests. I'm glad to be here with you. Grateful to have you here with me. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for joining on Towel Channel. If you want to join in, request and watch, ask questions and leave comments, youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis. But we send our hellos to all the Towel friends over on the X as well. Oh, yes. And ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Clips has won the day. If you voted Karen Clips, oh, you can wave your towels in celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, wave your towels in celebration. You have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've done it. You've won. You've won the day. It is like the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie. The Karen Clips are loaded up. They're up on the screen. Celebrate with your fellow towel friends. Oh, yes, wave your towels in celebration. You have wonneth the day, ladies and gentlemen. And by winningeth the day, I'm now speaking in Old English apparently, ladies and gentlemen, the towel clips are gonna roll.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Exhibit 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. And I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. and he had a piece of glass like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's Amy Wenzel here. That you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
And this was the moment you would drop him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house. I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
The comment. Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that is inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I'd now call Kerry Roberts.
Oh, hold on, towel friends. I hate to jump in. I normally wouldn't do this, but towel friends, we had a special request from the special super towel themselves, PK. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not turn down a request from a towel friend. Let me just say that right now. So, look at this, PK. I have the clip you wanted. I'm sorry I'm jumping into the Karen clip compilation, but the special honorary towel PK has requested Karen's video leaving court yesterday where Karen was trash-talking Hank Brennan. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be super towels. Let's watch it. PK asked for it. You know I'm willing to deliver because I'm a little towel. Hello, towel friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have footage of Karen Reed coming out of court. I want to give a special credit to Mass Live for the footage, and I want to give a special credit to all of 19, the super towel herself, for finding this link. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, Karen Reed was shell-shocked coming out of court today. Hank Brennan won a litany of major motions on the defense's first day. Hank Brennan won the motion. Karen Reed's motion for a directed verdict of not guilty was denied. Karen Reed doesn't look like she's going to be able to get in Michael Proctor's text messages unless she calls Proctor. And true to Towel's prediction, when Karen was asked, why are you not calling Michael Proctor? Karen said, as David Unetti said, it's about the dynamics between cross and direct. And that's exactly right. Karen Reed would never call Michael Proctor on direct because it requires asking open-ended questions, and then Hank Brennan could argue on cross, ladies and gentlemen, or could use leading questions on cross. It would be devastating. Here was Karen Reed leaving court. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. If you want to watch case coverage, I'm a towel.
You guys calling Michael Proctor? Can y'all walk and talk?
You're an expert witness in his testimony.
Why not just call Michael Proctor? Walk and talk, walk and talk. That's not Karen's call, it's her attorney's call. It's ultimately your call, though. Why not call Michael Proctor?
Why not call?
Why not call?
David just explained.
I got it.
How do you feel about the dynamics of direct versus crossing? David just explained. What is Kelly Divers, if I have her name right, sorry, going to do for you? Well, she's new, right? In the trial? In this trial. And what was she offering? No, on Monday.
How about your chicken guys? What's the difference? Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Because it's a lot of numbers.
Well, we hope he cleared it up a little bit. Do any new analysis? He just tried to shed some light on what the Commonwealth did.
Why didn't you do a new analysis? Why didn't you have a new testimony?
We have other reconstructionists. He's not the only one. Oh yeah, when's ARCA coming? ARCA, when? They're coming.
Folks, there you go. You heard Karen's comments after court. And listen, folks, I saw Colleen Henry, the super towel herself, pop up in chat, and we're going to wish Kim Cordeau and the super towel themselves, Tanya Rodine, a wonderful Sunday, and Colleen Henry. Yes, Colleen, I heard that Aiden Kierney was talking about taking a deal. If anyone has a Twitter link to the video of Aiden talking about on his stream about being willing to flip on Karen, we will watch that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to Karen clips, but I don't know if you know this. When Colleen Henry pops into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, Colleen Henry does not even have to ask. We will take the 15 seconds and we'll scroll through the litany of towel archives, and you know exactly what we're going to play, ladies and gentlemen. You know what's coming. You know what I want to see. You know what the people want to see. You know what Colleen Henry wants to see, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, the Call Me Hank clip. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I love it. Everybody loves it. All right, we got to go back to the Karen clips, though. That was great. I enjoyed that. Karen clips, resume.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that was one time in 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall, and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea.
Muted, unmuted. I know. Mic back. Mandy Strong, hello. Listen, I'm back. Hello, I'm here. Okay, so before you could even tell me I'm muted, I noticed and I clicked the button. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, we got two things we got to do. We're breaking in because we had a request. Someone said, does anyone know roughly what Michael Proctor might have found on Karen's phone? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what I think, because I think this is interesting. Have you ever seen this text, Lazy Susan? I want to show you a very interesting text. Let me know if you've ever seen it before. I think it's fascinating. Hello, I'm here. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm taking your questions and comments. I'm being a little towel. I have things to say, ladies and gentlemen. I do indeed. I have things to say. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you Lazy Susan. What do you think of this, Lazy Susan? You ever seen that text before? What do you think? You want me to read the email? It says, from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson. Okay, thank you. Just please understand that I am summoning every possible resource to get to the 200,000, and that Yannetti is likely out of his league with what this case requires. I just can't have the relationship with him fall apart or resort to a public defender for trial. I also don't want to disclose our fee agreement with Yannetti since he's already given me a break on his trial fee, $200K versus $250K, with $100K signed over from my bail money if we go to trial. I'm planning on saying that a colleague is paying you directly, which is close to true. A colleague has structured a low-interest personal loan for me that is payable at maturity. Alan says back, totally understood, we are good. Ah, yes, what do you think, Lazy Susan? What do you think of that email? What do you think? Indeed, my dear towel friends. I'm so interested in your thoughts on the email from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson. What do you think, dear towel friends? Are you interested? Are you fascinated? Are you very, very, very intrigued? I don't know, Lazy Susan. Is this the answer to your question? This is from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson. Of all the gin joints in all the world, she walked into mine. I said it once. I think I was talking about Lindsay. I was like, of all the courthouses in all the world, she walked into mine. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. That is an email from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, Karen Reed to... Oh, you want me to read it again? This is Karen Reed speaking. Okay, thank you. Just plead to Alan Jackson. Okay, it's KarenBlank@gmail.com. Okay, thank you, says Karen. Just please understand, Alan Jackson, that I am summoning every possible resource to get to the 200K, and that David Yannetti is likely out of his league with what this case requires. I just can't have the relationship with David fall apart and resort to a public defender for trial. Dewdrops, you have a great day, dear friend. I also don't want to disclose our fee agreement with David Yannetti since he's already giving me a break on the trial fee. 200K versus 250K with 100K signed over from my bail money if we go to trial. I'm planning on saying that a colleague is paying you directly, which is close to true. A colleague has structured a low-interest personal loan for me that is payable at maturity. And then Alan Jackson says back, totally understood, we are good. Yasmin, hello. Dewdrops, you super towel. You have a great day with your towel family. You tell the girls Kiki and Riri that they are super towels. Hello, Kiki and Riri. You tell your super towelette mom that she is a super towel, and you have a great day. Did you know, folks, as you say goodbye to Dewdrops, that Dewdrops is a nurse, and we love super towel nurses, so everyone take the opportunity. Extend super towelette Dewdrops your hugs and appreciations. She is wonderful. Yeah, wasn't that an interesting email from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson? And then years later, they ended up placing liens on her house. So yeah, very interesting. No, apparently, Mandy Strong, it was Aiden. And listen, this is the next thing we're going to look at. But yeah, this is a very interesting email. Yeah, no, that's an interesting text too. But, you know, if you were asking what did Michael Proctor find on Karen Reed's cell phone that caused him to get a taint team? Well, I answered the question for you, I think, with my encyclopedic mind. But, you know, maybe some questions are better left unasked. You know what I'm saying? How'd that get on the internet? I didn't get that. I found that on Twitter. So, and you can run a reverse image search. I promise you will find that image posted before I posted it because I found it on Twitter. So it shouldn't be out there. It's kind of weird, but you know, I don't think Karen wants to talk on it. All right, and then we have the Turtle Boy video. Oh goodness, does Aiden Kierney talk? Please listen. I have no idea what Aiden Kierney is going to say in this video. It's 45 seconds. This is a man who sometimes just says ridiculous things. I disclaim all responsibility for anything this man says. I'm viewing this for commentary purposes. He is not a towel. Hi, Cinnamon Buns. You're a towel. You know, well, Alex, it could only have been a few people. I have an idea. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. What did Aiden Kierney have to say? Is he thinking about taking a plea? Oh, goodness. I have no idea, Mandy Strong. Could be a lot of money, though. We'll never find out. I've never heard about disclosures from Karen and her donations. Is she ever going to document how much her supporters' money went to who? I don't know. But yes, hold on. That was not on purpose. We have the Aiden Kierney video. I just closed all the screens because I'm a little towel. It wasn't on purpose. I was being a little towel. And look at, we're back. We're back. I'm no longer a little towel. All right, you ready to watch this? Did Aiden Kierney actually say he's open to taking a plea? Let's watch the clip here. Credit to the super towel Colleen Henry and the reporter towel Christina for tracking this clip down. This was on Aiden Kierney's channel last night, so that's where the clip's from. I don't recommend you necessarily watch Aiden Kierney, but that's where the material is from that we're commenting on. I have no idea what this man is going to say. This was from last night, so this was from Saturday, May 31st, 2025. He may say something absolutely absurd, and I disclaim all responsibility for anything that this man says. I am just commenting on it and reacting. I'm a towel.
And, you know, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. Fuck you if you don't like it. Fuck you if that thinks I'm a sellout. I don't go fuck what you have to say. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win. And we're going to free Karen Reed. And who gives a fuck?
Well, are you a moron?
And
I'm just asking metaphorically, but are you a moron? I don't mean, I'm just asking. I don't know if the answer is yes or no, but are you a moron, sir? Are you a moron? First of all, I don't like how that clip is structured. There's just random obscenities in the middle of it. I don't know who. First of all, I don't know if like Aiden was like recording that way or if someone like wanted to like mock him, but the far too many gratuitous obscenities. That's like a type of person who would make like a racist meme to try to defend Jen McCabe and end up looking like a moron. I don't support that kind of. And I also have a bad habit, like Ali 90211, of being sardonic, which means grimly mocking or cynical. But yes, thank you to the super towels who found that. Now watch what we're going to do, little towels. I know you love this more than anything else. Who loves real-time video editing? Little towels love real-time video editing. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do real-time video editing. We are going to take this clip, and I think it was from Aiden Kierney's YouTube, and we're going to remove the weird random curses in it that were just thrown into the middle of it, and then we're going to make it an actual consumable piece of reportable content. As it stands, it's just someone trolling Aiden, which, I mean, okay, fine, like, but okay, are you reporting or are you are you being an Alley 90211? No, Alley 90211 would never do that. Alley 90211 is a towel. Alex is like, Turtle Boy's going to prison. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way, Alex. I don't think you are in the minority there, little towel. Alex can be a super towel, actually. They don't have to be a little towel. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. Since I call myself a little towel, I'm just like, well, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little towel, so why can't you be a little towel? And they're like, oh, yeah, I can be a little towel. Of course you can be a little towel. We are all little towels. All right, hold on one second. Why won't you do what I need you to do here? Please do this. Just, I don't care what you save it as. I really don't care. Maybe I just got the file name wrong. It doesn't really bother me, ladies and gentlemen. What does bother me is that when I need the file, oh, I see why, because I named it something just absurd. It was not actually a video file when I saved it. Murder by Maestro, I tried to save a video file, and instead of saving it as an MP4, I changed its name, and then it thought it was a disk image. And I was like, I don't even think Windows has disk images files. What are you doing, computer? All right, who's ready for real-time editing? It's your favorite thing in the entire world, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, sometimes on Towel Stream, I get very excitable, and then I want... Nobody didn't do anything wrong today, Allie90211. I'm just like, Allie90211 is the type of person who would insert, like, sardonic things if making clips of someone, when making clips of someone, just for the lulz. And truly, Allie90211, sometimes you gotta do it for the lulz. You know what I'm saying? I don't knock it, you know. You can't knock it till you try it, you know what I'm saying? If you've never done it for the lulz, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just got to do it for the lulz, but not all the time, just some of the time. And you can quote that, write it in stone, ladies and gentlemen. Towel says you can do it for the lulz some of the time, but not all of the time, all right? You can lulz for some of the people all of the time. You can lulz for some of the people all of the time, but you can't lulz for all of the people all of the time, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Dylan said that. You can be in my dream if I can be in your dream. I said that. That was a good one. I have a great cultural repertoire. Don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's edit.
And, you know, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on.
Hold on.
I'd love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, I would have to at this point. Fuck you.
Hold on. Stop. Now, this is how you do it.
At this point.
Fuck. So, no. Oh, my goodness. Why are you such an annoying, terrible person who made this video? I don't like, well, I guess Aiden technically made it, but I don't like the person who edited it.
At this point. Fuck you.
Oh my goodness, you don't know how to edit? Use a freaking transition.
At this point. Fuck.
Oh my God, you are so bad at what you do. I hate you so much. I can't even put into words how much I hate you. A single frame transition. Oh my God, you are miserable. You are just miserable. Get good. My word. You're so basic you have to use a fun song as your friggin' catch line.
Fuck you if you don't like it. Fuck
not
you.
Not you, Turtle Boy.
If that thinks I'm a sellout, I go, fuck what you have to say. So if I'm off, so I'm a sellout, I go, fuck what you have to say.
All right, now see what you do. You do this. I'm very sorry, by the way, that you had to see that or hear that, like a gratuitous edit. But here you go. Watch this. They're like children, although not on this stream. The lowest age viewer on this stream is 24, but it's Murder by Maestro. Children watch this stuff. Like, you can't. Come on, it's so gratuitous.
I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win, and we're gonna free Karen Reed. And
you did already win? What are you talking? That's not even related.
Oh, jail time, whatever. Thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win.
Okay, you haven't freed Karen Reed. That doesn't even make any sense. I think the reason they included that is he's going to look like a moron when it comes out, but when she gets convicted. But anyway, all right, so then what you do is you go over here to the side, right? You click captions. You generate the captions on it. The reason why we want to generate the captions on it is that he doesn't speak very eloquently, so it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to understand what he's saying. But anyway, that's Turtle Boy basically saying he's willing to take a plea. So he's a little bit out there. But yeah, I just want to let you know I don't like how that edit was done. I think it's a little bit like gratuitous. It was just weird. I get what the person was trying to do, but no, I totally. First of all, the source file is Turtle Boy, so you have to include the credit to Turtle Boy. At least they did that, because it's really if you're commenting on it or using it in a transformative way, or you're like doing like putting captions on it, all those things are fair use. So at least the person they put his Turtle Boy like attribution at the bottom. That's like a bare minimum, okay? But I'll tell you that like editing it that way, yeah, okay, like if you're gonna do that, like, but at least put a transition. That person put a hard cut, and if you didn't know, like, yeah, you could hear it was an edit, they zoomed in, but like it was poorly edited, it was very out of context if you didn't know what you were listening to. So anyway, I edited it to make it actually how he said it in a fluid manner. So thank you to Colleen Henry and the Super Towel reporter Christina herself for finding this clip. You saw one of our favorite things of all time, ladies and gentlemen, real-time towel editing. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, we love doing real-time towel editing. You can see right there on the screen, it renders the file for us nice and quick. You saw me do it, and you're learning, folks. If you ever want to learn how to do real-time video editing, Towel Stream is the place to be, because I have a teach a person to fish or a towel to fish mentality, ladies and gentlemen. I may be a floating towel fish unable to climb trees, but I know how to find a towel fish, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't give a person a towel fish. Do you know why? Because then they will just take the towel fish for granted, and they won't know how to get more towel fish. But if you teach a person to towel fish, ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, the world becomes their oyster. It's not one night in Bangkok with the world and our oyster as our oyster, ladies and gentlemen. It is one day teaching a person to towel fish, and the world thus becometh their oyster. Oh, God bless us, ladies and gentlemen. God bless little towels. I don't know how you all pay attention to me as I rant about the virtue of video editing, but Murder by Maestro certainly thinks it's hilarious, because Murder by Maestro speaks binary and is a 0001 1001-year-old towel in binary. You could be a little towel, kitty cat. Absolutely. We are all little towels. Okay, so I made the video. Now, you know what we're going to do while I post the video? Ladies and gentlemen, there is only one thing that I think you all want to do. I know it. I know it to be true. You want to watch the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi's cross of... Who was it? Was it the expert? It was one of the experts, ladies and gentlemen. The top 10 moments of Bob Alessi's cross. I think it was Judson Welcher, wasn't it? Yes, it was absolutely hilarious. I added 10 moments because people, yes, one night in Bangkok and the world's your oyster. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can be explicitly a little towel, kitty cat. I'm also a little towel. Kate Rosenberg, I'm glad you asked. So if you absolutely must know, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, I am not one to decline a request from Kate Rosenberg to explain the towel thing. First of all, I am a towel. Second of all, we have towelettes here. We have washcloths, we have paper towels, we have hemp towels, we have soap dispensers, we have flannels, we have beach towels, we have microfiber towels. It, ladies and gentlemen, is simply a towel, very interwoven, connected towel universe. But if you want to know the origin of it, well, oh goodness, I will show you. Back in January of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, a random user on YouTube, I think it was a person by the name of Stoop the Kid, made a comment on Towel YouTube. I was doing some stream covering case documents during the first trial. They said, and here you go, I forget it was who asked, I think it was Kate Rosenberg. They said specifically, Kate Rosenberg, Grant is a self-proclaimed towel. I don't know what that means, but that's his pronoun. That in turn led me to make a post where I was like, ladies and gentlemen, the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed supporters have figured it out. I am an anthropomorphic towel. Now, that was like 18 months ago or something, and all of a sudden, over recent months, people were like, you know what? I also want to be a towel. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a giant towel fold. It is an interconnected towel universe woven together like a historical mosaic. You may as well be reading a modern James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, Vico's recursive historical circles, made manifest in our overlapping socio-political circles of love and towel connection on this stream. I used circles there twice. I didn't really want to. But anyway, you get the point. I like James Joyce. I like philosophy. I like towels. I don't know what to tell you. So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, we also have another request, which is the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi's cross. And there's nothing you can do about it because it's hilarious. You don't actually have to listen to Bob Alessi doing cross. You just get to laugh with us about Bob Alessi. In fact, there was one moment during Al Jackson's cross, or direct, where I literally started laughing because Alan Jackson tried to ask a witness, what is 10% of 30? Got objected to. Tried to ask, is 10% of 30? Got objected to. Tried to say, can I ask you a hypothetical question about basic math? Got objected to, and then gave up. It was the most hilarious thing you've ever seen in your entire life. That said, ladies and gentlemen, obviously I have a very rapid syntactical style. Sometimes I just like to troll Murder by Maestro because Murder by Maestro tries to listen to this at 5x speed. And I'm like, what does it even sound like when a human being who can just rapid fire words that actually make sense in very accurate, syntactically precise ways play back what is it like when those words are played back at 5x speed? Does it actually sound like English? Does it become gibberish? Can you actually parse the individual synonym or the individual syllables that I'm saying of the words? Syllables. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm looking here for the top 10 moments, hold on, I'm going to find it. I want to find the top 10 moments. I demand it, ladies and gentlemen. It is compelled by the Towel universe. These moments are hilarious. I have never seen anything like it in my entire life. The top 10 moments of Alessi's cross. Hold on. First of all, can we watch this moment where Bob Alessi literally had a meltdown and started asking for his mom? It was really funny. I wouldn't say he literally said the word mommy, but he may as well have. Oh, Mandy Strong, I did. Don't worry, I did the towel explanation.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Mommy, the mean man won't let me ask my questions on cross. Mommy, the mean man on the stand is smarter than me. Please stop him, Mommy. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness. I just can't, ladies and gentlemen. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Until the next day. That was even more funny when Helen Jackson got busted trying to ask a question about basic math. If you can't laugh at Bob Alessi, are you really living, ladies and gentlemen? Can you really call? Oh, I got the top 10 moments. Oh, yes. If you can't laugh at Bob Alessi, Karen's Lexus cannot into space. Neither can Poland. I'm sorry, Poland. And neither can Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi, please tread lightly. This witness is going to rip you in half rhetorically. Oh, no. This is going to be brutal. Oh, Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi, you're going to be sacrificed to the cross-examination gods. You're not a bad person, but good luck. Good luck, dear friend. Good luck.
Morning, Dr. Welter.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Alessi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I have not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not possible.
So your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space?
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But
All
again,
right.
you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are taillight fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you? Of course. Do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour. To be clear, so it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You had to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question. So you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion. But that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on.
Murder Maestro, first of all, hello, Andwittick, welcome back. Also, Murder Maestro, you're exactly right. You could see Dr. Welcher go, do you mean tailpipe? Like you could see Welcher about to correct Alessi, and then he was like, no, I'm just going to let that idiot move on. Because Alessi said tail light versus tailpipe. It was hilarious. Oh, it was great. It was great. Oh, look at, ladies and gentlemen, so many people are hanging out in the towel chat. It is great to be with you. We watched the Bob Alessi top 10 moments. Now, listen, we got to have Bob Alessi just could not stop changing subjects. Now, listen, we are going to watch the Lucky testimony next because remember, folks, Lucky is one of the defense's like only hopes. Oh, goodness, it's amazing. And towel friends, I am so excited because I think I looked down, someone was kind enough to make a towel donation, and I am going to get a cheeseburger. I am an excitable little towel. It's the end of the month. We're working hard. We're being little towels, but I'm going to understand how much, ladies and gentlemen, nothing makes me happier than thinking back to a day when I was a young child where I watched the movie The Breakfast Club and got some lunch delivered. It reminds me of my childhood, very nice moments. So I try not to overindulge when I order lunch because it does cost like $24, even if I have a coupon, compared to like $12, which I try to spend on per meal, 8 to 12. Unless I go to 7-Eleven, then it's only $3 for 2 slices of pizza. But ladies and gentlemen, today I am going to spend time with you all, and I'm getting a cheeseburger and rice. I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to watch Brian Lucky Lofgren. We are going to watch why this is such a bad idea for the defense to rely on him for one of their star witnesses, quote unquote. Oh, everyone's so interested in what Tal's getting for lunch. You are all so kind, by the way. Thank you for liking the channel. All your Did you folks know that just by reacting to the video, it promotes it in the YouTube algorithm? So thank you for that. Thank you for all your likes. I think we might be about to hit 1.5 thousand. We did it, folks. We have hit a milestone live on Towel Channel. Congratulations to all of you. We have reached 1.5 thousand Towel subscribers. Ladies and gentlemen, we started off this climb, so many of you towel friends and I, 200 people or so when we started this coverage of the second trial. We were up to 500, then 1,000 towel friends within weeks. Now, just another week later, we're at 1,500 friends, 1.5 thousand. We've hit a towel milestone live, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, you're here for the moment. Allie90211 is getting Chinese shrimp with peanuts. The 1.5 thousand celebration is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're climbing high. We're going to reach 2,000 next, then 3, then 10. Ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends shall take over the towel world. I tell you, it will be, and our base will be northern France, which we will peacefully occupy with Def Otter as the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, and he will only have troops armed with peaceful towels. I'm not sure what's going to happen. The French police are going to be very upset with us. Oh, Chris, subject 257. God bless you, friend. We have created a strong towel universe. So many of my most wonderful towel friends are here for this 1.5K unexpected moment. I didn't know that would reach 1.5 thousand live, just 500 the other day, 1.5 now. That, do you know, ladies and gentlemen, 40,000 watch hours, 100-something thousand views, millions of impressions on this YouTube channel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're up to like 90 countries around the world. I want to say hello to the Towel friends in Germany. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring it up for you on the screen. I'm going to actually bring up the analytics. We are going to wave to every single country who has checked in. Do the towel shuffle, says Ange Whittick. We're taking a short break before we watch Brian Lucky Lofgren's testimony. Why are we taking a short break? Because, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I think I've unlocked literally the ability to do all unlimited towel emojis, because we've had like 500 memberships given out over the past few days. So I'm going to update some more emojis. I don't even know how many. I think there's an upper limit, but we definitely hit it. It goes based on how many members you have. But I want to start, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by going into the analytics. I want to go into the audience. I'm not going to show you this because it shows raw percentages. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, 147,600 views, 39.6 thousand watch hours, 1,500 subscribers just in 28 days, ladies and gentlemen. And let me just tell you, I want to send a special towel shout out. I have the information here. And I'm pleased to report that not one of you is under 18 years old. Only 0.1% of you is under 24. We're doing good. Children are not watching Towel Stream. I'm very pleased. All right, I have the geographic data. Here we go. 1.5K unexpected towel celebration, which means we get to say hello to all of the towel friends in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, in Australia, in South Africa, in Ireland, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, in Singapore, in France, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in India. Hello, India, I am a towel. In New Zealand, in Greece, in Sweden, in Portugal, in Slovenia. Hello, Slovenia, I am a towel. In Spain and Italy, Malaysia, Norway. Hello, Norway, I am a towel. Croatia, Switzerland, Bulgaria, Zimbabwe. Oh, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. It's great to see you on the list. I've always wanted to say hello to Africa. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh, look at that worldwide towel audience. Look at all the towel friends. That's only page 1. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have all the Faroe Islands. Which one of you is watching in the Faroe Islands? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is wonderful. Oh, somebody's watching in Vietnam. Hello, Vietnam. I am a towel. I'm still perplexed by Malaysia. That's going to be a fun trip one day. Hello, Portugal. I am a towel. Hello, Montana. I am a towel. Well, I've always wanted to say hello to the different continents and just yell hello. If there's anyone listening in Antarctica, hello, I'm a towel. Tell the penguins we send them good regards. Oh, goodness, it's an international towel parade to celebrate 1.5K thousand subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we touch all corners of the planet, ladies and gentlemen. I saw Japan on the list. New Zealand was on there. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, goodness, I saw most of Europe on there. I think I saw Azerbaijan. I saw Croatia. Oh, I saw Denmark, obviously, and Holland, and Sweden, and Poland, and Norway. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine, I'm pretty sure, although I don't know how. I guess they have internet in Ukraine, but I think someone grew up in Ukraine. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, Portugal, Manhattan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, all the towels, our plan is to get on some kind of towel ship and go to the moon. All the countries of the world will unite under the towel flag, which is actually a towel. We have a pre-made flag. We don't need to have a flag. The towel is the flag. And we just go up to the moon. Yes, this is the Eurovision Song Contest of trial channels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is just a worldwide towel celebration for 1.5 thousand. You may be tuning in and saying, Grant, were you originally just answering questions and doing a trial recap, and now are you ordering lunch and celebrating with towels from around the world about reaching 1.5 thousand subscribers on the Towel YouTube? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this channel is the Eurovision Song Contest of towel channels. Towel Force One. Yes, we need a towel-based plane, and we're going to need a lot of room. Yes, we have to look internationally because we don't have that many towels around. Absolutely holistic psychology. And oh goodness, of course, the towel friends in Germany, we said hello. Yes, we need to, well, it's not going to be a towel-based cruise, Modelo Macy. What's going to well, maybe it will be, but what's going to happen is I'm going to get some kangaroos. I have to talk to the Australian government about this because I think you need permission to get diplomatic kangaroos. I don't know if they have diplomatic kangaroos, but I'm going to talk to them about it. Then I need some koalas, diplomatic koalas. Do you think they get diplomatic immunity? Oh, they're animals. They can't commit crimes anyway. But do you think we can save them from any repercussions from their actions if we designate them diplomatic koalas and kangaroos? But anyway, so then we also need to get some diplomatic camels, some diplomatic peacocks, and then some diplomatic pandas. We know that the diplomatic pandas, that's going to be easy enough. China already has a diplomatic program based on pandas. So then, yes, Listen. So we're not going to go on a towel cruise. Yes, we'll have some towel goats. No, listen. And then we're going to put them all on some kind of vessel with me. We don't know if it's... Listen, Christina Towel, it is not going to be that dinghy that you try... that you put the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca on. We need a much bigger boat. I think we need an aircraft carrier. So anyway, we're going to put me, it will be like a towel cruise. We're going to put me on a diplomatic mission with all of these animals. All of you towel friends can come. And we're going to raise the towel flag on the ship. And then we're going to go to Jerusalem. And I have to talk to the Caliph there. And then I have to ask him to open a gate. It's a very complicated story. That's what we have to do. Okay? I feel very compelled. I feel very compelled to go on a towel cruise around the world on a diplomatic mission involving all those animals and get to Jerusalem so I can talk to a Muslim caliph about opening a gate. Listen, did somebody write that down? That's the plan. Okay, Modelo Macy, if you want to come along with the plan, that's great. It just has to end up, no matter where our diplomatic cruise starts, it has to end up with all those animals with diplomatic immunity and me in Jerusalem talking to a Muslim caliph about opening a gate. I don't know. I don't really understand. I know we're going to need a very big boat. You don't understand. I don't really know why I feel called to do this. I don't really understand why Jerusalem is the end point. I don't really understand, ladies and gentlemen. All I know is if we're going to do this, Modelo Macy, yes, there will be a towel cruise involved. You all can have some fun time. We'll go swimming in the Maldives. We'll visit all the towel friends in the different countries. Some of them might be landlocked. I'm not really sure how we're going to get the boat. So I think what we could do is we could get some logs and put logs under the boat, and then we could push the boat on the logs. So to get to landlocked countries. What we could also do is we could just start in the north of Europe and take the Danube and just kind of go down Europe. And I think what happens is the Danube flows into Turkey or something. And there's one part where we may actually have to take the boat out of water and put it on land and then push it across land. But I'm sure there's technology that exists. I've thought about this a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, great. Modelo Macy's going to bring the goat. Oh, I'm thrilled. Okay, bring a towel-based goat. Someone has to get us a towel flag. Also, does anyone know the Caliph of Jerusalem? That's going to be, we can't even start on this journey unless the Caliph of Jerusalem agrees to have a meeting with me and all the animals and all the towels about a gate. And just don't tell him too much. Listen, if you reveal too much about this plan as to why I need to have a meeting with the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem, everything's going to go to hell. You just have to say, there's this guy, he has a lot of animals, they are on a diplomatic mission, he also really likes towels, and he needs to talk to you about a gate. If you just say he needs to talk to you about a gate, Bienvenidos, Iowa Travel Nurse. Entiendo español también un poco y creo que es una, creo que el mundo es un lugar muy importante por toda la gente. So, adios, you're a wonderful Iowa Travel Nurse. But yes, okay, so the one thing we don't have, we have a goat. I think we have friends in all the towel countries that have the diplomatic animals we need. I think Murder by Maestro can build us a boat. He's not Did you know that Finland's national industry is building ice-breaking ships? You wouldn't know that, but that's how they have to break up the fjords. Listen, I'm pining for the fjords. What do you want from me? See, that was recursive. It was a very nice reference to Monty Python. Really ties into our public information service theme. Anyway, so as long as we get a ship and someone who knows the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem, yes, Angewittig, you are absolutely, you can stand on the ship and you can be the person who blows the ship horn. But listen, all of these roles are very important, but if we don't have someone who knows the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem, I don't think we can start on this journey. Because I need his permission to go on this diplomatic mission. I don't think you can just get in there. We're going to have to talk to the Israelis. It's going to be this whole production just to get me this. Yes, my arc. Yes, Murder by Maestro, we need you to build us a ship. Now, I've thought, listen, we need to figure out, of all those countries on the list. Okay, so hold on. Let me think about this. Do we have any towels from Switzerland? Yes, we do. Okay, so if you are from Switzerland, I think you can be of incredible, listen, Murder by Maestro, I have a plan. We need someone who is Swiss, okay? No, listen, Yasmin UTG, you got to think about the wider part of this plan. If I think, even though I'm half Jewish, I think I can speak to the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem. And they're going to be a little confused as to why we showed up there with the permission of the Israelis and a diplomatic boat that has a bunch of animals on it that have diplomatic immunity. I'm not going to have time to explain. I just think they'll think it's hilarious, and then that'll get me in the door. But then, listen. There is a wider purpose to this, okay? If I can get first of all, if I can get the Israelis and the Palestinians to agree to let me visit the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem, then we're working a long way towards, like, peace in the Middle East, first of all. Second of all, if I can actually get in there, you can't tell them the plan, because if you tell them anything about this gate, more than just he wants to talk to you about a gate, they're going to know exactly what's up, all right? But if you're just like, this man is very interesting and he wants to talk to you about a gate, they might think I'm just talking about some random gate. They won't know what's happening. Then I'll be like, listen, the Eastern Gate, okay, it's a very special thing. I feel called. I must go to that gate. You must open it. And if they do that, ladies and gentlemen, we can actually save the world. And now, listen, there's a lot of subtext to this. There's a lot of context. I don't think anyone's going to let us do this. I don't think anyone's going to let me anywhere near the Eastern Gate of Jerusalem, in fact. But if we can pull this off, and if I can have all the diplomatic animals there and the towels, oh, it will be the great. Listen, you all do not understand how amazing it would be if I could convince the Caliph to let me walk through that gate. Oh, yes, especially if behind me is like a diplomatic corps, not of people, but of animals with diplomatic community. So when people are like, why do you have those animals with you? I could be like, you don't understand. It took literally animals from every corner of the globe to facilitate the diplomatic strings to get here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have thought about this for months. I'm ready for it. What? Oh, this started because I reached 1.5 thousand subscribers, and I wanted to thank all the towel friends from around the world. Oh, goodness. Yes, falamos Portuguese, but not really. Murder by Maestro, do we speak Portuguese? I feel like you are my twin soul, so if we speak Portuguese, let me know. I speak a little bit of Portuguese. I speak some Russian, das vidania. I speak a little bit of French, merci beaucoup. I speak very fluent Spanish. I speak some Latin, civic romanus some. I speak some ancient Greek, autopoistasis, and eudaimonia, and then I speak some, excuse me, that was ancient Greek. I speak, summum bonum is also Latin. I speak, what other languages do I speak? I speak English, obviously. And I think I speak computer language too. I'm not really sure. Anyway, my point is I think I could go around the world. Oh, let me tell you one more story before we go back to trial coverage. I was sitting outside the Karen Reed trial one day. I think I was waiting to get into the courthouse or something. And some state trooper or something was standing there waiting for like the witnesses or Karen or someone to walk in. And the trooper's like, "Oh, how you doing, Grant?" You know, I was like, "Oh, I'm fine." And he didn't really say anything. But then I was like, "Trooper, do you know, I think if I got," we had been talking about it actually in the line or something. I was talking about how I spoke Spanish. I was like, "Trooper, do you know, I think I could get dropped into Nicaragua with no money and no resources and survive." And he kind of looked at me quizzically. And then he thought about it for a second. And then he kind of like, you know, like I could see him thinking. And then his response was, "Why Nicaragua?" And I was like, "Oh, because I speak fluent Spanish." And he smirked and walked away. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Declination languages are hard in onion business. Romance, but like if you know, so the great thing about knowing Latin is if you know a declination language, then any romance language that derived from that language, you're going to understand. It's like knowing Arabic and French. If you're going to speak Arabic, you may as well speak French. Because first of all, you can go to Lebanon and you'll be able to just, you know, waltz around. I'm not necessarily sure. You shouldn't go to Lebanon right now unless you are very familiar with the geopolitical composition of the Lebanese state and the distinction between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government, which are two very different things. And you should know where you are territorially, and you shouldn't go out there without permission. So yeah, generally I think you shouldn't go to Lebanon, but if you want to learn French and Arabic, Lebanon's a really good place to go. Maybe Morocco as well. Anyway, I haven't ordered my burger yet, Yasmin UTG. I was about to say I was having so much fun talking about all the countries of the world. I want to learn something about all of your countries. I think I've been to a lot of these countries. I've never been to Bulgaria, but I definitely want to go one day. Want to go to Split in Croatia. That's going to happen. Love to go to Switzerland. Very nice mountains there. But yes, I have been to a lot of your countries. I've been to Mykonos and Santorini in Sweden. In Greece. I've never been to Sweden, but I want to go. I've never been to Portugal, but I would like to go. I have not been to Spain. I've been to Italy. I've been to like 7 cities in Italy: Florence, Venice, Milan, Pisa, Rimini, Rome, San Donato, Val di Camino. Never been to India. Never been to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I have been to France. I've been to Paris. That was a very nice place. I stayed at the the Place Vendôme. I stayed right next to the Ritz. Not in the Ritz, but it was a very nice area. You have been to Amsterdam many a time. I love staying at the W Hotel there near Gray area. I've been to Germany, but only because we were going to Prague or something. I don't know. We were just in Germany randomly, and then we were in Switzerland randomly. Oh, I have been to Switzerland. I forget why. Oh, it must have been when we went to Mykonos and Santorini. We had to go to Germany and Switzerland. It was very hard to get to the Greek islands, now that I think about it. I'm not really sure why we ended up in Switzerland. I was perplexed. They had a nice airport, though. Anyway, I have not been to Ireland, but I want to go. Haven't been to South Africa. I have not been to Australia, but I would absolutely do it. And I have been to Canada. I went to Montreal in 2007. That was very fun. And I've been to the UK. I lived in Bath and Oxford in England for a while. All right. But we got to go back to our recap, ladies and gentlemen. I know you were indulging me. We hit 1.5K Towel subscribers. That's wonderful. Guess what's next up on the recap list, ladies and gentlemen? Brian Lucky Lofgren's testimony. If you waited for it, if you were excited for it, you knew it was coming, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to order my towel burger in just a minute. I know you all are getting very frustrated because you're like, if Grant doesn't, I know he didn't eat breakfast. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get upset. I did actually eat breakfast, but you all are going to get upset. I'm sorry. It's the end of the month. It was, how many calories was it? I had 450 calories. That's a lot. That's like 1/4 of my daily calories, ladies and gentlemen. So there you go. I'm sure it was very processed. It wasn't the best thing, but I'm a towel. You got to give me some credit, ladies and gentlemen. Faroe Islands. Yes, cinnamon buns. That's what I thought. I was like, how is it possible? Okay, hello, Faroe Islands. I've always wanted to. I didn't know people live in the Faroe Islands. Well, obviously, it's a country. They have to live there. But I was very perplexed at that one. I was perplexed at Malaysia and Singapore and Vietnam. But then again, I'm like, hello, Malaysia. I hope you are doing well. I don't know what time of day it is there. If it's nighttime, I hope you're having a wonderful night. God bless you. If it's daytime, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't know what day it is there. Maybe it's Monday. Maybe it's Sunday. I hope you're doing wonderful in Malaysia. I'm thrilled that you all are watching. Sometimes I wonder if people are like, is he talking to me? Like, if I one of the people, there's actually 92 of you in Malaysia. If I'm one of the 92 people in Malaysia, why is he talking to me directly? I think that's hilarious. That's why I'm talking to you. No, I don't think you being from Malaysia is hilarious. I think it's hilarious that I can just be like, oh, hello. I'm this guy in a office in Boston. Well, I'm in my top office. I'm in my office in Boston. Hello. I just want to let you know, Malaysia, I am a towel. And I can say hello. Oh, who's this? Oh, Val, it's great to see you. Val, we were going over the list of towel countries. Val, you wouldn't believe it. There are literally people that watch Towel Stream from the Faroe Islands, from Denmark, Germany, Canada, France, Switzerland, Mozambique was one of them. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have towel friends on every continent of the globe. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I just want to reiterate that I am a towel. Now, also, I have the thing that I wanted to show you, which is Brian Lucky Lofgren. Listen to the Ronnie the juror, who was pro-FKR and on Turtle Boy, talking about how bad Brian Lucky Lofgren was as a witness for the defense. Oh, my goodness. It is Bailey. Bailey, it's great to see you. Andrea, welcome to the stream. We are full of towel love here. I am thrilled that you enjoy spending time here. I'm thrilled that you love towel and towel loves you in return. Now, I will admit I'm a little bit strange when it comes to being adored, but you know what? We can all just adore each other. That makes me feel more comfortable. Now, what were we doing? Oh, yes, Ronnie the juror. Get ready for this one. About Brian.
Then it was determined that he was not I basically believe that he was not a credible witness.
Wow, that's wild. Do you guys think he was blind? I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
How many people from Norway? Let me get you that answer, Yasmin UTG. I think I didn't. Hold on one second. I am not someone who will just ignore a towel question. We have a towel friend who wants an answer to a question. I will go into the data. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch Brian Lucky Lofgren's testimony as well, which is hilarious. This is how bad he did the first time around with Adam Lally. Let me just tell you, you did bad with Adam Lally on cross. You're going to get your soul ripped out of your body and eaten alive and flayed for a national audience and the jury in real time by Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan will consume your soul on cross, ladies and gentlemen. He is the most intimidating human. I like to fancy myself somewhat of an intelligent human being. I know what I don't know. I don't know. Intelligence, this kind of analytical intelligence works this way. According to Robert McNamara in his excellent series, The Fog of War, which is a great book that you should read sometime. He was defense secretary for like 7 presidents. You have to know what you know. You have to know what you don't know, and then by virtue of it being a zero-sum equation, you have to know what you don't know, okay? And let me tell you, you're up against cross on Hank Brennan, he's going to rip your soul from your body. Like, I wouldn't want to be up against that man. I'm somewhat intelligent. If you told me I had to be crossed by Hank Brennan, I would run the other way. Nope, just take me to jail. I'll sit in jail till the case is over. I do not want Hank, nope, I won't do it. Especially if, like, I had been playing loose and fast, like, in my opinion, Lucky was doing. Listen, Hank Brennan on cross, I just want to explain what it's like from someone who's I'm not a lawyer, I'm not your lawyer, I'm a law student, none of this is legal advice, get a lawyer if you have a question about the law. I want to explain to you what it's like for someone who knows a little bit. Like, I ain't past the bar, but I know a little bit, enough that if you wanted to legally search my stuff, I could probably be like, okay, I'm invoking my rights. You could ignore them. I was quoting Jay-Z there. I wasn't being serious. But anyway, Hank Brennan is brilliant. I know a little bit about the process. I know a little bit about trial strategy. I know a little bit about how to cross someone. I know a little bit about direct. I know how to sit there in a courtroom. I'm not a lawyer, but I could tell you my opinion of Hank Brennan analytically. Now, you want to put me in the position if I had fudged even a little bit around like Lucky did or Arca did, and then you're telling me I have to go up against Hank Brennan? Oh my goodness. Please, no. Like, no. Please, no. Like, no. He's not just smart. He's ruthless. And you can't fluster him. You can't trip him up. And he doesn't ask gratuitous questions. There's no nonsense. It's right to the point. He takes you up on that stand on cross. He gets to the heart of the nonsense that you did. He makes you admit to it. And then he flays you in front of the jury. And that's the first step. And then he breaks out his grill very casually, his little cooking grill, metaphorically. He puts you on it in real time. He cooks you in front of the jury. He's like, doesn't this smell really good? Isn't this delicious? And then he serves you to them for dinner. This is a man who literally is a master of his craft, and if you told me I had to be crossed by him, I would run the other way. And that's coming from someone who is slightly intelligent. So anyone who isn't at the level that I'm at, conversely, with some precedent and trial strategy and law or whatever, if you told me I had to go up against Hank Brennan and I had none of that background, I would literally run the other way. I would say, nope, I will not do it. I absolutely will not. And I'm analyzing how I would feel in that position because Hank Brennan is that ruthless. Someone asked, how many people are there in Norway? 20. There are 20 of you in Norway. So you have friends out there, Yasmin UTG. Now listen, if you are from Norway and you're listening to this, you don't have to reach out to Yasmin UTG in the comments, but just know that there is a Towel friend out there in Norway. I'm talking to you Norwegian friends out there. Towel loves Norway. If it came down to it, I would defend your country on skis. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we will defend Norway. But Norwegians, Yasmin UTG in the comments wants to talk to you about this case. You can find Yasmin UTG in the comments. You reach out, you Norwegians, you form a unified towel fold, and we will ward off the rise of the BRICS and also peacefully invade northern France. Don't tell the French. There's a lot of people from France here, at least 209. I'm a little concerned they might actually give us northern France peacefully. Let's watch Lucky's testimony. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a little ridiculous.
Also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection. Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection. Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:32 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:32 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show counsel. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to read, join to a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just report them, right? you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 call-in.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Yes, you did, Lucky. It was Karen's car you saw at 5 a.m. You get what Lucky was saying there? Lucky was like, oh, what do you mean I told the feds that I saw a car at 2 and the scene was blocked off at 3:30? I didn't say that. I didn't get to Fairview until 5, and I didn't see it blocked off till 6:30. Yeah, really, Lucky? Really? So why'd you tell the feds that? Did you violate 18 U.S.C. 1001? That's certainly an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm a towel. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's how bad. And let me just remind you how the jurors, even the pro-FKR jurors, responded to Lucky. Oh, there's, by the way, Lucky and David Yannetti in a parking lot of Michael Proctor's sister's school. It was a very weird situation. Hi, David. I'm a towel. Anyway, let's take a look at how Ronnie, the FKR juror, in my opinion, responded to that testimony. Did you think he was credible, Ronnie?
Then it was determined that he was not or I basically believe that he was not a credible witness.
Wow, that's wild. Do you guys think he was blind? I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
I'm a towel. All right, guess what time it is, folks? I know we got a request earlier. I think it might have been from the Super Towel murdered by Maestro himself. Who's ready? Are we going to... Hold on, I have to poll you all for this. Do you all want to watch Dr. Marie Russell or Arca's voir dire from Hank first? I have to actually start a poll. Dr. Marie Russell or Arca's hold on, not all caps. Voir dire with Hank. No, that's not how you spell dear, Grant. It's actually voir dire with Hank Brennan first. Now, you all are going to have to choose here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's a tough choice. Arca or we have a parody account, Dr. Russell. Also, Free Chloe Dog. That's not how you spell Chloe. Okay, Arca. Free Arca. Okay, I gotta see the results, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta see the results. Is it going to be Arca or Dr. Russell? The poll is live. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get your votes in. This is going to be a quick poll here. I think we're going to cap it at 30 to 50 votes. So as soon as we get maybe even 25 votes, it's going to be very quick. We're going to determine if we're going to do... Oh, it's close. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's close. It's a flurry of voting activity right now. I'm in my horse racing announcer towel mode. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the poll is... Oh, no, Dr. Russell's pulling away. Oh, on the back stretch, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Russell pulling away by a wide margin. Now we got to track the poll here because I said I'd wait till about 25 or 30 votes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Arca can come back. Oh, we're doing both. It's a question of what are we going to do first. I don't think Arca can come back, ladies and gentlemen. It's 69 to 31%. We're going to let this go for just a little bit longer. Can Arca pull it in? We're on the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Hank Brennan either way, but are we going to be watching the Chloe Dog, Dr. Russell voir dire? Are we going to be watching the Arca voir dire? It looks like it's going to be Dr. Russell, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting up to the closing stretch here. They are in the final lengths, ladies and gentlemen. The ponies are rounding the rail. Oh, goodness, who is going to come in first? Bring on Secretariat, says Allie 90211. That wasn't an option, but good for you, Allie 90211. I'm proud of you for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the result going to be? Oh, it looks like it is. I'm going to close it. We're one vote away. We're closing it. All right, here's the results. I said 30. You guys got to 30 votes. You towels got to 30 votes very quickly. The winner is Dr. Russell. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Russell, for probably the only time on this stream, you have won something. I don't know what it is. It's getting humiliated by Hank Brennan, but we're going to watch the Dr. Russell Hank Brennan voir dire. Oh, it is a glorious day to be a towel. We're going to watch the whole thing. The whole thing, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for it. Ready your towels. Find the Dr. Russell parody account. Ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Marie Russell, Hank Brennan Cross, full. We want the full thing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. This is going to be absolutely beautiful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. I got to find the full thing. No, ladies and gentlemen. I want the full cross from Hank Brennan. I want the full thing. I don't want any analysis. I don't want any of that nonsense. I want the motion hearing. Oh, here we go. We're going to find it. Don't worry, little towels. Oh, we're getting Dr. Russell. Don't worry. Dr. Russell Daubert hearing full. I think it was over 2 days, which is why it's hard to find, but I'm going to do it. Let's see. Did I stream it? So this was back in 2024. I don't think I was streaming back then. I might have recorded it, but I don't think I was actually streaming it. So hold on, little towels. I got it from Court TV. It took me a second to find, but I got it. Little towels, we are going to watch the Dr. Russell voir dire. Ready your towels. My cheeseburger's coming. Oh, we're going to get to watch it, and I'm going to get to eat lunch while we watch it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to watch Hank Brennan. Oh, I couldn't be having a better day, and I found us a way to watch it without ads. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am a super towel. You are a super towel. We're all super towels. Hold on. We're not watching this nonsense. We're only going to watch Hank Brennan ask questions of Dr. Russell. Oh, it starts right with Hank Brennan. Oh, yes. All I want is to watch Hank Brennan rip Dr. Russell apart. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get some cake. Get some candy. If your name is Murder by Maestro, you should absolutely go into the garden because the towel friends are here with you. I love the ability to just speak to people through their devices. I'm like, hello, I'm talking to you directly. People are like, Grant, come on. I'm like, what? They're my towel friends. I have them around the world. Of course, I'm going to say hello. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'd be derelict in my duty if I did any such thing. Oh, get ready. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's not what we want. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Here we go. Little towels. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the Dr. Marie Russell hearing. It's going to be great. Right, there's no dog DNA in the case. That's why Hank Brennan's voir dire is so epic. Oh, it's glorious. Little towels. Get your popcorn, get your snacks, ready your towels, get your friends, gather around, watch with your family. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing better than a Hank Brennan voir dire. Oh, here we go. This is from back a few months ago. And remember, folks, Dr. Marie Russell and Arca, the two voir dires we're about to watch, these are the testimonies we're going to see this week. Whoever asked for this, thank you so much. This is perfect timing. This is exactly what we all want to watch right now. God bless you for the two towel friends who made the suggestions. Ready your towels. We're watching the Dr. Russell voir dire. It's everything you could want and more. It's Hank Brennan. It's on Cross. I got a towel cheeseburger coming. This is like the Super Bowl of towel Sundays, except it's not. It's just me making a sardonic joke. But still, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan. I mean, Hank, sir, take it away.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing.
We have not.
Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like, most likely, a dog?
No.
Well, let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said, most likely, a dog, a large dog?
May I see that?
Yes, you may. Counsel, page 51, line 18.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself. When you're done reading it, when you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
May I see that?
Yep, you sure may. Trial transcript, page 23, line 3. This is a copy of your trial transcript. Feel free to look at any part if you like.
Okay, I've seen it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say it.
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
Okay. You were asked, does this appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have them as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at them?
Do you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes. That she
Do your
can,
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine.
Okay.
So that she
Problem
can
with
have
that, Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
It is. It's okay. I know what they say.
Do you have an extra copy?
Which one?
Well, you might, I'm going to go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. McDermott to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim.
No problem. Probably going to need it. Yes, she's going to need both. They're both yours? Yes. I think you gave it to me. That's the 21.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
And the witness can
So Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice? Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June 18th?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony, so take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much. All right, please.
Don't worry, tell friends, we don't actually have to watch this. We're going to jump forward. I have to listen on my phone, though, because my dual-channel stereo headphones are out. Taking a 5 minutes. Jump forward, jump forward, jump forward, jump forward. Stop being such a What's cool is we get to skip the breaks. Sorry about my headphones, by the way, so I have to watch on my phone with you all. So we should be coming back into session. Karen, stop being such a Karen. All right, let's go.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring if with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan, I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Alessi. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are just conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
I'm going to provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, and the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given to Ms. Russell. I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for Dr. Russell.
Is there a problem with that, Mr. Alessi?
No problem at all.
Okay.
May I get approach the witness?
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21. Page 19, line 21. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here?
Yes.
And then line would be... Sorry. My apologies. This one is the trial. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
But I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view, she can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the words during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
Well, that's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer review articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
Mm-hmm. The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer review articles.
Okay. Tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. What's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of...
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the standards, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from, the methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item?
There are several published peer review articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
right.
I don't think that there is one.
Well, when you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct.
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of?
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, etc.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, so that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it referenced.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
Please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will. Thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature. Okay. So in the review of the previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis.
I disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and they weren't, I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
You know, with all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so, because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would resemble this, but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report whatsoever.
It's in my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
Well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash, car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case, didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew enough that you wanted to get involved, and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew that there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do, and I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
So just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, Is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen. What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to date? You now have read the reports?
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything about...
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was... Somehow I knew that... Well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was... Somehow I got that information.
So when you were excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question. The question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the...
I understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, I'm going to see counsel. It's
Hello, telefriends. Don't worry. We're going to jump right ahead. I'm monitoring. My cheeseburger is delayed. I have terrible news, ladies and gentlemen. My cheeseburger is 10 minutes delayed. I blame Karen Reed. Karen Reed, what did you do to cause my cheeseburger to be delayed? How dare you? I am a hungry towel. No, I'm getting grumpy, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed delayed my cheeseburger. She didn't actually, but I think that's hilarious. Remember when Karen couldn't go to Sidebar? Sidebar! All right, we're ready. Take it away, Hank Brennan.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Who used the word allegedly? I'm going to...
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Okay. Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to, because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident, and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes.
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
Correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you... Did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No.
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
Well, when you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert?
A reconstruction expert? No, but I've testified about vehicle accidents.
And you've never gone to court and testified as a dog bite expert before this case, yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I use medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
Now, how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea, really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact or alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds, so that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay. You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
Yeah. And we've agreed.
Except for no skeletal broken bones.
Right. And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah, not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so, is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of a crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes.
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer. You go to a scene and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right.
From the
Debris
vehicles,
from the car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably. I don't know if I have, but yes.
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
Right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, I don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us what
I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes found without their clothes and shoes, because and in this case there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing, so that is possibly a cause.
Well, in that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they could, yeah.
Right. And you have a case that you've seen just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so, in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same page.
So, did you learn that fact?
No.
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
That's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself.
Right.
Injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to have known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No.
Okay. And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor. Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident, and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, no. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body?
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body?
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body?
I never touched his body. I examined the photographs that were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before when we were here the last time about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right, and you assume it's true.
Oh, not always, no.
I see. You look and see if it's not.
Excuse me. One person speaks at a time.
Please.
Let her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occurred a certain way, and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites, every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Well, not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know about the statement to Mr. Flamati? "I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly, "I hit him, I hit him"? Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that. But that doesn't mean... Okay.
Where did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of the injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between.
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So,
How about, I'm sorry, please.
It depends on what kind of glass.
I want you to...
Well, motor vehicle glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way and creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random, or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay,
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Yes.
Perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
Possibly, yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
There's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
Yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a... No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that are caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion?
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Okay. Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on study. Correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing.
Objection.
I want you to...
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question first.
When you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite, now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to allow that minus the police officer part, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions, were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could.
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
But not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
Mm-hmm. And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth.
Yes.
Sweat.
Probably.
Yeah. Saliva.
Saliva, yes.
Right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense, yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
Before you discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No.
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the...
people are exonerated.
Hold it. I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
Yes.
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
It can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes.
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA.
Right.
Right. On any of those holes.
Right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
There's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first.
Okay.
It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
I'm aware of the multiple many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but, I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or an attaint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say, that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like, when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
it doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist but physician, knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through the now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? I have Exhibit 5, please? You've seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1 if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there were 2 wounds with potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
No. Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, the dog's nail is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm, you talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version of this.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
No, I'm going to have to show my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
It's not going to reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? You sure? Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials.
In the process of writing my report.
Which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
In the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and my opinion even, became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have. In the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged. So I need to re-review. Changed? No.
Well,
it's one of the. I said teeth or claw marks.
Well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No. Either teeth or claw marks included, both of those.
So because you overlook certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
Yes, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It is inaccurate. It's either teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Is it more likely, or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
Those are, yeah, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of...
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
And the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me. I mean, there's an abrasion right there in the middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor teeth.
When you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mm-hmm.
And teeth are not always the exact same height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth, no.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
It could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1, canines, do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay. So did the canines teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture. There is no puncture in this wound.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls, yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
with both jaws.
Most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
Well, it happens with frogs, right?
I don't know anything about frogs.
It doesn't happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top 2 canines and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not sure.
Well, Here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way. Right?
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth, if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd. It would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
No, I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can
pattern
only be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah, but you have to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
right
abrasions, yes, it would be.
Nothing about these that suggest dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
objection, Your Honor.
Part of your shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to do?
When you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr. Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court time.
All right, I'm obviously still here. Don't worry, the sidebar sound will go away in a second. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep watching this. There's only a little bit left of this. We're going to actually jump forward because we take a little break. Now we're going to come back into court. All right, ready? We're going to finish Hank Brennan. Then we're going to do the ARCA Direct. I'm here with you, friends. I have my towel cheeseburger. I'm awake. I'm frozen on the screen, but I'm a little towel, and we're going to restart with Hank Brennan. Look at that. We jump forward in time. I'm a time-traveling towel. Oh, goodness. Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we had Exhibit 5, please. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about these 2 scratches or abrasions as wound 1. I want to continue asking some questions about wound 1. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
And you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp grass first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of two?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That be a different type
I don't
wound
believe
than
this is. This is not caused by a car.
So what evidence do you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs, the neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to, but...
If I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes.
Okay. And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out, as we just spoke about, because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And if it's going this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog's arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's
canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right, but if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. And you've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail scratches or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what date?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach to help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Okay.
No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna. You got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You were unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set?
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks, you weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not scrape claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite. It's not in and of itself. That set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. Okay. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing as punctate?
Punctate, yeah.
Now, you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin?
Makes sense with that name.
Freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Right. Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would you say it again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. What about these 2 are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't. These are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay. So
they're different.
The punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull.
Okay. And
to create a laceration and pull.
And a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is. A punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these 2 linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern.
Of this whole pattern?
Of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number 1, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That lesion by itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the dog's nail. The dog's nails.
Paw nail?
Toenail.
Toenail?
Yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these 3 scratches in and of themselves, without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these 3 that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. Okay. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these 3 scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches, so is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll just act as what's been called 2.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these 3, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions, and what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but okay. Again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
That is unfair. That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions, and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a voir dire.
Okay. We'll have to get you one.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 48, line 13.
What page?
That one's not right either. No. Okay. No. Let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures, it then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Pushes.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's relative
How do you know that? How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're...
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
Again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating. about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? Is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. Do you notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines? Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
is that a new one?
No, that's
okay.
Well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe no, this is not a full bite. There is no significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine, puncture wound, punctate lesion from so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either?
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4 set upper and lower canine in this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, Doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study, and
not 100%, correct?
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you just land?
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Okay. Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. It had to have been something. Right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes.
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth, okay, or claw, most likely.
Could it have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you. If a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into clothing that's on, on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm.
Mm-hmm.
If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes? Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes, I know.
And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
You know, there are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch?
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're saying...
The ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur, and I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have Exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay. And this allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
Yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes. I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No. Okay. No, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
Correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No.
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
do you mean by that?
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion-based. It's subjective-based. The science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion, too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
You mean in this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds are 2 to 3 millimeters, up to 7 centimeters, were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but...
Did you say you did get that?
No, I did not get that. However, I have a comment about that.
Go ahead.
Please.
Not very medical exam, and not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm sorry.
Do you know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know. Who is
the
it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government. Do you know if he had your experience or not?
What's his name?
Mr. Walsh. John,
No,
experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all? You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. I'm sorry.
You have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog, and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right? Yes? You've read that in the literature. The best way to I'm sorry.
There's only one person who knows.
You've read in the literature the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines, and you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
But Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, towel friends, obviously I'm here. We're about to go to sidebar. Now listen, Hank Brennan has only a few seconds left in this direct, and then we're going to do the ARCA direct. And don't worry, what you might see is buffering in the actual video in the background. I don't think the actual stream might be buffering. Give it a refresh if you're having issues. It seems to be working on my end. It's just the actual background video is a little slow because Towel's computer is, it's fighting. It's a good little Towel computer. But don't worry, we're going to watch the ARCA redirect next and watch. We're going to, who's ready to be a time-traveling towel? Time-traveling towels, ladies and gentlemen, to the very last few minutes of Hank Brennan's hilarious direct of Dr. Marie Russell during Voir dire. A preview, ladies and gentlemen, of what we are going to see this week in testimony. And let's welcome our newest honorary towel, Peach Pie. Wonderful username, ladies and gentlemen, with the pie spelled P-I. God bless you, Peach Pie. Welcome. We are... Oh, very good. I'm glad things are working well then, friends. I'll tell you what, Peach Pie are a friendly towel community. We are a fluffy towel universe, and we are reviewing the very end of Hank Brennan's Voir dire of Marie Russell. And then, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is we're going to watch the arc of Voir dire, and we are going to be fully prepared for the defense's case in this week's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Why are we doing that? Well, because I love spending Sundays with the towel friends, and also this Sundays with Hank. And we're also about to find out what Harry Potter house Chloe the dog would have been sorted into. Hufflepuff is in the lead. All right, let's go.
Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of
how it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold.
Right, a mold.
Or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
Right. You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that would be useful.
Well, if you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular basis, and the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would...
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail.
Right.
for instance.
Right.
Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that, though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage. There's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe?
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lessie, go right ahead.
Thank you, Brennan. No, we are not. No. We're not. No. That was enough of Dr. Russell. We are not listening to Bob Alessi. Oh, goodness. No. We are not listening to Bob Alessi. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're going to do? We're going to watch the Arc of Voir Dire next, and then we're going to be fully prepared for next week. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 3 o'clock on Sunday, June 1st, 2025. We're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't hear the big news, Tony B., the True Crime Podcaster, will be on Towel Stream tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. 1:15 p.m. during the stream. We'll be doing a lunchtime interview. Towel is excited. Ladies and gentlemen, also, we're about to find out as we switch over to the Arc of Voir Dire, our wonderful super towel, Def Otter himself. Please send your thank yous to Def Otter. They gifted 5 memberships, ladies and gentlemen, and we are about to find out as a result of the formal towel poll, which house is Chloe the dog going to be sorted into if the sorting hat from Harry Potter had its say. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, roll the dice. Here comes the answer. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends are excited. The poll results are coming up. This is going to be the moment. Oh, I know Def Otter is excited, ladies and gentlemen. And the results of the poll are Hufflepuff 51% with a controlling majority, Ravenclaw 26%, Gryffindor 17%, Slytherin 3% with a 51% controlling majority, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe the dog will be heading to Hufflepuff. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Def Otter is going to be an absolutely thrilled little towel. Chloe the dog is heading to Hufflepuff, ladies and gentlemen. Let us celebrate the moment. God bless you, Deaf Otter. You and Chloe the dog have a wonderful time in the snow at Hogwarts. Make some great potions. Teach Chloe how to cast some kind of Patronus that will protect her from Karen. Oh, you are going to have a great time. Deaf Otter is off to Hogwarts with Chloe the dog. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, nobody tell Alan Jackson and Karen and Dr. Russell that Deaf Otter and Chloe the dog are going to Hogwarts. No, listen, Paula, it wasn't me. Deaf Otter really was interested in making sure Chloe the dog found a home at Hogwarts. So we ran a special towel poll. And if you don't know Deaf Otter is the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Northern Europe. Deaf Otter is going to facilitate the peaceful invasion of northern France, so we can rename it Norman Towel. So when Deaf Otter was like, listen, Chloe is going to be in Hufflepuff, we ran a poll right away. And now it is confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, Chloe the dog and Deaf Otter are heading to Hogwarts and going into Hufflepuff. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, so we are going to watch the Ark of Wadir. Yes, and you deserve to go to Hogwarts, Murder by Deaf Otter. Okay, listen, I was thinking about Murder by Maestro. We are going to have to figure out how to get Deaf Otter and Chloe the dog to Hogwarts. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to figure this out. They stopped running the announcement in Britain at St. Pancras Station. It might actually be the bigger one, the main train station in London. They stopped running the announcement. It was very political. We're not going to get into it. Anyway, so we need to figure out a way to get Chloe the dog and Deaf Otter to Hogwarts because Chloe the dog got sorted into Hufflepuff. It's a long story. We don't have time to get into the details. What we are going to do is watch the Ark of Wadir, though. Oh, goodness. I think that, and I'm also going to put together a compilation of Karen clip stares with Hank, and we got one right there. Thank you very much to the Super Towel Tenacious P, who also had us put up a great motion poll where it was determined, ladies and gentlemen, that we will be putting that compilation together. So good job, Tenacious P. Now we're going to get the Ark of Wadir with Hank Brennan. I'm going to pull this up. We got at least an hour or two to go. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, Deaf Otter has provided us an update. I am very, very excited. Listen, I'm very, very excited to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to use Karen's flying Lexus. Listen, Poland may not be able to go into space, into space, but Deaf Otter and Chloe the dog in a Karen's Lexus, which will replace the car that Harry and Ron flew into the willow tree with, whatever it was, that giant willow tree that caught them in the car. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is how Deaf Otter and Chloe the dog are going to get to Hogwarts so that Chloe can get into Hufflepuff. Listen, this is a very complicated situation. Yes, I am well aware that this is going to be a very complicated situation. I've tried to think a lot about this. I'm not really sure how we're going to make this work, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit concerned about whether Karen's car should go into space. Yes, I know that Poland cannot into space, but we also should not really send Karen's car into space. And if Karen's car is Polish, then it's going to feel really bad because Poland can't into space, and then Karen's car can't into space. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, the humanity, the Polish-based humanity. Won't someone think of the people in Poland? We can't just leave them, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the humanity of it all. Oh, goodness. Okay, needless to say, I have the Ark of Wadir. I'm not really sure how that's related to Deaf Otter going to Hufflepuff with Chloe the dog, but I do know that we're very prepared now to watch Hank Brennan decimate Dr. Marie Russell on Cross next week, and now we're going to get ready to watch what it's going to be like when Hank Brennan decimates Arca on Cross. Oh, goodness, this is the Ark of Wadir. These are Karen Reed's main experts. Remember, Karen has Lucky the tow truck driver, who was discredited because he crashed into a basketball hoop, according to jurors in the first trial, and he's colorblind, and he got the time wrong, and he's just a very bad witness. Then Karen has Dr. Marie Russell, who thinks, I don't know if she thinks this, but this is what I got from the testimony. Dr. Russell, if you can see this, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Arca thinks this, but it is my opinion that Dr. Russell believes that this is how John O'Keefe sustained his injuries. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, you might be saying to yourself, Oh, Hufflepuff. Oh, Deaf Otter, I have great news. We have spoken to the powers that be at Hogwarts. Murder by Maestro has a connection to this wizard who has white hair. It's very complicated. And they changed the name of Hufflepuff to Hufflepuff. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm so thrilled to hear this. Now, Chloe the dog will have a home in Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, look at this picture. From what I understand, this is what Karen Reed's dogfight expert is trying to argue. I couldn't really understand what she was saying. Hank Brennan decimated her credibility. But listen, I think her primary argument is that Chloe the dog levitated using an anti-gravity device. Chloe does not leave DNA. She does not ascribe to the laws of gravity. She follows special Chloe the dog principles. You don't understand. You have to be an expert for 30 years in levitating, floating, non-DNA based dogs in order to understand. Yes, just let me tell you, when you are the nation's foremost expert in levitating dogs with the capacity to bite without leaving DNA, this is the kind of conclusion you can bring to a high-profile criminal trial. I find myself hilarious. And I find you all in the comments even more hilarious. Who allowed me to just get up here and speak to the entire world? This was a terrible idea. I can't say it. Okay, listen, I can't. This is so funny, even I can't do it. Hold on. I think I'm gonna lose it. Oh my goodness. Dr. Marie Russell is gonna hold on. I can do this. I can do it. I've actually thought of something so funny I can't say it. Not because it's vulgar, just because I'm laughing so hard. Oh goodness. Okay. All right, listen. I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot. Dr. Marie Russell is going to use her expertise. She is going to open the first school in the entire country, right? She is going to open the first school in the entire country. It's going to be called I've Got a Dog in This Fight, okay? And at that school, Dr. Russell is going to advertise her expertise in being the only doctor in the country who knows how to identify an anti-gravitational, non-DNA based dog organism in criminal trials. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I absolutely, without question, I am crying tears of laughter, but I have no doubt in my mind that Chloe the dog, who is a flying DNA-less and mandible-less dog, is going to be the basis for Dr. You remember when Ultimate Warrior opened a wrestling school? Forget that, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Russell's anti-gravitational, non-DNA dog-based analysis school is going to be better than Hogwarts. It's going to be called the Barca Academy. Listen. If we're at this point, okay, with this witness, I don't think this witness should take the stand. Listen, that's my advice. That's my erudite, informed, foul analysis. I cannot make a critique. I cannot make a critique of your witness that does not result in the world, literally multiple people in multiple countries around the world, bursting out into laughter as we try to, we can't reach there is no substance to this opinion, but literally we are all laughing, every single one of us. It's not like there's someone who's like, oh, there might be some merit to this. No, not at all, ladies and gentlemen. Nope, there's not a single person whatsoever who thinks that Dr. Marie Russell's theory about an anti-gravitational, non-DNA having dog called Barca being responsible for John's injuries is reasonable. Literally, it would have been better if Dr. Russell got up there and said, listen, back in the 80s, I started an experimental branch of doctoring that has to do with identifying injuries caused by Chewbacca. That woman would have been better off with Hank Brennan if she stood up there and said, listen, according to all of my training and experience, I've been in the emergency room a long time. After the 1980s, we had this random uptick in Chewbacca-based attacks. Now, Chewbaccas are from a different planet. They don't leave DNA. Chewbaccas could float. Why would Chewbacca be subject to the laws of gravity? She could have said that. It would have gone better for her because Hank would have been, at least in that situation, Hank Brennan would have been like, okay, I don't have anything to say back to that. You all brought this upon yourselves. All right, so the pilot has lost oxygen. The cabin is depressurizing. Oh no, the good ship towel is going down in a ball of laughter. No, listen, I got it. Listen, no, I thought about it. Listen, okay, hold on. I gotta compose myself. Here's what Hank Brennan should do. My eyes are stinging from the tears. Oh, there you go. That's towel without glasses. There you go. No, listen, Hank Brennan should put this. No, I got it. Hank Brennan should put this picture up on the screen, okay? During cross, Hank Brennan should put it up on the screen and say, ma'am, based on my understanding, your testimony is basically that the dog, in this case, that doesn't have dog DNA, levitated to a 90-degree angle and bit John O'Keefe. And I want her to have to say no, but I got to it. I just think the ability for Hank Brennan to put this picture, Murder by Maestro should get credit. Hank Brennan should say, there is this person on the internet who, for whatever reason, not only is a very brilliant technical analyst of data, but also makes really funny memes involving dogs. And Murder by Maestro has created this image, Dr. Russell. Now, Dr. Russell, based on your erudite schooling and analysis and the fact that you've set up the first school in the country for anti-gravitational levitating dog non-DNA based analyses, can you please tell us if this is what you concluded? Is this how John O'Keefe was attacked by the dog? It is an emoji already, Forensic RN. Click the emojis. It's at the bottom row. I'm one step ahead of you. Oh, my goodness. Murder by Maestro, look what you've done. Murder by Maestro, look what you have done. You have caused absolute chaos, Murder by Maestro. And I love everything about it. Oh, goodness. All right, so if you're wondering what we're doing, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're getting caught up on the Dr. Marie Russell voir dire. We're done with that. We're going to watch the Arc of voir dire now. And our summation of the Dr. Marie Russell voir dire is, 1, I am hilarious when I laugh. I completely lost it. And 2, this is what I believe Dr. Marie Russell thinks happened, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, this is the defense's theory of the case. It is Now, the other theory, which I think Dr. Marie Russell would have been better suited to go with, is, and listen, I'm going to bring this up here. I just want to show you. I think I have the picture. Hold on, let me see which one's this. Is this Chewbacca? Sorry about that. Is this Chewbacca? That's not Chewbacca. Hold on. Where's Chewbacca? I need a picture of Chewbacca, please. Have you considered the fact, sir, that you are Chewbacca? Yes, I am indeed Chewbacca. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, listen. All right, we got to stay tuned. I know we're going to watch the ARCA thing in 1 second. But look, ladies and gentlemen, I have wonderful news. I think this is what Dr. Russell's other theory might be. Okay, so we have two competing theories. One is that it was Chloe the dog using anti-gravitational technology because she's Chewbacca and can float. The other solution is clearly that it was Chewbacca on a sheep. Listen, it makes perfect sense. It was... Listen, Carolyn Phillips. We've been putting together Dr. Marie Russell's voir dire, and here's our theory. She is going to, on cross, testify that it was either Chloe the dog using an anti-gravitational device that somehow also doesn't leave DNA, or it was Chewbacca on a sheep. Listen. This would explain everything. This puts it all. I don't know why I chewed the tape on Marshmallow Man is also on a sheep. Wait a minute. Hold on. In fact, I don't know why either of them are on a sheep. I don't know how sheep came into this. Oh, goodness. Linda, listen, I understand that dogs can jump, but it's not possible for dogs to violate the laws of gravity. I've thought about this extensively, okay? It is just not happening. There is no way. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, yep. And Christina Towell, I agree with you. It very well could have been the wild pig. Oh, the wild pig with 4 legs. But listen, I think that Chewbacca on a sheep is a more logical explanation than Chloe the dog literally violating the laws of gravity and the laws of whatever DNA, the laws of DNA genetic science. I think it is more plausible that Chewbacca riding a sheep was responsible. You see what I'm saying? Like it all. Jesse S86, you picked a great time to come in. I hope you know that we're just analyzing Dr. Marie Russell's testimony. My prediction that on cross, Dr. Russell is going to abandon the anti-gravitational levitating dog non-DNA theory and instead go with it was Chewbacca on a sheep. Yep, Hot Coffee Chats, you missed the Dr. Marie Russell voir dire. Our conclusion is that her theory is that a dog violated the laws of gravity and the laws of DNA, and therefore that's how John was injured. Now, we don't think that's a very good approach. So, to salvage her reputation, we've decided that the best alternative is for Dr. Russell to get up there and say that it was Chewbacca on a sheep. There you go. Oh, Chewbacca pig. Great. All right, Christina Towell. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm going to actually bring this up. We are going to watch the Arc of voir dire. I have the whole thing. Don't worry. But Christina Towell put a lot of effort in, ladies and gentlemen, and I am not the type of person. We absolutely all... Listen, clearly, Deaf Otter, I think Linda the AC Ninja has figured out that certain dogs... Listen. I think Linda the AC Ninja has figured out that certain types of dogs, when they wear Chewbacca costumes, can violate the laws of gravity and also the laws of DNA genetics. Please do not tell Linda the AC Ninja that she's onto this, okay? Yes, no, Linda, I absolutely agree with you. I think that the Department of Justice has a secret program, okay, to facilitate dogs violating the laws of gravity. I have thought about this a lot. I can listen. If you want to talk about some deep state stuff, do you really think that Area 51 and Groom Lake and DARPA is about aliens? No, it's about anti-gravitational technology for dogs. Clearly, I am totally on board with everything you are saying right now, Linda the AC Ninja. I totally agree. Police dogs have access to secret government anti-gravitational technology. Yep, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. What is even going on? What path have we led us down? What path have we been led down? This is going to get even worse when I show the Chewbacca. Oh no, reporter Towel Christina has figured out Dr. Marie Russell's actual plan. Oh dear God, reporter Towel Christina. First of all, where did you get this? Second of all, I'm a little bit concerned, ladies and gentlemen. I am a little bit concerned. Yes, no, they're not going with a third-party culprit. That's what I'm saying. So that's what makes this so ridiculous, Tay-Marie, because I don't know how to analyze a non-defense. There isn't a defense to this. She's not putting on a defense. Russell didn't get up there and actually state any conclusions. I don't understand. Listen. I don't understand what this defense is going to be. They're precluded from third-party culprit. They can't argue the dog thing. There's no dog DNA. So, therefore, being very serious with you, Tay-Marie, I think Christina Towell figured it out. We all got it wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Dr. Marie Russell is going to pull out. Hank Brennan's going to be pissed because it's going to be trial by ambush. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Dr. Marie Russell is going to suggest was the actual culprit. I knew it. See what I'm saying? I was making light of Dr. Marie Russell. Little did I realize that reporter Towel Christina was onto it. It is actually going to be Chewbacca Pig. No, yeah, Camilla Mosley, they aren't going to be able to do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, Brian Higgins didn't take the stand. There's no one who's even remotely ever said anything about anyone going into the house, not to mention John. And it's just going to make the defense look even worse. Now, listen, I know we're having our moment of levity. Don't worry, the arc of voir dire is coming up. We're only going to watch Hank Brennan's part. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, after watching an hour of Dr. Marie Russell get obliterated by Hank Brennan, and after doing our erudite cogent towel analysis, we excluded the anti-gravitational dog device. We excluded the anti-dog DNA technology. We excluded Chewbacca riding a pig or a sheep. I'm a little bit confused about that one. And then we realized that what Dr. Russell is actually going to be testifying about is that it was a flying Chewbacca pig. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. This is going to be the surprise reveal. Tay-Marie, you were asking for my serious opinion. That is the Karen Reed defense. That they're going to go with the pig. They're going to go with the pig DNA thing and say, listen, there are clearly roving packs of feral pigs in Massachusetts that look like a dog. And so Dr. Russell didn't really get confused. It's just that she thought the marks from the dog, well, which were actually from a tail light, were caused from the accident. But no, she was wrong. It was not a tail light or a floating dog that doesn't leave DNA. The only explanation is it is a pig, that explains the pig DNA, that looks like a dog, which explains why Karen's mom, well, that's what we're going to watch. That explains why Karen's mom, without ever seeing John's injuries, just hearing Karen describe them, blamed it on a dog. Do you see what I'm saying? It's because Karen's mom just couldn't see that it was actually a pig who looks like Chewbacca. Now, listen, you may be joining in right now, exactly, flying pigs. You may be joining in right now and be saying, that's ridiculous. There is no way that Karen's mom was the start of a 2-year smear campaign about a dog. No, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, first of all, I can't believe that you all made me laugh so hard that I think I actually realized what it was to be happy. I think so many laughter chemicals flooded into my brain, I was happy. The other thing, though, is we have to look at what Janet Reed did to Chloe Dog. It's only a minute clip, but if you want to know, if you really care about Chloe Dog, if you really think the smear was ridiculous, if you think the no dog DNA and all of the other evidence very clearly shows that Karen was just looking for another distraction, one who couldn't defend herself because she's a dog, then let me show you this. Let me show you what Janet Reed did to Chloe Dog. You can't do this to Chloe Dog. Janet Reed, how dare you? Do you not understand Chloe Dog has friends? Oh my goodness, we don't even know Chloe Dog. We have become her towel legions. Oh, Janet Reed, you will not disgrace the legacy of Chloe Dog. We will blame Chewbacca. We will stand up for Chloe Dog's rights, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that is what it has come to. Now look it. Now here's what I got for you. I have proof. I have proof, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Janet Reed. I have proof, ladies and gentlemen. It was Janet Reed who did Chloe Dog dirty, and I'm going to prove it. Ready for it? You can join me over here, little flying Chewbacca. I think you're very cute. Okay, now hold on. You watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I have proof that it was Janet Reed that caused this chaos with Chloe before we move on to Arca, and here we go.
In May of 2022, we got the autopsy photos and the hospital photos, and I was in Yanetti's office with my dad. And then we called, give my mother the download, and she said, "Karen, describe it. What is on his arm?" I said, "Mom, they're like kind of gouges, and they're a little jagged. They're not road rash looking type of an abrasion." And she says to me, without seeing them, she says, "Karen, do you think it's from an animal, like a dog?" In May of 2022.
How dare you, Janet Reed? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have now proven it. It was Janet Reed. Janet Reed hates Chloe Dog. Janet Reed, you have disgraced Chloe Dog's legacy. We are all offended, every single one of us. How dare you? How dare you, Janet Reed? All right. With all that said, I think I laughed myself to the point where I now got a stomach workout. My 8-pack of Towel Labs is on the way. We're going to watch the Arc of Wadir. God bless us. After all that time, I know Murder by Maestro is excited. If you're wondering, what are these people that we're listening to? These are the witnesses that are going to be testifying for Karen Reed this week. And what we're doing is we're watching their pretrial voir dire, which occurred within recent months, where Hank Brennan basically is previewing what some of his cross is going to be like. So get ready for this. It's going to be glorious.
On your motion, Mr. Brennan, so I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So, Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolf?
Please.
Okay.
Raise your right hand, please.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have a seat?
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Brennan.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of that
So
order?
we need Dr. Wolf to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe it was in an email forwarded from Miss Little.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand that there was a request for certain communications?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Miss Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text messages?
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you find any?
No, sir.
What did you do to look?
So I went through the phone that I presently have, and as I informed Ms. Little, last year I was under T-Mobile, was my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. Then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
And you provided every one of those emails to who?
It would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the order, but it was probably 6 to. Are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time. Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Miss Reed?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
No, sir.
And how about Mr. Yannetti?
He may have been on one of the emails. I don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
A number of times?
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Miss Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody?
Hold on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and Mr. Alessi.
Okay, and how about Miss Reed?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations that weren't on a regular telephone? You ever Zoom?
Yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any group conferences before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Were you ever on the phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. Rentschler both were on the call?
There may have been an instance of that. I just don't recall.
Well, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the voir dire?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
Well, when you spoke on March 20th, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Right. Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness. No. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So, are you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolf, or are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of a path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknowns, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially. Again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why was it you were talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process. When a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that is, sign any type of contract. There could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question then.
Okay. When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed potentially being hired, paid, compensated by Attorney Jackson or the defense for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client, I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you. On March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th, March 20th, 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Okay. And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States Attorney's Office, and you wrote an email back saying that you were going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
And at some point it was on hold, right? At some point it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the contact, the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed. And I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on moving forward.
Okay. So in April of 2024, you reached out to the defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case?
Not work with, we could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should, please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense? Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
Are you sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you on the main line?
We may have exchanged a couple calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple calls that day because we have at least some records. And And when you called later that day, after telling them that you had permission, they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
Do you have the records that I could take a look at just so I could see what you're referring to?
Do you remember having calls after you called Attorney Jackson and said you had the green light from the U.S. Attorney's Office? Do you remember having further calls that day?
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them, or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCA was as a whole. I think we even got to talk a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started billing. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson? Do you remember that?
I'm going to allow that.
I remember that there were conversations, yes. Specifically what they were to. I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics of them, no.
Well, in the brief conversation, what do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Well, sir, you said that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line. What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You were working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember the early conversations with them and what they were about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April still?
Yeah, I'm still talking at April. April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th, and then there's 2 calls to the ARCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCA main line, got a hold of a receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess. I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
Do you recall him calling a secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary in the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team after that initial call back on April 24, 2024? Do you remember those 2 phone calls?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's get an answer.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically, no, sir.
Next question.
Do you remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
It was 40 minutes long.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of casework that I do, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made?
No, sir.
You had never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation?
No, sir, and it was all laid out in the report that was issued in February.
I understand the report. I'm asking you, did you have any conversations about it with the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your pastimes, ARCA, but never, ever talked about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So, yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That old invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolf.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes. I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Who asked me that?
You, Your Honor.
Yes. Come on over.
Doctor, again, to focus you, we're on May 1st, 2024. May 1st, 2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forwarded it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
Something I routinely do, yes.
And do you know who ultimately paid that bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yes.
Okay. Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCA, talking about your families?
Yes.
Right. Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think you just briefly asked me about my family.
Oh, now it's brief. Okay. All right.
Objection, Your Honor.
No comments, please.
Do you typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCA?
And my background? Certainly.
Yeah, okay. And how much was the majority?
Sir, I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
Mm-hmm. And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. Either Alan, I think Alan contacted me letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. Rentschler.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you became friendly.
I guess first name basis, is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you were friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
So, do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense, weren't you?
I don't know if you mean, what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling. No, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order, did you have actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets, and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all of the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here. I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
No, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So next question, no comments, Mr. Brennan.
How many texts did you delete in communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
You don't know the numbers?
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right. Was there 10, 100, 1,000? How many were there?
Of ones that I sent?
No, not just what you sent. Either way, back and forth.
Probably, I don't know, maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. Again, that was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. There was no reason for me to keep those, sir.
Do you remember about when you made the affirmative intentional effort to delete around 100 text messages between you and the defense?
It would have been sometime after the trial, probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the trial, sir.
Where were you when you were deleting these texts? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts where you were?
I just said I delete text routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location and a time when I deleted those? I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial?
Yes.
And out of the 100 texts or so, who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like Signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use an application like Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
Well, encrypted app, isn't it?
What was that?
Encrypted?
I don't know, sir.
It keeps no record of the communication when you use an application like Signal, does it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you used it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only time that you use Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me, indicating that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it your standard to use an encrypted app when you're talking to attorneys?
If the client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations do you think you had with the defense team by Signal?
Again, it would have been just Mr. Jackson And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible, so we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you think. I want to know your best memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know. How many times did you use Signal with the defense to talk about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it.
From what I recall, was probably a handful of times.
When you say if what you recall, are you purposely being vague in case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a log of it, so I just don't recall.
Well, you don't have to rely on a log. You can rely on your actual memory.
Right. I'm telling you that I didn't keep track of it, so I don't know the specific number.
How many times do you think you talked by Signal?
As I just mentioned, I think it was a handful of times.
I don't know what a handful means.
Probably 4 to 5.
Well, was it 4 or was it 5?
It was probably 4 to 5. It's the best estimate I can give you.
How long were the conversations on Signal? The 4 to 5 times?
I think they were pretty brief. I'd say probably around 5 minutes or so.
You think each one was 5 minutes?
Probably 5 minutes, yes.
Are you putting it on a timer? Each one had to be a maximum of 5 minutes?
No, I'm just giving you my best estimate, sir.
How certain are you that the Signal calls were 4 to 5 minutes?
Again, I just told you I'm providing my best estimate.
How confident are you the times were between 4 and 5 minutes?
That's the best answer I can give you, sir. I'm giving you my best estimate.
I'm asking you how confident you are.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? How confident are you, Dr. Ward?
I can't answer that anymore.
Okay.
When
Next
you were
question.
required by court order to provide all of the records to Your Honor, you knew that one of the important things you need to respond to were communications between you and the defense for Her Honor to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Signal is a communication, isn't it?
Certainly.
You looked at all your records and knew it listed the text messages and the phone calls. You knew that, right?
Yes.
You knew that was going to be a representation that you were making to the court about your communications with the defense. You understood that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you wouldn't want to mislead the court, would you?
No, which is why I told you.
I asked. You didn't put anywhere in your response to the court order that there were communications beyond text messages and phone calls. You never, ever alerted the court or anybody to that, did you?
Again, because I have no record of it. I have no way of being able to tell when those took place or how many there were.
The question I asked you is when you responded to the court order to provide all communications, and you responded by offering text messages and you responded by listing phone calls, you knew that your Signal calls were communications, didn't you?
I provide everything that I had in my possession, sir.
That's not what I'm asking you. You knew the Signal calls were communications, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you never informed in your response that there were phone calls through Signal as part of your communications, did you?
Again, because I didn't have any record like I do with the Verizon entries as well as the emails. I could not, there's nothing I had in my possession, sir.
You've read this court order, haven't you?
Yes.
Did you understand when the court was looking for all communications, it meant all communications?
And I've provided everything that I have in my possession, sir.
During those 4 to 5 Signal communications, did any of these occur before the end of the last trial?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did any of these Signal communications happen before the end of the last trial?
No, like I said, they were all this year.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the defense send you a retainer agreement?
For this year?
Nope. Prior to the end of the last trial, did you ever get a retainer agreement?
No, there was no contract and retainer for the first
So there wasn't a contract. Did you ever receive a retainer agreement?
No, I don't believe so.
When you came out to the last voir dire and the last trial, did you have an agreement with any entity that was going to pay for your costs?
No, sir.
So you had no agreement that you were going to be refunded or compensated for your costs?
No.
Did you have any agreement that you were going to be compensated for your time?
No.
So when you were asked to come out and testify in this case, tell me, did you think that the defense was going to compensate you for the costs of you coming out here? I
had no idea who was ultimately going to pay the invoice, if an invoice was even sent.
Did you think that you were coming out here to testify for free?
Again, I don't know who was going to pay the bill. I'm not.
That's not what I'm asking you. I want to know, after having these conversations with the defense, and they asked you to come out here, did you expect to be compensated for your time?
Again, I'm a salaried employee, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm sure my boss would like us to get paid, but no, I did not know ultimately who would pay an invoice if an invoice was sent after the trial.
Well, you were keeping track of your billing, weren't you?
I was keeping track of my time, yes.
And you kept track of your costs, didn't you?
The company does that, yes.
Did you?
Again, I enter my time so that the company can keep track of my time, yes.
When you came out here and made travel arrangements, did you have any conversations with anybody from the defense?
About the travel arrangements?
Yes.
Yes.
And as far as the travel arrangements, who on the defense was trying to help you with travel arrangements?
I believe it was Mr. Jackson.
Was there other people, associates, colleagues that were helping you as well?
None that I had direct communication with. I don't know if he communicated with others after that.
Was there a person named Kat? You ever hear that name before?
I believe that, yeah, she may have escorted me into the courtroom, I think.
Well, you don't believe, because that's a pretty particular name. So when you use words like you believe, you know. So did you meet a person by the name of Kat?
I'll allow it.
I think when I arrived here, yes.
Well, without the qualification, the simple question is, you've met Kat, haven't you?
I think I met her, it was either at the voir dire day or the trial day, yes.
Now, does Kat work for the defense?
I have no idea who she is.
Well, how did you know who she was? How was the introduction? How did that go down?
I just mentioned, I think she escorted me here to the courtroom.
Escorted you from where?
I think I drove here and I arrived, I believe, in the church parking lot across the street, and I think she walked me over, and then ultimately when I was done, I think she walked me back to the lot.
Do you have conversations with anybody from the defense about how you would get here and why it is in particular you would park at the church parking lot?
Because I had no idea where to go.
But who told you where to go?
Like I mentioned, I communicated with Mr. Jackson, who provided that information to me.
Okay. And did you have any significance about the church parking lot? Did that mean anything to you?
No, he had just indicated, I think, that they had reserved it and it was a spot that I could park my vehicle.
Okay. And when you got there, did you meet with anybody from the defense?
I can't recall if they were standing out there and we walked in together. I don't recall.
Well, I'm asking if you've met them, not whether you walked in together. I'll ask it again. When you arrived after these plans were made, did you meet with the defense before you came into court?
On the voir dire day, I don't believe... I can't recall if the defense was out there. I think on the day of trial, I think I met Mr. Jackson and maybe a couple of other members of the defense team.
Well, when you say you think, this was a pretty remarkable event coming to this trial, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
It's a pretty remarkable event, this trial, wasn't it?
It's unique, yes.
Yeah, it's unique. And so when you came here, having had all these conversations with Attorney Jackson, you don't remember if you met him before you came in for voir dire or came in for trial? You don't remember if you met him?
Well, like I said, I think for the voir dire, I think he was already, I believe, in the courthouse. So I think the first time I actually shook his hand and met him was the day of the trial, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And tell me, is that near the church parking lot that you met with them?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Was it near the church parking lot where you met with them?
Yes.
Okay. You shook his hand. This is meeting face to face, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you think you had a conversation about the case?
At that point in time, no. I was getting ready to take the stand, so I don't think we had a conversation about it.
You were speaking to the defense or Attorney Jackson on June 10th, 2024. That was before your voir dire testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you remember what those conversations were about?
I presume it was about the logistics of when we were needed. And then I know that ultimately I served as kind of the primary point of contact where I think Alan would reach out to me. He would give me some information about the scheduling and kind of when we would be needed. Then I would check in with Dr. Rentschler, and then I would get back to Mr. Jackson. So there was kind of that channel of communication to try to figure out when we were to arrive and where we're supposed to go.
You're not saying that all your conversations with Alan were just logistics, were you?
I believe for the most part, yes.
So it took hundreds of texts, 100 texts for logistics?
Absolutely. I can certainly go into the day before my trial testimony, which was a very extensive travel day where I don't even think I left the Philadelphia airport.
We're going to get there, but there's a lot more communications before we get even close to that. Okay. Do you remember on June 10th having conversations with Attorney Jackson?
I do remember that there was conversations, yes.
Now, June 10th is 8 days before your testimony. Did you ever talk about an outline of your testimony or what your testimony would be?
No, sir.
You ultimately have more conversations on June 16th. Do you remember those conversations on June 16th?
Not specifically, no.
You don't remember them specifically? Do you remember whether or not you talked about the case with Attorney Jackson on June 16th?
We did not talk about the case, no.
Did you ever email with Attorney Jackson around that time?
In June 10th?
Before your voir dire?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So everything from your mind was just logistics at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you came in for June 17th?
I believe the voir dire was the 18th.
Okay. Do you remember having phone calls on the 18th with Attorney Jackson?
The day of the voir dire?
Yes.
I could have to let him know that I arrived.
So you check in with the client, tell them you're on their way, even though you're not going to meet them?
To let them know that I'm coming to court?
Okay. And so when you testified in the voir dire, then did you have further conversations with Attorney Jackson?
After the voir dire?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you talk about the case?
No, sir.
You had to testify, or you came and you testified on the 24th?
That sounds right.
You had a number of phone calls before the 24th. You had a series of phone calls on the 17th, 2 on the 18th, 2 on the 19th. Do you know what any of those were about?
I think it was about the logistics of arriving here, because I know that I was going to, as opposed to driving, I was going to fly in this time.
Okay, how about the 21st and 23rd? There's a call on the 21st and 2 on the 23rd. Did you talk about the case?
No.
And so when you came into trial to testify, you were just relying on the opinions you had already provided in the past?
That were written in the February 12th report of 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had not talked about the case with Attorney Jackson or any member of this team?
No, it was all in the report, and that's ultimately what I testified exactly to at the time of trial in the voir dire, sir.
And you did not talk to Attorney Jackson or anybody else about the case?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an email. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
From you to who?
To Mr. Jackson.
Okay. And what's it labeled as?
Wolf Direct.
And that's before you testified on trials 24.
It's at 6 p.m. the night before I testified, yes.
So it's before you testified?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you this document. Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the attachment to the email.
You recognize reading that?
Yes.
Do you recognize discussing the case before you testified on June 24, 2024?
I never discussed this with him. This is something that I sent to him, that I did on my own, and that I sent to him. But he never asked this of me, and we never discussed it.
So you sent him what you thought would be the best questions and answers for him to ask you when you testified?
So this is something I routinely do when I work with attorneys, okay? I prepare this on my own to prep myself and prepare for trial.
Can I get back, please? There's an email with a document I'd like to attach this as an exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1.
So you assisted the defense before your testimony.
Hold on.
Thank you. So you assisted the defense in anticipation of your testimony by sharing with them the questions and answers you thought would be most helpful.
Again, as I mentioned, this is something that I do internally to prepare. I sent that to him the evening before I testified at 6 p.m. I presume that he already had his direct examination done at that point. So I sent that to him, yes.
That's a lot of answers other than the one for my question. The one for my question
Hold the comments, please.
My question was, you had communications offering information to the defense before you testified in a way that you thought would help the testimony, didn't you?
Well, first off, I have no idea if he even read it or utilized anything from it.
But that's not really answering the question I just asked, is it?
Can you repeat the question?
Of course I can. So when you sent a direct examination to Attorney Jackson before your testimony, you communicated with Attorney Jackson, providing information that you thought would best help your testimony in court.
Well, I think ultimately it's to help the jury understand my report and my analysis.
Do you think it's helpful not answering the question and just diverting every time I ask you something? Do you think that's helpful? Do you want to answer my question, or do you want me to move on?
I think I answered your question.
I don't think you did, so I'll ask it one more time.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, no comments, please.
Do you think that providing a direct examination to the defense before you testified is in any way assisting preparing for your testimony?
Again, I don't know if he even utilized it, sir. And certainly if the Commonwealth had reached out, they could have gotten a copy of that as well. It would have been the same exact outline whether I testified on behalf of the defense or behalf of the Commonwealth.
You don't want to answer my question?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever make any comments or discuss the outline that you provided to the defense to help better the testimony for the defense?
I did put comments, yes.
When I just showed you that document and you said you just sent it because this is a standard thing, why didn't you just tell us that you made comments that would assist the defense? Why didn't you share that when I just asked the question?
I don't understand your question.
You don't understand my question. I asked you about the outline, the direct examination you provided to the defense, and you gave me a response that this is something typical, but it's just an outline. You wouldn't answer whether it would help the defense or not, but the reality is you were assisting the defense, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were making suggestions to help the defense, weren't you?
Sir, it wasn't to help the defense. It wasn't to help anyone but the jury understand things. As I just mentioned, that outline, if it was asked if I had sent one to the Commonwealth, you would have gotten the exact same copy.
You didn't send one to the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth never reached out to us, sir.
So what you said in this is there was a question about, so not being able to inspect the vehicle is something that is not uncommon in your line of work, and you wrote back, absolutely not, correct?
Correct.
And you made a comment to assist the jury, according to you, only to assist the jury. Not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show jury it doesn't matter in this case. Were those your comments to the defense before your testimony?
Absolutely. And it would have been the same argument probably from the defense if you had called me a witness about not being able to inspect the vehicle. I wanted the jury to have an understand that for the analysis I undertook, it did not matter that I did not physically inspect the vehicle, sir.
So when you're telling us here under oath before this court that you did nothing to assist the defense, you do not think that you making these suggestions on how to better the testimony for the defense, you don't think that's helping the defense?
No.
Okay. You said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. So you're making suggestions to the defense about what you think could be helpful in the direct examination, correct?
Sir, there were never any conversations between me and Mr. Jackson about what questions to ask, what not to ask. Again, I prepared that internally on my behalf and sent that to him. Whether he utilized it or not, I have no idea.
Not my question. Not my question. What I'm asking you is when you wrote to the defense and said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination.
Yes, slow down.
Sorry. When you wrote and offered, unsolicited according to you, to the defense, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination, weren't you trying to help, sir?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
And then when you wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles, who's they?
Well, it would have been the prosecution in this case.
But you're not taking sides. You're totally objective, right?
Sir, that is a question that's routinely raised when I testify about whether or not we inspect the vehicle. So I know it would be a potential issue that would be raised by either side.
So you were alerting the defense that you thought that this may become an issue, weren't you?
It was more or less to make sure the jury had an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis, sir. I wanted to make sure the jury understood that.
Don't hide behind the jury. I'm talking about your communications with the defense. I'm asking you specifically about your conversations with the defense.
That's two questions. Ask one question.
You wrote, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. That's what you wrote, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The tone of the argumentation.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Right. And when you said they, you're referring to the opposition, the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you offer an explanation or a way to deal with what the Commonwealth may confront you with, don't you? You make a suggestion to help the defense, don't you?
Again, it was to help the jury understand that because I did not physically inspect the vehicle, it did not matter for my analysis. That was the point I was trying to make.
I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. That's what you wrote.
Right. Need to show the jury. Yeah. That's what I was trying to make sure that that point was understood, to the jury.
In your collaboration with the defense, that's not all you wrote, is it? You gave them discretion about things that you should or shouldn't say in front of that jury who you say you want to hear everything. Didn't you?
There were other comments, yes.
If you want the jury to hear everything, you wouldn't be relying on the defense to tell you what to say and not say, would you?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, you'll understand if I read this. Number 19. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? You remember that one?
Yes.
And then you wrote back, yes, unfortunately there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. You remember that?
Yes.
Statistically speaking, most pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors result in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Yes?
Yes.
Oh. And then, do you defer to the defense, not the jury, trying to give the full story to the jury, do you defer to the defense in exercising discretion on what you will or will not say to the jury back then?
Well, allow me to explain, if you will.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, let me explain.
No, I'm asking you, did you defer?
Answer the question first.
Did you defer to the defense on what information they wanted you to put in front of that last jury or not?
I didn't defer to them. The reason for that comment is a few reasons, sir.
Let me read it, and then you can give any explanation you want.
Hold on. Question, Mr. Brennan, then you answer, Dr. Wolf.
You said, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Are those your words?
Yes. Allow me to explain. Because, for one, I want the jury to have an understanding, again, the jury to have an understanding of my background in lighting and human factors and how it relates to me seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts, right? So I want them to have that understanding. At the same time, I don't want them to get caught up in a statistic that just because there's more pedestrian impacts at night, that this alleged incident must have occurred because of that statistic.
Question 31. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before? And you wrote back, yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you made another comment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I realized in my testimony, I said about 20 times when you asked how many times I've been qualified. You were referring to your voir dire testimony, correct?
Correct.
I misinterpreted your questions, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T lists, it's 11 trials and 7 depositions. 18 testimonies total, correct?
Correct.
Not sure if you want me to clear this up or just leave it. Wouldn't you want to clear up a misstatement when you realize you had made a mistake? Wouldn't you want to inform the court, I stated qualifications I didn't have, it was unintentional, but it was a mistake?
Well, that's exactly why I put the comment in there, sir.
You put the comment, you didn't put the comment to the Commonwealth, did you?
Again, you all never contacted us, sir.
Did you comment to the court who you made the representations in front of? Did you let the court know that you made a representation that was inaccurate?
Again, that's why I put the comment in there to...
Okay. Did you inform the court about your misrepresentation?
No, I did not inform the court.
You relied on the defense and gave them the discretion whether they were going to clarify the record or not. Correct?
But I provided the clarification, yes.
Mr. Brennan, could you move along, please?
As you sit here today, you don't really know how many communications you had with the defense before your last testimony, do you?
For trial one?
Yes, trial one.
I think it's all memorialized in the records and the emails that were produced.
The ones that were produced, but not things that were lost or destroyed or deleted, correct?
Again, there are records, even though the physical texts aren't there, there's certainly records of the calls, incoming, outgoing, as well as texts.
Do you remember when you testified in the voir dire, you were asked that before that morning when you walked into court, you had never met Attorney Jackson face to face?
Correct.
But you met him in court that day, right?
I believe I met him that day, yes.
You were asked whether or not you had ever discussed at trial now, after the voir dire, on June 24th, you were asked whether you ever discussed the substance of any of your testimony. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And so when you shared questions and answers and suggestions by email, was the statement under oath, you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony. Is that still truthful?
We never discussed it, sir. Again, I sent it to him on my own behalf. There was no discussion that took place between Mr. Jackson about that.
You made comments after this was exchanged.
That was sent with the comments, sir.
And then you were asked whether you had ever been paid by the defense. You said no. You were later paid by the defense, weren't you?
ARCA did send an invoice afterwards, yes.
Did you talk to ARCA about that? About the billing in this case?
No.
You submitted your bill? Yes?
ARCA submitted the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Klein, he was involved in the testing you did, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why is it that Mr. Klein didn't come in and join you? Who made that decision for trial?
Well, I think it was around, again, when we were talking about those June calls, I think that there was some discussion between Mr. Jackson and myself about Mr. Klein's involvement, and ultimately he's also an accident reconstructionist, so it essentially would have been duplicative testimony. So we didn't feel, or Mr. Jackson, I don't think, felt it was necessary to call Mr. Klein as well.
That sounds like a little bit more than just scheduling, doesn't it?
I would describe that as logistics, sir.
Logistics. You had to describe what Mr. Klein's role was or wasn't in that report, didn't you?
Again, I went over his background as an accident reconstructionist, yes.
Well, so you only talked about background, and from that the decision was made not to call him, or did you talk about his role in your testing and in your opinions?
I didn't talk about his role, sir. I think ultimately the decision obviously was made by Mr. Jackson, not me.
I understand that, but I want to know what the conversation was that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein. It wasn't simply logistics. What was the discussion you had?
Well, I told him that, again, we're both accident reconstructionists. Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, so there would have been essentially duplicative testimony from both of us.
Well, your report's never very clear who did what. Would you agree with me that the report is a general report that has yours, Dr. Rentschler, and Dr. Klein's name on it? Would you agree with me?
All three of our names are on it, yes.
It doesn't distinguish who did what in that report, does it?
Correct, but I think it certainly was testified to at the voir dire in the time of trial.
Before the voir dire. When you spoke to the defense, did you explain to them what the different roles were for the different people that led to the decision not to call Mr. Klein?
Again, we went over our backgrounds, and I think from that you can deduce that.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you're familiar with what an accident reconstructionist does and you're familiar with what a biomechanical engineer does, then you would be able to understand that.
Well, it would be easy to understand if you could just tell us what the conversation was. That's what I'm asking about.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
When you had a conversation with the defense, did you tell them the role that Mr. Klein played in your investigation and in your conclusions?
Again, I told him that we are both accident reconstructionists.
Okay. And he chose you instead of Mr. Klein. Did you say there was a difference between you and Mr. Klein and what you did?
No. Again, we were both a part of the testing. We were both a part of the review. So we had exactly the same role, essentially.
Did you tell him that?
No. I told him that we were both accident reconstructionists.
And you remember that's all you said about it?
Yes.
During the voir dire in the trial, did you get to watch any of the Commonwealth's experts?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about any questions and answers that could or should be asked?
No, but I will note that during the entirety of the first trial, the Department of Justice was closely watching it, and we had certainly a direct line of communication with them that they were giving us and providing us information about the trial as it was ongoing.
Did you ever communicate with the defense about questions and answers to ask?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody's testimony at any time during the first trial?
I might have seen a few news clips, but I didn't watch any specifically, no.
Did you ever watch anybody's testimony? Did you ever watch any of the reconstruction testimony?
No, sir.
Did you, after the trial, spend any private time with the defense?
No, I left town.
Okay. You didn't go to lunches or parties or anything like that?
No, I went straight to the airport.
And, sir, is there any other communications that you've had with the defense that you didn't tell us about outside the texts and the phone calls and the signal calls? Or any other communications that you can think of that you had with the defense?
No, sir. I've provided everything I have in my possession.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Lessie, do you have anything?
I can do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are we going to get to Dr. Rentschler today or not?
Well, we know how much time Mr. Brennan's...
I'm just asking you.
I hope so, Your Honor.
Okay.
Doctor, you're suggesting that it's going to take until May 7th for you to complete your reports in this case?
And the analysis, yes.
Do you know when this trial started?
I think like a week or so ago.
You provided raw data last Friday,
Yes.
but you would agree you still have not provided any reports.
Correct.
You said if you were notified or received information, you could have your testing and opinions done within a month, correct?
Potentially. Again, it would also depend on when we got authorization from the Department of Justice, which, as I mentioned, was at the very end of March.
I understand that. We're going to talk about that separately. I'm talking specifically about how long it would take if you received the information. You said that you could have the testing and reports done in 1 month, correct?
I don't know. I said the testing, the reports, and everything.
Would it take longer than a month?
Ideally, I think it depends on what kind of a report that we're talking about. I think if it's something along the lines that Dr. Welcher produced, I think it could be pretty quick.
You said March 26th is when you received authorization, and you're going to have things done by May 7th. So that's a month and a week?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know when the Commonwealth in this case turned over Dr. Welcher's information to the defense? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Did you know that it was turned over in a report on January 30th?
Just the report?
Yes.
I didn't know that,
And
no.
the file in its entirety was turned over by February 5th? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't, Your Honor.
And if you had a month from February 5th to complete your testing and report, you could have been done by March 5th or even the second week of March, couldn't you?
Presuming we had authorization, the defense had authorization from the Department of Justice as well as ARCA, yes.
Putting aside the authorization, I'm going to ask you about that. But just the time you need to test, if you knew or received the information by February 5th, you could have been done by March 5th or mid-March, couldn't you?
Potentially, yes.
Well, you're going to get it done that quickly now, so wouldn't that be an accurate guide to when you could have done it then?
It's certainly not ideal, but we certainly are working as quickly as we can.
I know it's not ideal, but isn't it the same time frame? Whatever it's going to take you from March 26th, you could have done from February 5th. True?
Again, I don't know the timeline in terms of what exactly was produced when from Dr. Welcher, so I'm not aware of that.
But I'm not asking about the timeline. I'm talking about the time needed to deal with this information. You said you could have done in around a month.
I think a month or more, yes.
So your contract with the federal government ended, ARCA's did, in June of 2024, didn't it?
I believe it was sometime last year, yes.
Do you know the Commonwealth notified the defense that they were going to have a new expert back in October of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any effort by ARCA or the defense to try to facilitate an agreement that the defense could use ARCA as witnesses back in October or November of 2024?
No.
Are you aware of any efforts by the defense to try to notify the federal government to be able to use ARCA in December or January?
No.
And so as far as you knew, this came out of nowhere in March, that the defense wanted to use ARCA, or specifically you and Dr. Renchelaer, in late March of 2025?
No, I think, again, it was, like I said, around February of 2025. I know that, like I said, when I spoke to Mr. Jackson, that he had indicated that the ARCA issue was being litigated. And I think that, like I said, there was, I think, multiple motions pending against us, and he didn't even know if he could move forward with us at that point in time.
Do you know why the defense waited until February 2025 to even seek permission from the federal government to retain you and Dr. Renchelaer so you could review the materials?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know? Do you happen to know that?
I don't know, no.
Next question.
You shared with us communications you had with the United States Attorney's Office. Were you receiving information in this case since the last trial from the defense or from the United States Attorney's Office?
What do you mean with respect to information?
Evidence, discovery, information.
From the Department of Justice?
Anybody?
No, not until recently, no.
So you haven't seen any discovery until after February of 2025, isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you were involved in this case before trial last year, we talked about your communications and conversations with the defense. Was anybody giving you information as an intermediary? Was anybody updating you on the defense of the case or giving other information to you?
Yeah, I think I previously testified that the Department of Justice was closely watching the trial and providing us information.
What information were they providing you about the trial?
I think that they provided information regarding the some of the witnesses that had testified with respect to, I think, the reconstructionists, and I think some of the evidence.
So when the Department of Justice was giving you information during the trial about witnesses, what witnesses do you remember they were giving you information about?
One that comes to mind was, and I don't even recall his name, it would have been the accident reconstructionist.
Is it a coincidence that when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about particular witnesses testifying in this case, is it a coincidence that your phone calls and text messages are more frequent?
Is it a coincidence?
Yes.
I presume so.
Well, when you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony in this case, was that part of the catalyst for you to either call or text the defense and ask questions?
No.
Did you ever share any of the information you received from the Department of Justice with the defense?
No.
When you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony, that was before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And part of that, when they were giving you information, did they ever give you any live video?
No. It was just verbal communication.
And they were giving you updates and summaries of testimony?
I wouldn't say summaries. They just pointed out some key things I think that came out.
What were the key things they were talking about with the reconstructionist testimony? What were they telling you?
I think it was as it relates to the arm being outstretched, and I think some of the kinematics of the pedestrian. I also think there was some mention of potentially some DNA evidence.
And is that how at trial, even though you had no evidence that was produced as part of your report, or to consider for your report, that you knew that there was DNA evidence because of the intermediary?
Because of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order in this case that you were not supposed to consider or review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that.
Nobody made you aware about a sequestration order in this case?
No.
But you did, in fact, receive information about other witnesses' testimony before you testified in this case in front of the jury, didn't you?
From the Department of Justice, yes.
What other witnesses were you advised about their testimony and issues in this case before your testimony in this case?
That's all I recall.
Well, you said it was more than one. You said some witnesses. Take a moment, think back. What other witnesses stand out that you were offered information from the Department of Justice about this case before you testified?
As I mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that that's the other witness, yes.
So you heard information, you learned that there was information and testimony about DNA.
Yes.
And certainly when you took that information before you testified, you considered it when you testified, didn't you?
No, because again, our report was already solidified, so it didn't change my opinion in any way.
Well, not about whether it changed your opinion. You testified about DNA, didn't you?
I don't believe that I did, no.
I'm going to approach, if I may, Your Honor. Okay. This is your outline with your comments. You recognize this?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce that as an exhibit, please. Thank you.
Exhibit 3.
So, as an expert, when you receive information, you need time to look at the raw data, don't you?
Potentially, yes.
You need time to look at the report of another expert, don't you?
Potentially.
And then you got to consider whether or not you think that their testing is accurate. You can test their testing, can't you?
You can, yes.
And you can also generate new tests based on what you've read if you think that there is some explanation needed. Yes?
Perhaps, yes.
And then you can write a report.
Yes.
So it's fair to say when an expert introduces new information, testing materials, it takes about, if not at least a month, to process through that information, vet it, and then consider your own testing.
Well, if they've already authored a report and done their own testing, that should be solidified and memorialized already.
Well, if there's new testing, if a new expert does something new, and an expert wants to look at it, you would agree to sift through that much information and consider and vet it and then do independent testing. It could take over a month, couldn't it?
If it's necessary.
And it would be the expert that determines whether or not that was necessary, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And if your report is not due until May 7th, is that what you said, May 7th?
Yes.
May 7th. It could take an expert, if they wanted to do testing based on new testing that you provided, over a month, couldn't it?
It depends. I can't answer that.
When you wrote that initial report and you provided the report, how many pages was it? 10, 12 pages?
The original DOJ report?
The report that you produced in this case with your opinions, yes.
That sounds about right.
Okay. You never gave the raw data for that report, did you?
No, it was all protected.
It was all what?
It was protected as classified.
Have you been asked for it? Has there been a request made for all the raw data that formed the basis of your opinions, of those initial opinions?
My understanding from communication with the Department of Justice is that all communication and work product is protected and cannot be disclosed.
So that raw data that's necessary to you for your evaluation and your testing, that wasn't provided in this case, was it?
For the first trial?
Yes.
No.
And videos of the demonstration, you built like a potato cannon, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Potato cannon.
If that's how you want to characterize it, sure.
Okay. Did you take videos of it when you were doing your demonstrations and tests?
Yes.
Never turned over those videos, did you?
Again, we're talking about trial one. As I mentioned, for trial two, let me finish.
Trial one, so
okay.
No, I want you to focus on.
Okay, no, that was
one.
not produced, no.
Never turned over any of those videos, did you?
Again, we were not able to.
And was there any failed testing the first time around?
No.
In addition to videos, I'm sure you had other raw data, notes, photographs, right?
Yes.
And so when you look at a report, so for example, you saw Dr. Welcher's report and you had access now to his file and data, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed that, didn't you?
Yes.
Because to be fair, you need to review not just the report, that's just someone's opinion. You need to review the raw data, don't you, to get an accurate understanding of an opinion?
Right, which we have already provided in response to Dr. Welcher.
Without video and without the raw data, as an expert, there's no ability to really vet the reliability of your first experiments that led to your testimony in trial one, is there?
I think you might be confused. Again, our role for this round...
I don't think I am.
Objection, Your Honor. You should be allowed to answer.
I don't think I'm confused. I'm talking about trial one.
Right.
You had a 12-page report. You provided no video, no raw data, no notes, correct?
Correct. But for this trial, sir, we are being asked to respond to Dr. Welcher.
That's not what I'm asking
we have
you.
provided everything that he would need to evaluate the testing that we have done.
That's not what I'm asking you. What if he wants to evaluate the testing you did the first time? Are you going to come into court
Do you hope to testify about the opinions you gave the first time, about those 4 opinions?
I don't know what the defense's plan is for us. My understanding is that it's to evaluate and respond to Dr. Welcher.
All right, with that, I need to see counsel with that.
Hello, friends. I'm still here. Doesn't it feel like a day in court? We got sidebars, sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. Let's see what happens at the end of this sidebar. You got more to go, Mr. Brennan? If not, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen.
We're all set, and let's bring Dr. Rentschler in here, please.
All right, good. Dr. Rentschler.
Okay.
This one is a lot quicker, and you'll notice it's Wolf who Hank's going to tear apart. Rentschler was just kind of like, Yeah, I mean, smart people can be very snarky. It comes out even from time to time. I feel bad, but I'm snarky. What do you want me to do?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Dr. Rentschler, this is going to be very quick. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan. We just need his name.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, ANDREWJOHNRENTSCHLER.
You've testified before in this case?
I have, yes, sir.
In a last voir dire in a past trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have conversations and communications with the defense before your last testimony?
I did, yes.
Did you use text messages to communicate?
I believe there was maybe one text message.
Okay. How about phone calls?
There was maybe 1 or 2 phone calls, I believe.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there was 6 text messages for you?
Yeah, I believe I sent one, and then there were 5 sent to me.
And were there 23 phone calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you looked at the records outlining the phone calls that supposedly you made to the defense?
I looked at the records from the defense, but then I looked at my own records, which indicate a different number, only 3 phone calls, I believe.
Okay, so the 23 phone calls that are summarized, you don't think you made those phone calls?
No, if you look at them, it's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And in that time period, according to my phone records, I have like a 21-minute phone call that encompasses most of that time.
Okay. Did you discuss with the defense before your testimony anything about this case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say you don't believe so, do you remember speaking to them about this case at all?
I remember speaking about my qualifications and my background, and I believe that's it.
Did you ever use any other medium to have conversations with the defense other than text or emails or phone calls?
No, sir.
Did you ever communicate with them on Signal?
No, sir.
Why not?
There was no reason to.
As an expert, when you communicate with clients, there's no concern about having it in writing, is there? Keeping a record, whether it's a phone call or a text message or an email, there's no concerns when you're dealing with clients having a record of that, is there?
Well, I don't believe that ARC has any specific policy for that, no, sir.
Mm-hmm. Did you keep track of your hours prior to your testimony?
I did, yes.
And before you testified, did you have conversations with people from the Department of Justice about this case?
Yes, I did.
Did they inform you about witness testimony?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Who decided whether it was going to be an issue worthy of talking about before trial?
With the DOJ, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, certainly that would have been up to the DOJ. I mean, I would have had conversations with them. I don't believe that I asked or requested anything, but they were called to update us about what was going on.
Do you know why they were calling and raising certain issues with you?
I do not know, no, sir.
And by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it?
It would certainly help prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order, that there was supposed to be no discussion of testimony and issues that were occurring in the courtroom before you testified?
I'm going to allow it. Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay.
After you testified, did you
Well, before you testified, did you get a chance to meet anybody from the defense?
Just when I came to court, I think for the voir dire is the first time I met anybody.
Did you just spend time with the defendant and the defense after your testimony?
Well, after my testimony at trial on the 24th, yes, I was provided a ride back to the airport, and I believe I was the last witness. So before my ride to the airport, they said, there's a lunch next door. We need to get somebody else to take to the airport. Come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approached me.
So you spent some time with them?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And, sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so in evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you want to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an opinion.
You make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month to fairly do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had, a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do that.
And it's still not done?
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Brennan?
That's it, thank you.
All right. Can you get that report and everything completed before the 7th? If I order you to do so?
If you order me to do so, I mean, I could certainly try and expedite it, yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
Yeah, you better do it. And they did it. Oh, hello. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. What a day. We are fully caught up. I feel like we are the most informed, fully caught up Super Towels, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Look at this. We timed it, ladies and gentlemen. It's like we had a day of court. We went till 4 o'clock, my dear friends, and then it's now nearly 5 o'clock. I can't believe it. We did, what is it, 10, almost 9 hours on a Sunday. I hope you caught all the updates, and I hope you know that these are now called Call Me Hank Sundays. And then Sundays with Hank, I think we're calling them. Even though Hank Brennan's not here, we're calling them Sundays with Hank. We'll find reasons to watch Hank Brennan-related material on Sundays. And actually, you know what? Let's watch one more clip. There's a clip about, we never get to hear Hank Brennan talk and do interviews during this trial, right? And if you're wondering, Grant, do you just have Hank Brennan clips like ready at all times? No, but like I watch Hank Brennan clips and I know, like, even if they have like 1,000 views on YouTube, I know where to find a Hank Brennan clip. You know, if I want to find a Hank Brennan clip, oh, ladies and gentlemen, I will find you a Hank Brennan clip, and look what I found for you right here, my dear towels. I found a clip that really shows Hank Brennan as a person. We talk a lot. Yeah, it was great, JVA. We had a great day. This clip's only 10 minutes, by the way. We had a great day looking at the Hank Brennan style in court, but let's look at, hold on one second. Let's look at who Hank Brennan is as a person. I think you all are really going to enjoy this as kind of a cap off to our day. It's a very interesting interview with someone I know who is the interviewer, actually, Marjorie Egan. I really look up to Marjorie and Jim Browdy. Actually, should we look at it? All right, we can look at it. You all, we're going to look at the Call Me Hank clip after, but we can look at the picture. I know you all think this picture is absolutely adorable, and yes, we can look at it. I know that you all are going to be like, dear God, Grant, how do you know these people? Oh, Allie 90211. Oh, as I'm going to pull up the super towel image, Allie 90211 comes in with a super towel lemon emoji. I needed it. You know, I laughed so hard today, I think I actually made my abs stronger. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, I can feel that my abs got a workout because I was laughing so hard. Oh, Allie 90211. Look at the super towel emoji. First of all, Allie 90211 is a super towel. They have a wonderful sense of humor. Second of all, the super lemon is blowing a trumpet and it's being followed by a little olive emoji. They are super towels. They are telling me that I am deserving of a trumpeteer blast, and they, ladies and gentlemen, are worthy of a trumpeteer blast. Oh, you little super towels. Oh, they're adorable. I'm going to break into a towel giggle. Oh, God bless you, Allie 90211. Oh, that was adorable. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was so beautiful. Oh, Allie, so many folks in the towel chat are expressing their appreciation for you. You are a loved and appreciated towel. Now, before we watch Mandy Strong, the honorary towel spouse. Actually, so many of you are amazing. I love that emoji. Oh my goodness, they know. Folks, the towel friends know. They know I am a man who giggles at emojis. Oh, God bless you, honorary towel spouse Mandy Strong. What a touching, beautiful emoji. Oh, I could just hang out with that little emoji all day, just like I could hang out with a little lemon emoji. And yes, I take screenshots of every single one of them. Oh, Mandy Strong follows up with the hippo. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Actually, let me put this in the chat. Oh, my goodness, you super towels support towel chat. Let me put this in the chat. You super towels. Oh, goodness, you're trying to make Towel giggle, and I am giggling. But yes, before we watch the Hank Brennan interview, a few things. One, if you want to support Towel directly over the... I thought that I was going to get my Patreon today. I do not get my Patreon today. I had everything budgeted out to the first. It did not work out like I intended. So thank you all so much for your support. Know that the way the gifts and everything comes in, I absolutely know, like, it'll be later this month. I have it budgeted out, but I am not going to get through this week. I don't think I'm going to get to Tuesday. So, ladies and gentlemen, but I just have to get to Tuesday. So if you like this stream, if you want to help Little Towel, please, it's a public information service. You're not just helping me, but you're helping me basically be able to sit here for hours on end. The software costs money. I do this at a loss. I'm trying really, really hard. You all support this channel. I'm so grateful for it. I'm so glad that we got to spend time together today. And Mandy Strong comes through again. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Mandy Strong comes through with another, where was that? Oh, no, it was the first one. I was just watching it delayed. I was like, Mandy Strong, you are just flooding towel emojis. And the hippo chair emoji, I just want to say, I want to actually scroll back up to it because I didn't get a chance. Can we just appreciate how amazing it is? It is a hippo in a chair spinning around, and it is the happiest little hippo I have ever seen. That is me. Oh, I'm in the hippo in the chair. Oh, we're all sitting in chairs. Well, some people might be on couches. So who knows? Some people might be on a lake. One time someone was like, I'm on a lake in a beach chair watching you. And I was like, hello, people at the lake. One time someone was like, I'm at a store like somewhere. And I was like, hello. Someone was like, I'm at a Home Depot. I was like, hello, people at the Home Depot. No, Mandy Strong, it's a hippo in a chair. I'm a hippo. I'm a towel hippo. Oh, I'm a giggly little towel. But yes, I want to show you one thing, which is the woman who does this interview with Hank Brennan is named Marjorie Egan. And by 6 degrees of non-Chewbacca, I have a connection, ladies and gentlemen, to Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. You might be saying, Towel, how? First of all, how? And second of all, why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I had a lot of weird experiences as a towel growing up. My mom knew a lot of people. One time she was like, you want to go meet my friend? She was like, you want to come to to Watertown? I have to do a TV hit. And I was like, okay. So we go do the TV hit. And she's like, you want to come meet my friend? He's down by the river. And I was like, what do you mean he's down by the river? She's like, he's on the river. And I was like, is he fishing? It was like 9 o'clock at night. I was like, why do you want to go meet your friend on the river at 9 o'clock at night? And she was like, no, it's Geraldo Rivera. He's on his boat. And I was like, what do you mean he's on his boat? Like, he just drives around on, I was like 7. So I was like, he just drives around on a little boat? I'm pretty sure he was on a yacht. But either way, it was a very interesting experience. And then just other times, my mom would be like, oh, like, do you want to meet these people? I grew up, one time, she came home from New York. She used to, like, go on MSNBC or something. She came home from New York. I forget. It was not Phil Donahue, although I did meet Phil Donahue one time. He was an interesting man. But anyway, she came home from New York, and she was like, oh, my friend heard that you like video games, and he wanted to give you a GameCube. And I was like, oh, okay, I would love for you I would love to have a GameCube. So, like, she's like, yeah, his assistant's going to send it. And I was like, what does that, like, mean, his assistant's going to send it? So all of a sudden, I get this big GameCube package from Montel Williams, the TV show host, and he's like, Grant, your mom is wonderful, and I heard you like video games. Here is a GameCube. Oh, goodness. Towel had a very interesting life. And then I played Need for Speed Most Wanted on that GameCube and got all the gold medals. Thank you, Montel Williams. I saw him one time. He got a little bit older and started doing some work in an industry I cover tangentially. And I was like, hello. And he was like, I've had so many guests. And I was like, do you remember my mother? Because I was asking him, like, you must have had like thousands of guests. And he was like, oh, yeah, like 10,000 plus. And I was like, do you remember my mom? He's also getting a little bit sick. But I was like, do you remember my mom? And he was like, not by name, because he didn't remember her name, but I showed him her face, and he immediately was like, I remember your mom. It was great. Oh, yeah, it was great. And now, mind you, that was like 25 years after the show. He did not remember the GameCube. I never expected him to, but he absolutely remembered my mom, which I thought was special. But anyway, this is why I bring this up, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Marjorie Egan is the woman who does the interview with Hank Brennan here, and I will just show you Little Towels. Take a look at Little Towel. I know, I'm an adorable Little Towel. Look at Little Towel. Are you all just overwhelmed with Towel's cuteness? Hold on, let me get you the picture. Hold on, we'll zoom in. So hold on, what do you mean? Where'd it go? Hold on, I gotta play it. Are you simply overwhelmed with Towel's ability to be adorable? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, is it possible for a single towel to be so adorable? I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. Personally, I am just an adorable towel. Look at Little Towel. That's Jim Browdy. Marjorie Egan, it's my favorite picture, and that's Representative Presley and myself. I am an adorable and hilarious and funny little towel. Look at me under the bright lights. I do well under the spotlights, Little Towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Wendy Murphy is my mom. That is true. I'm sorry, your comments got frozen. But yes, Wendy Murphy is my mom. Hold on, I got to scroll up a little bit. But yes, Wendy Murphy is my mother. I have had some experiences, ladies and gentlemen. One time, my mom and my grandpa were like, we're going to Florida. And I was like, okay. And they were like, we're going to Mar-a-Lago. And then they started going there every year, and then my grandfather became friends with President Trump. It was a strange situation. I don't really understand that. I don't understand it, but the point is, that woman in the picture, look, it's me that's me. I am a towel. And so it's me. Oh, your maiden name is Murphy. That's wonderful. My maiden name is Towel. You can call me Towel. That is a picture of me and Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. I've known them for decades. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, so I can't tell you anything about it, but remember the other day, I was like, if you let me, that doesn't have anything to do with Jim or Marjorie, but remember one day I was like, last week I was like, I have really good news. Like, I got this phone call in the middle of the stream. A lot of you actually were sending me DMs like, can you tell us the good news? Well, listen. You know how you kind of have to like open one door and then you actually got to like walk through it and then you got to like open, Oh, I ran through that door. I haven't actually done what I need to do, but I'll tell you right now, I ran through that door like a successful little towel, and I was a beaming little towel. Oh, goodness. Oh, my mom is very wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a quick refresher before we watch the final Hank Brennan clip, my mother, Wendy Murphy, she just does so much good victims impact work, and she also has been trying to pass the Equal Rights Amendment. Now, I think she's up against a tough constitutional issue because it has to do with this very complex situation with the preamble to the Equal Rights Amendment, which would make women and men equal under the Constitution. They're technically equal now under this 1972 case that has to do with this state was trying to say women under 21 but over 18 could drink 3.7% alcohol by volume beer, and men could at that same age could drink like 5.7 ABV. And then the question before the court was really, can the state do that? And the court said no, they could not. And the court assigned something called intermediate scrutiny, middle tier scrutiny, to when a state wants to make a law that treats men and women differently. Now this got interpreted again under a case called VMI, the Virginia Military Institute case in 1997. Ginsburg wrote the majority. It was like 8-2 or something, 8-1, 7-2. But anyway, the point is, my mom has been, even though women have equality under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause. It's not really like the equality that my mother would like, and I think a lot of people would prefer it to be strict scrutiny. Now, this court is never going to give strict scrutiny. The fundamental rights, this doctrine of strict scrutiny, which means like if you have a right, like if you have a situation where a class of people being treated a certain way is such a serious issue that the state can only do it with under the strictest possible conditions. Like you can't have segregated water fountains based on race, etc. But with men and women, it's a very similar standard. You can't really discriminate unless you have like intermediate scrutiny. You have to really have a compelling reason. Like, for example, men and women might have different dressing rooms, and you might have a bifurcation. But anyway, my mom wants to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, but the problem is that when the Equal Rights Amendment was submitted, I think it was in like 72, it had like an 8-year deadline or 10-year deadline, and this is very complicated, but if you want to pass a congressional amendment in the United States, you have to submit it in the House, it has to pass the federal House, pass the Senate, then it gets sent down to the states, and it has to get ratified under Article 5 of the Constitution by at least 2/3 of the current states at that time. Now, when the ERA was ratified, there were 50 states. It was after Alaska joined in the 50s, so you needed 38 states. Now, the ERA within the deadline in the preamble, it didn't get enough states. It only got like 33 or 34 or something. So Congress extended the deadline for 2 years until like 1982 or something, but the ERA still didn't get enough states. Now, over the next 20 years, this movement came for the last 3 states to ratify the ERA to get to 38. Virginia did it in like 2014. On the basis of that argument and something called the Madison Amendment, which was ratified 250 years after it was initially proposed, my mom argued that the deadline was not valid and that the 38th state ratifying meant that the Archivist of the United States should promulgate the ERA ministerially. Now, she didn't really win this argument, but it's a very creative argument in order to sort of get the ERA going. It's never going to pass again in the Congress. It's never going to be ratified again. We're going the other direction, unfortunately, as a society. But anyway, my mom worked very hard on that. It's a very unique legal argument, and it has to do with the constitutionality of deadlines in congressional amendments. So there you go. But yes, yeah, no, Proctor, I don't believe Proctor ever said pin it on the girl. I don't understand why people keep spreading this. I think it's like a misinterpretation of something that was said. But anyway, that's me, Marjorie Egan, and Jim Browdy. Hi, Marjorie. Hi, Jim. I'm a towel. Hi, Rep. Presley. I am also a towel. Now, we're going to watch this Hank Brennan interview, and the only reason I was showing that picture and going on that story is because Marjorie Egan does the interview. No, hold on. We got to start it again.
All right. Well, over the course of 35 days, jurors heard from no less than 72 witnesses. The one person they did not hear from was Whitey Bulger himself, as he declined to testify. After the verdict, defense attorney Jay Kierney spoke for Bulger, saying he was pleased with the outcome.
It was important to him that the government corruption be exposed, and important to him that people see firsthand the deals that the government was able to make with certain people.
And now Hank Brennan, a member of Whitey Bulger's defense team, is here. Welcome, Hank Brennan.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a wild 8-10 weeks for you.
It's been a busy year and a half.
How did your client respond today? We just heard Jay Kierney, your partner in this, say that he wanted to see that the government was partly culpable. But how did he respond to it's 31 out of 32 counts he was proven guilty?
James Bulger was extraordinarily content. I think the moment for him came well before the verdict. It was the effort and the demonstration in court to help try to show as much truth as we could. The idea that the government has some liability and accountability in what had happened over those decades was one of the most important objectives we had.
One of the oddities of this was to see Stephen Davis and other members of families of victims embracing you and Jay Kierney today, and yet here you were representing the man who killed their loved ones. What was that like for you to have them almost siding with you in a sense? Not that they didn't want to see the government, convict them, prosecute them and convict them, but they really credit you with bringing out the government part of the corruption.
Well, we expect our criminals to commit crimes. That's what criminals do. We don't expect that from our law enforcement. And so having a very unique opportunity, Jake Kierney and I had the ability and the invitation to do anything we could to try to help find the truth and expose what the government had done. And the government had done a number of things that we don't expect from our government. They not only created victims, but they continued to victimize the victims by denying their responsibility. When we started this case, the effort was at the most important part to help show the role the government played in this entire conspiracy. It was a very liberating experience as a defense attorney to be able to ask questions of witnesses which in times could implicate our own client, and we did at many points, but also help other people. And I felt the presence of Patricia Donahue and the Donahue family and the Davises behind me every day. I didn't always see them when my back was to them, but I felt their presence, and I knew that what Jay and I, Kierney, were doing had some import, not just for our client, but for the community, for particular victims, and also for the public.
You eviscerated Stephen the Rifleman Flemmi in cross-examination. And as a result of that, you could say that you were actually responsible for the no finding in the murder of Deborah Davis, even though everybody knows he was there. He was never there. He was behind it. He, for one reason or another, wanted her dead. And yet, as I said, the family is still saying, well, you know, they want to go further with this. They want to take it to a state court, but they're fine with that.
Well, I take issue with the suggestion that he was there, and I take issue with the fact that you suggest that they wanted him dead. Her dead, I'm sorry. The only person who has ever said that is Stephen Flemmi. Mm-hmm. And certainly when a person that vile decides to kill his girlfriend because she has decided she had an interest in somebody else, someone that vile with that type of reward isn't somebody who's reliable. So I absolutely suggest that's not accurate and that's not true. I think quite the opposite. That being said, in protecting and defending James Bulger at trial, I think we demonstrated through the trial that we didn't pull any punches even if it incriminated James Bulger. Jay Kierney and I, at every step, tried to bring out the most reliable information. There were many witnesses which I asked about not only the Deborah Davis murder, but also how the FBI was complicit in covering up Stephen Flemmi's misconduct by trying to hide the conversations and interviews with Olga Davis and Mickey Davis. So that was a concerted effort throughout the trial. And sometimes public and people, victims like the Davis family, need somebody to stand up for them, and that's why we rely on prosecutors. That's why we rely on our government to do that. And when they fail, and someone else is there to take the void, and we had an opportunity to do that, for us, that was very meaningful.
I realized the judge wouldn't allow testimony in that you all wanted, you and Jay Kierney, which was that the government offered Whitey Bulger and Stephen Flemmi and Stephen Weeks, to some extent, immunity from prosecution in order to turn evidence against La Cosa Nostra. But why not let your client testify? I know he said he wanted to in the beginning. Jay Kierney said he would. Why not?
The arrangement that James Bulger had with the federal government was very different than the arrangement that Stephen Flemmi had. James Bulger was never an informant for the federal government. He was never providing information, and I hope we dispelled that through this trial. It's unfortunate that the general public doesn't see this type of trial on TV, and they can actually look at the detail and the evidence that would help show, because unfortunately it still then becomes a matter of rumor and innuendo. James Bulger not only was prepared to take the stand, he expected to take the stand from day one, and is what he wanted to do. There is a story, a sordid story, that extends well beyond the Boston FBI to the Department of Justice to the highest ranks, and James Bulger was prepared to tell that story. It is a loss for everybody, for the jury, for the victims' families, for the community, for the public, not to have him take the stand. I expected he would have been the most convincing witness, because he'd be the one witness who would not try to protect himself. I think that's reinforced by the approach Jay Kierney and I took. But to have somebody take the stand just to give a confession, but not to give the entire story and protect the government, makes absolutely no sense. If the government had no fear of what James Bulger would say, there'd be no reason not to let him testify to his arrangement. If immunity was so absurd, then they simply could have dispelled it in front of the jury. So although the government continually suggests that they're disappointed he didn't testify, they try to silence him at every turn in this case. And it was an extraordinary loss, because talk about the idea of closure. What better closure could you have than the person who could stand before the jury and the community and say exactly what happened. But fortunately, I don't think this is the last word. It's the end of this trial, but there's perhaps other trials and there's other opportunities for James Bulger to have his voice heard. And this would have been the perfect forum, but the government wanted to deny that, and they effectively did.
In the evidence file, there were informant cards issued to Brian Halloran, Stephen Fleming, others, among them James Whitey Bulger. I think they just said James Bulger. If he wasn't an informant, why did he have a card?
James Bulger didn't fill out a card and put it in a file to represent himself. It's ironic that the government says that John Conley, who was involved in such complicity and conspiracy and criminal activity, and he cannot be believed, especially with all the detailed reports he gave. But then the reports that may suggest that James Bulger gave information you should believe. There were a number of ways we try to demonstrate to this jury.
You should just clarify that, because James Bulger was saying that he actually paid them off. He gave them information, not the other way around.
They were his paid informants. It is odd that a person who was supposedly an informant is paying so many thousands of dollars to law enforcement when they're supposedly the informant. We showed a number of documents at this trial which showed specifically information that was attributed to James Bulger that was taken from other informant files. File after file and document after document came from other files that predated files and documents in James Bulger's file. The ping sheet and the protocol that you're supposed to go through with an informant was never followed. There was never a signature. There was never a contemporaneous photograph.
Let me interrupt you, because why was this so important? That was never part of the trial. That was not an issue being decided at trial. Why was it so critical of you and your defense team to prove that he was not an informant?
Well, it's a good point. It really wasn't so important to us, but remember, the government raised the issue. From the outset of this case, they wanted to insist that he was an informant. And anytime we saw a fallacy or a fabrication, we tried to check it and counter it and show that it wasn't true. Why do I suspect it was so important to the government? Well, part of it was because of reputation and pride and public relations, but think about the consequence if he wasn't an informant. Here's a person who paid an extraordinary amount of members of the FBI to get information. Inevitably, Washington, D.C. FBI was responsible for reviewing those files for determining whether or not things were viable. We had Mr. Fitzpatrick, who said he tried to shut him down, Mr. Davis, who said that the file was absolutely worthless, and Washington did nothing about it. If James Bulger was not an informant, as he was not, and simply paying the FBI, the accountability goes well beyond John Conley. And so the government certainly doesn't want to accept responsibility and accountability for letting somebody who bribed their officials to exist.
Since you brought up the issue of no cameras in the courtroom, which was incredibly frustrating to us in the news media and to the general public, tell us a little bit about working with Whitey Bulger. What was he like? How did you end up liking him? Was he somebody who was very vocal? Did he speak up on his own behalf? How did he interact with you? Just anything.
James Bulger is an extraordinarily intelligent man, and he is captivating. He's a historian. He was an excellent client. He educated. He gave guidance. He was a good listener. And Jay Kierney and I had an extraordinary relationship with him. There were a number of things that were introduced to me before we got to trial that helped me assist him, and he was an excellent guide. I try to have an affinity for all my clients. Remember, when someone's charged, they're presumed innocent, and they come to you because they need help. And when you tell them, I'm going to treat you like a family member, you treat them like a family member. And if my brother is going to call me at 2 o'clock on a Friday night, I'm going to take the call. And James Bulger is no different than any other client that Jay and I had ever represented, and no different than a family member once you represent him.
He's 83. Was he completely cogent, lucid? Did he show any signs of illness or?
None. Yeah, he's a captivating speaker. I think he would be absolutely mesmerizing to a jury. And if he does at some point have an interview, I won't need to speak for him. He can speak for himself. But at 83 years old, he's equally, if not more, competent to speak on his behalf than I ever would be.
84 next month.
All right, so we got to talk about a few things. Okay, so folks, you want to read? If I understand a lot of you, we're going to stick around because we have time. We're not even close to the 12-hour mark. Do you realize we had to cut the stream off the other day? I've never had to stop a stream because I was going to go over the YouTube time. If you go over 12 hours, you can't save the recording. Now, listen, so here's how I would suggest folks approach the Whitey Bulger case. What I'd like to suggest you do is take a look at the book Black Mass by Dick Layer. So I'm going to bring up for you right now on the screen. Let me, I'm going to bring up that picture. But also, by the way, now that you listen to Marjorie do an interview, how epic is Marjorie as a journalist? Marjorie and Jim Browdy are like the definition of like they are like the most epic journalist in Massachusetts. But let me tell you a little bit about the Black Mass case, or the Black Mass book, okay? So you want to read the book Black Mass by Dick Layer, okay? That it wasn't that Hank definitely helped uncover a lot of this, but you got to understand what this goes. So Hank came into the case in like what 2014 or something, because Bulger didn't even get captured until then. You have to understand, folks. It was actually the Boston Globe. It was Dick Layer writing for the Boston Globe and Gerard O'Neill in 2001 in May. So 14 years. Hold on. All right, Truth Exposed. I'll definitely hold on. I will check it out, but I got to bring this up. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you this. Okay. So look at this section. First of all, look at the date of this post. This was January 23rd, 2024. So basically in 2023, I had figured out, listen, this is what I said. Don't mind me just rereading Dick Layer's Black Mass and thinking about how the Turtle Boy Karen Reed cases, inform at least, could have been weaponized by someone in the federal government to punish Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey. Certainly wouldn't be the first time. Then I quote from Black Mass. And then I'm like, add to the theory that this chat between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed via Natalie, and allegations that a current USAO staffer was seeking dirt on the Norfolk DA as far back as the Fleming probe and the Bulger probe to avenge his wife being passed over for a Norfolk DA promotion. Now it's a postulate. And finally, compound that postulate with reports that Aiden Kierney was being protected as a federal informant, and I originally thought he was trying to like infiltrate right-wing groups. The reason I thought that is Aiden Kierney wrote a blog that led to a January 6th rioter getting convicted, and he was like proud of it. So and plus like Aiden Kierney had these weird connections, and Randazza does too, to this weird group called like Resist Marxism, Boston Free Speech, and they coordinated this bus through Richoppy. I think Sampson was one of the guys, and then another guy, I forget his name, like Mark Sahandy or something. They coordinated this bus down to January 6th. And say what you will about it, okay, but the point is, Aiden was like tangential to those circles. I think he went to like an event in like Natick or something on a town common. I have very good sources about this stuff. Anyway, my point is, so I'm like, Aiden's got this tangential connection. I think like there's this weird like relationship. I know that Aiden Kierney had a relationship with Rachel Rollins. It's very complicated. It goes back to a Senate primary between Joe Kennedy and Ed Markey in 2020. But the point is, I think Aiden had some like connections before the Reed case. But I don't think that Aiden or Bill Reed is what got Karen Reed connected to the FBI in Boston. I think that was David Yannetti, who was on the former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins' transition team when she became Suffolk DA like years before that. Now, what else is weird is, do you know why Rachel Rollins got forced out of office? The U.S. attorney who was in the office. So the Reed federal probe starts in November of 2022 with Karen Reed, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson walking into then first U.S. attorney's Josh Levy's office. He was working for his boss, who was Rachel Rollins, and then there was also a guy in the public integrity section named Dustin Chow. Now, Rollins and Chow each had beef with Michael Morrissey outside of the Reed case dating back years. Chow because his wife got passed over for a promotion and left the office on bad terms in 2015, and then Rollins had beef with the Norfolk DA because Rollins wouldn't prosecute low-level offenses, upset the other DAs, and then Rollins didn't want youthful offenders charged with murder to get life sentences under 25 because their brains weren't fully developed. It caused tensions with other DAs. So she hated Morrissey. Morrissey hated her. I'm describing generally their feud in public. And so basically, I think it was actually David Yannetti who contacted Rachel Rollins, who got Rollins into Levy's office, who got Yannetti, Jackson, and Reed into Levy's office in November of 2022. Levy was, I think, initially just the cover guy. Like Rollins was ordering Levy to do certain things, and Levy was doing it. But then eventually, I think Levy became very close to this situation. Whether he took a liking to Karen or whatever, I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't care. But what I will say is thus, okay? It is very, 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 very likely that a very similar situation happened between Whitey Bulger and Karen Reed. Whitey Bulger was way worse, okay? Like, Whitey Bulger, like, did terrible things. If you know anything about the Irish gang wars in the 70s and 80s in Boston, or anything about, like, you have to understand the context of Whitey Bulger, okay? I'll do as you can understand, I know a lot about this. I'm trying to jam-pack as much as I can into as short a space as I can, because this is very intense stuff. I do not want to be involved in this stuff. Yes, I'm a journalist. Yes, this is in the public domain. Yes, a lot of people have covered it. I still don't want to be involved in it. So in the 70s and 80s, there were a bunch of different, like, Irish gangs that were involved, that were in Boston, okay? They really controlled a lot of the territory. The Italian mob wasn't as strong at the time. Now, it was more like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And a big thing was, like, book rackets. And the reason why it was a big thing is because it was technically illegal to run book rackets, but not, like, federally illegal or something. Like, if you paid taxes on, like, a bookmaking operation, federally you weren't really doing anything wrong. State level, it was like a problem, but federally I think it was technically, there was some loophole or something. So it opened the door to this, like, very, very powerful mob apparatus in Boston in the 70s and 80s, but it was very factional, okay? So it was not like a consolidated mafia hierarchy. It was that there were individual, especially Irish crews in Boston that were very, very strong. Now, what happened was the FBI wanted to take this structure down, okay? So what it did was it using its informants, I think Flemmy was an informant long before Bulger or whatever it was. What it did was it infiltrated the Irish crews, it pit them against each other, and literally the FBI let them all just gun each other down in the street until there was no Irish crews left in Boston. But do you understand what happened? I'm trying to very quickly sum this up. Do you understand what happens when you create a power vacuum like that? What happened was the friggin' Patriarcha crime family out of, which is still, like, active, out of Rhode Island, took over Boston. They took it over through their point men in Boston, which used to run an operation called In Town. They were called the Angiulo brothers, okay? They worked out of, like, 94 Prince Street or something. Now, listen, here's why this all ties in. Bulger had helped and Flemmy had helped the FBI, like, eradicate the Irish gang problem in Boston. But what happened was when the Angiulos, who were the Patriarchas men in Boston, who were really, I think, the Gambinos men in Boston, because it's like the Rhode Island family isn't really a family on the commission. It's like a subset of one of the families on the commission. I think it's the Gambinos, but it's important because New York to Boston is a very strategic drug trafficking highway, so the control of this area is very, very important for organized crime. But anyway, I know way too much about this because I study law enforcement related to this. So anyway, Bulger had helped break up the Irish mobs in the 70s and 80s, but it created a power vacuum where the Angiulos were coming into downtown, and then the Irish mob was really, really, really powerful. Well, who do you think Whitey was informing on? Whitey was informing on the Patriarchas and the Angiulos. That's what led to the rackets being broken up in the 80s. That's what led to the indictments of all those people. It was because Whitey flipped on them. That's why he became an informant. The reason why John Connolly tipped Whitey off in 95 that the indictments were coming down on Whitey was partially as a thank you for Whitey helping for Dan Flemmy for decades to take down these different crews. But the problem is, it wasn't, and this is why it was so dirty for what the FBI was doing and the DOJ, although it was more the FBI. What the FBI was doing is it was getting results. I mean, they eradicated organized crime, at least in the way it existed back in the day. They eradicated it, but they had to let these, like, street assassins, like, run around doing whatever they wanted. And so that's the story Dick Layer kind of tells in Black Mass. And I will tell you, Karen Reed, there's some eerie parallels between how Whitey was ran and how Karen was ran. I kind of got the sense from the beginning, and I know I was spot on, that Karen was, and still is, but was a like a useful asset. Like, I always got the sense Aiden Kierney was a little bit of a useful asset to the feds over the summer of 2023. But if you look at my explication, and I'm going to zoom in on it here so we can really look at it. I think I was the first person, I'm not tooting my own horn, I think I was one of the first people to really put this together, which is that it wasn't just that the feds were looking into John's death. No, that was cover. It was that I think the feds were saying to Karen and Aiden Kierney, listen, we're going to draw a lot of attention to this investigation of John's death, but we know it's not that's not really what we're looking into. We're more interested in the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA, and I think it was driven by the grudge that Morrissey and Dustin Chow had against, Rollins and Dustin Chow had against Morrissey. But when they stumbled onto the Birchmore probe, Sandra Birchmore's cover-up, the young woman in Canton, I think, yeah, there's a there, and I think like that is not going away. And you see what I'm saying? And just so you folks understand, the same MSP unit that investigated Karen investigated Sandra Birchmore's murder, and I'll run this timeline for you as well. February 1st, 9:23 p.m., Matthew Farwell, a former Stoughton police officer, goes to Sandra Birchmore's apartment. She had been in a dating relationship with Farwell with her in her adult years. He had been abusing her as a child before that. It was very bad. It was a physical, it was sexual, it was a very bad situation. Sandra was pregnant at the time and would not and was planning to carry the baby to term. She was very excited about it. She worked as an aide at a local school. She was picking out clothes for the baby. Farwell did not want her to have the baby, so Farwell went to her apartment on February 1st at 9:23 p.m. and I don't even know how to explain this other than to say he hung her from a door. I just saying those words, I'm just like I can't believe I just don't understand how this happened. But as if that were not bad enough. This guy was a cop, okay? Monday, February 4th, Sandra Birchmore's reported missing, okay? The Canton police, Sandra lived in Canton. Farwell was a Stoughton cop. Sandra Birchmore is discovered by the Canton police on February 4th. The Canton police do an investigation. Within 48 hours, ladies and gentlemen, the Canton police confirmed that Matthew Farwell was the man at Sandra Birchmore's apartment at 9:23, that he was on security camera, that the maintenance man said it was the same man who moved Sandra into her apartment. Then the Canton police went to Sandra's school and got evidence that Farwell had said that if Sandra, first of all, they got evidence that Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was a kid. Then they got evidence that Farwell said if Sandra wouldn't take care of the baby, he would, quote, take care of the problem himself. Okay, and then on February 6th, 48 hours after the Canton PD started their investigation, by state law, when there's an unattended death, it's in the original jurisdiction of the state police. The Canton police handed over all of their investigatory material to the Norfolk DA's MSP unit. Therein, two members of that unit used to work at the Stoughton police with Matthew Farwell, and thereupon, for some reason and somehow, the Massachusetts State Police, back in 2021, 2022, cleared Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's death and said it was the result of self-harm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Reed investigation starts about November of 2022, right? Then the grand jury, the Karen Reed grand jury, the John O'Keefe grand jury, the federal one, is over the summer of 2023. But none of it really seems right. You know what I'm saying? Why is Josh Levy like apologizing to the witnesses while they're there? Doesn't seem like he's actually interested in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. No. He's more interested in the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA, in my opinion. And so how weird is it then that in August of 2023, right as the grand jury really winds down into John's death, the federal grand jury, the Birchmore probe opens. And within 12 months, August of 2024, Matthew Farwell is arrested federally for murder of a cooperating informant or a witness in Sandra Birchmore. So one, was Sandra Birchmore already talking to the feds? Two, did the former Canton police chief, who's now dead, called the FBI because he realized what happened between the MSP and the Stoughton cops? And two, like, did those cops in Stoughton, was it more than just Matthew Farwell? Were there other people in Stoughton, other victims? Was it a ring of cops abusing girls? And is the reason why Farwell doing that to Sandra was covered up by MSP not necessarily just to protect Farwell, but to protect the can of worms, or to protect the people that would be exposed if Farwell was investigated for Sandra's death? See where I'm going with this? Now, this is why it's a modern black mass. Do you see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? This is big. It's very big. It's a big deal. There is a lot to this, folks, okay? And I just want to tell you, I was one of the first people to put this together. And I want to read you a section here from Dick Layer's Black Mass, okay? And I'm going to read it. I'm going to make the text a little bit more legible on your screen. Little towel computer. But yes, as you can see, the reason, and I'm going to sum this up, but I do think this is very important. This is a big deal. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more. So it says, inside the FBI, Agent Conley and Whitey Bulger teamed up, collaborating on an extraordinary memorandum that reduced Agent Conley to a ghostwriter for the rampaging Bulger. Recasting the whole issue as a political attack, Conley's internal memo said that Bulger viewed the state police as part of a conspiracy to embarrass his brother, Billy. Billy Bulger, Whitey's Bulger, was the Senate president in Massachusetts at the time. It was a toned-down FBI version of a South Boston Tribune editorial that railed at intruders from across the Fort Point Channel. It was us against them. Sound familiar? Furthermore, the memo continued, Whitey wanted it known that the troopers were trying to make Conley the fall guy for their own failures at the Lancaster Street garage. Look at the players Bulger and Conley exhorted or hated. Some of the same troopers who had worked for Norfolk County District Attorney William Delahunt. They were all after revenge because of Conley's recent success in investigating their murderous informant, Miles Connor, the one who ratted out other people for his own crimes. Bulger Conley even went so far as to put the conspiracy inside the State House. The memo said that Delahunt and a political ally, Attorney General Francis Bellotti, were plotting revenge against Billy because he bottled up legislation that would have allowed Bellotti's personal use of $8,000 in campaign funds. Whitey even protested that the state police were spreading rumors that Conley passed him information through Billy. Conley's memo invoked the South Boston maxim, always retaliate when attacked by outsiders, but it misfired. Sarhart suddenly had a highly spun polemic on his desk, a bizarre memo from an arrogant agent on behalf of an entitled informant full of undocumented, even crazy inside baseball about political enemies seeking vengeance. For Sarhart, it heightened rather than assuaged his original concerns. You get it? For Towell, it all heightened, but rather than assuaged his original concerns. The FBI and the DOJ, I don't think it was that they were like covering for Karen. I think they sold this to the hierarchy in the DOJ as, listen, a lot of people are going to pay attention to this Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. Let's use it as a honeypot. Classic federal tactic, okay? Classic federal tactic. And you know where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're all thinking, Grant, there is no way that you, who knows this case almost better than anyone else in the entire world by memory, are telling us and that you firmly believe that the DOJ artificially attracted attention to Karen Reed's case through Turtle Boy over the summer of 2023 to generate leads and tips about the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA so that they could uncover Sandra Birchford's murder as a cover-up. There is no way that that happened. Yep, that is exactly what happened. I'm telling you, as the person who knows this case better than anyone else, that is exactly what happened, and I can actually prove it to you that the FBI uses, and you might say, Grant, no. The FBI would not use a blogger, right? And they would not artificially inflate attention to a case in order to generate leads. That is not an investigatory tactic of the FBI. Well, first of all, and I don't mean this pejoratively, how would you know? How would if you just knew about it, how would it be effective? It wouldn't work. If they could not deploy it domestically if we all just knew that the FBI did this. But then you might be saying, Towell, are you the type of person who just like randomly watches extensive documentaries for hours on end? And did you come across proof, ladies and gentlemen, that the FBI does actually operate these type of honeypots? Yes, and we're going to watch it because I, for some reason, just like streaming for just ungodly amounts of time, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I have proof. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, let me read this post for you out loud. I just want to show you, I know a lot of you are coming in to this stream kind of, I've been covering the case for a while, but I want to read, just so some of you understand, like what I've been doing on this feed over the past few years. Listen to this post, and then we're going to watch the clip. Good afternoon and happy Monday, Towel friends. I did some research. When was this from, by the way? This was relatively recently. Hold on. This was September 2nd, 2024. So it was like last year. Good afternoon and happy Monday, Towel friends. I did some research and found this interesting clip about Steve Miller, a Las Vegas journalist and former FBI informant in the early 2000s, that has interesting implications as to the Sandra Birchmore case and the Karen Reed trial, but not in the way you might think. In the video, Miller explains how the FBI brought on Miller and his friend, Buffalo Jim, to do confidential human intelligence work. But for our purposes, Miller explains how he, as an independent journalist, was leveraged by the FBI for the purposes of furthering an investigation. 1, the FBI would screen each, your green, peony, and rose, that's a wrestling term. I love wrestling. The FBI would screen, did you know Buffalo Jim, by the way, was a WWF affiliate? He ran a wrestling school. 1, the FBI would screen each article Miller wrote about Buffalo Jim's case involving a corrupt establishment in Vegas that was targeting Jim. It was called the Crazy Horse 2. Edit the article for SEO purposes, search engine optimization, and edit the article to include strategic links to Miller's email. 2, the FBI would ensure via search engine optimization that every article, and that just means like you use tags and words in the post to artificially inflate its attention on like search engines, that every search online related to the corrupt establishment would lead to links from Miller. Miller was told by the FBI that the FBI, quote, made him famous and for the purposes of collecting information about the case. Oh, thank you, Diana Natale. I will definitely check that out. And then I also have to check out the video from Truth Exposed earlier. I'm excited to look at that. Number 3, the FBI would tell Miller that any reasonable tips that came into Miller's email should be forwarded by Miller personally to the FBI 24 hours a day. Miller was also instructed to inform those sources that they would be contacted by an FBI agent in short order. 5, 13 of the tips that came in via Miller's stories led to federal witnesses testifying in the case being investigated by the FBI. Yep, Ellie, 90211, you're going to be blown away by this story. In turn, and based on my post below about the fall 2023 evolution of the federal probe into the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case into an inquiry into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, I have these questions. Number 1, did Karen Reed and her lawyers, it was a mob-run strip club, Alley 90211, and they were on the same property as this guy, Buffalo Jim, who had his wrestling school, and the mob was like trying to extort him or something, and so he like worked with the FBI and they brought the mob down in Vegas. It was like in 2001. 1, these are my questions. Did Karen Reed and her lawyers link Aiden Turtleboy Kierney up with the FBI in the spring of 2023 for the purposes of obtaining information about corruption within the Mass State Police in the same way that Miller was deployed in Vegas? And in turn, did Kierney get some degree of protection from the federal government? Read more background with primary sources here. Number 2, did the federal probe of Karen Reed confirm over the summer of 2023 that Reed, while drunk, hit John O'Keefe with her car and then left John to die in the snow on a frozen lawn? 3, as a result, in the fall of 2023, did that federal probe then transition into an investigation of the Mass State Police role in the Sandra Birchmore murder? Number 4, was Aiden Kierney made aware of this development at some point at the end of 2023, but was he also told to continue doing his work related to MSP, such as to keep collecting tips for the FBI to follow as to the Birchmore case? Did both Aiden Kierney and Karen Reed have an incentive to keep this development from the public, to keep up the donation drives being run by Reed and Kierney, and so Kierney would have cover to continue getting information about the MSP from his sources? 6, is this why, by the spring of 2024, Aiden Kierney was referring his sources to the FBI to speak about, quote, an ongoing federal civil rights probe of Brian Tully? 7, was a lot of the attention to the Karen Reed case in turn just artificial online astroturf designed to provide cover for the actual federal probe of federal probe going on related to the MSP unit assigned to the Norfolk DA, that being the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder? Oh, yes. Now let's listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen to this. Please tell us. What do you have to say?
The local police department investigation, which was going backwards, not even forwards. Nobody quite ever figured out what was going on. And now, of course, I can talk about both Buffalo and I were confidential informants for the FBI. And that started in 2002, and it lasted through 2007, the day the place was closed. And the confidentiality part is for 7 years, approximately.
So now you can talk about it. Well past that.
Absolutely. But for the 7 years that we were on contract with the FBI, so it wasn't a matter of just, I can't talk. I mean, I don't think I'd go to jail, but I could get in a lot of trouble. You're not allowed to talk.
Yeah. In 2003, the Crazy Horse 2 was raided by the FBI.
And so I was thrilled when I saw the feds step in. The police were told, butt out. When the feds had their raid, I was told about it because they wanted me to cover it and nobody else. I later found out what the real basis of the raid was. Can't believe this story either when I tell you, but I will. They were there for only one reason, was to plant electronics. It was supposedly on the premise of drugs and guns. That wasn't.
That was all a cover.
That was the cover. Yeah, that was the cover. And they were there. They planted so much electronics in there. It's cutting edge. I mean, only the feds would have what they had. That place was wired for the next 5 years.
This was the beginning of the end for Rick Rizzolo and the Crazy Horse 2. Over the next few years, the FBI, with the help of Buffalo Jim and Steve, surveilled and investigated the Crazy Horse 2 and its associates.
So my dad was a credible source to them. Yeah. When my dad said something occurred, it actually occurred. Yeah. But my dad would send in information to them, and I was told that it was very helpful.
My column was completely vetted by the FBI on a weekly basis, and that I would see things there that I thought were kind of interesting. They had how many places, how many links were there to my personal email address throughout, 10 maybe in each column. I didn't put them there. And all of a sudden, on Google and Bing and all the various search engines, if you type in Crazy Horse 2, here comes my column on the top. The next column, the next column. I mean, I'm taking up pages. So I begun to ask around, and the guys laughed and they said, yeah, we took care of that for you. You're famous. Okay, so I said, what am I supposed to do? I'm getting all these emails, people got beat up, they got this and that. He says, okay, that's what we want you to do. That's why we put you in there. He says, if it sounds legit, you've got to call me 24/7. And he says, and you give me the name of the person, give me a little scenario as to what they told you happened and their phone number. And we'll get right back to him. He says, you got to tell them they're going to get a call. A guy named Bobby, he's a federal agent. Well, 13 people in the next couple of years, that's as many as I was credited for, emailed me. And they were the federal witnesses.
Rick and the people who had interest in protecting the Crazy Horse 2 may not have known Jim was working directly with the FBI, but they did know that he was a threat.
So, folks, do you
Jim was
understand?
also playing off.
Hold on. Do you understand the implications of this? I mean, I know some of you are getting it because some of you are like, oh, my mind is absolutely blown right now. But I just want you to understand the implications of this, ladies and gentlemen, are that the old DOJ in Boston ran Karen Reed and Aiden Kierney as useful idiots, basically, and that the Free Karen Reed movement was fake. It was artificial. It was a federal operation to generate tips about the MSP. Now, do you understand that also explains why Karen Reed's connections dried up? Because once President Trump got elected in January of 2025, that's immediately when Hank Brennan got all the ARCA information. That's when the DOJ confirmed the federal probe of John's death was closed. You think that was a coincidence? No, it was the new DOJ sending a message to the old DOJ, you under Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins, like, you liberal pricks. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, but like, what? How dare you? Like, what the hell? You create a freaking chaos. And yes, you can justify it if you're Levy and Rollins and Chow by being like, yeah, we uncovered Sandra Birchmore's murder. Okay, well, you also caused literal chaos in the state of Massachusetts, thanks to old DOJ. So then the new DOJ was like, all right, we got to burn Karen and her team, so that's why they confirmed the federal probe was over, and that's why they U.S. Attorney Leah Foley released to Brennan the information that led Brennan to be able to confirm ARCA was hiding payments and contacts with Reed. That ended it, ladies and gentlemen. That Leah Foley single-handedly ended Karen Reed's hopes of getting acquitted. Leah Foley single-handedly, in my opinion, ended the Free Karen Reed movement, and my opinion is the new DOJ leadership realized, just like when the FBI figured out what Conley and Bolger was doing, the new FBI leadership was like, oh my God, I can't believe you all did this. This is outrageous. Like, yes, you uncovered Sandra's murder, which is important in the cover-up of it, but what you'd let Aiden Kierney and Karen Reed do was outrageous. And then you also have to remember, do you know what Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney, went on to do? He is suing the Trump administration right now on behalf of Harvard. So there's a lot of political feuds in this, and I'm telling you, yes, exactly. It was, and listen, I'm somewhat moderate. I was just in a picture with Rep. Presley. But I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it was the liberals in the old DOJ. They hated cops. This was personal, in my opinion. That Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow did not like Michael Morrissey. And so they were pleased to have Turtle Boy and Karen out there running amok. One, because the DOJ could justify it by being like, oh, well, we're looking into the MSP, and hey, we found the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. But also because I think Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow enjoyed the torment that Michael Morrissey was going through, and the DOJ was using Turtle Boy and Karen as a proxy to fight Michael Morrissey, and then I believe the Norfolk DA and the witnesses started using Kate Peter as a proxy to fight back. Why they thought Kate Peter could take on the FBI, this woman is I'm being very generous, this woman is a tactical moron. Okay, she's emotionally kind of funny, and she should continue. I think she should troll First Amendment auditors and cover Cyrax. But she's not capable of playing at this level. She'll never be capable of playing at this level. It was a huge misstep to get her involved. You're in a proxy war with the Department of Justice, and you bring in Kate Peter? Jesus Christ. Geez, I don't mean to use the Lord's name in vain, but literally, what were some of you thinking? You're out of your mind. So that's why the chaos went on for so long. It wasn't just Hank Brennan. You don't understand. Hank Brennan didn't save this case. President Trump getting elected as a kind of collateral consequence of President Trump getting elected, that old DOJ office got thrown out. Karen's connections were gone. The new DOJ clearly hates Karen, even though Karen's probably more of a Republican. That's why I think she's so weird. It's like, Karen, you were in bed with these liberals. No comment, but you were in bed with these liberals. I'm using it metaphorically. And you wanted to attach yourself to the Black Lives Matter movement. You ended up abandoned by both sides. The Republicans don't want you. The Democrats don't want you. You have nothing. Nothing. That's why I called Alan Jackson Icarus. You fly too close to the sun, you're going to get your wings burned the hell off. And so, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very, very important for people to understand that the other thing is look into the reason why Rachel Rollins got removed from her position in the spring of 2023. If you read the DOJ's OIG report, now tell me if this, actually, we can look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know why we can look at it? Because I, for some ungodly reason, just have a mental archive of almost every fact in this case. I don't think it's healthy for me, but I do. And we are going to bring up, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring that OIG report, and I'm going to show you exactly why Rachel Rollins got fired, and then you can decide for yourself if you think that the similar operation was ran in the context of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. So let's take a look at this. I think we'll just type in Rachel Rollins' name, R-A-C. I can't tell if the government is pleased with me or displeased with me. I think they're kind of like, well, he got it. Like, what do you do once he's got it? Like, he cares about the country and he's got it. So what are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? That's how I think the government probably thinks of it. Like, he's got it. What are we going to do about it? Like, and the other thing is, I think if they thought I was some kind of like threat to the government, they'd probably be a little bit more concerned. But I think I would guess they primarily think that I am trying to help the government, which is true. I don't care about individual people so much, but I care about the government a lot. Now, let me take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring this image up for you here, okay? Just 1 second. I want to just bring this up for you. Take a look at this, all right? So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Don't worry, little towels. I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. Can we go over to the right a little bit? Okay. Now, do you see what this says? This is the DOJ OIG report about Rachel Rollins and why she got fired. Let's listen. Rachel Rollins' ally is Ricardo Arroyo, a man who was running for Suffolk DA, Rollins' old seat, against Kevin Hayden. Okay, Hayden is a Democrat, but he was he's a moderate Democrat compared to Rollins and Arroyo, and Hayden was appointed by the outgoing Republican Governor Charlie Baker. Rollins left her Suffolk DA seat to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office by law in Massachusetts. If you leave a DA seat until the special election happens, the governor appoints the person to fill in. So Arroyo loses the primary, and Rollins tells Arroyo that Hayden will regret the day he did this to you. Watch. Days after the primary, Rollins discloses the DOJ recusal memorandum to the Boston Herald as evidence that the DOJ is taking steps towards investigating Hayden. September 7th, Rollins sends the Globe Associate Editor an MBTA Transit Police Twitter post blaming the Boston Globe for Arroyo's defeat. September 9th, Rollins sends photos of the EOUSA's recusal memorandum to the Herald reporter and asks the reporter to keep the source of the leak anonymous for fear of discipline. September 9th, the Herald reporter emails the Suffolk DA's office for comment about a possible DOJ investigation, citing a federal law enforcement source. September 11th, shortly before publishing the article, the Herald reporter seeks additional comment from the MAUSAO and the Suffolk DA's office about a DOJ investigation into the Suffolk DA's office, and Rollins provides the reporter with additional information. September 11th, the Herald publishes an article about a possible DOJ investigation of Hayden, cites to a federal law enforcement source, and quotes from the EOUSA recusal memorandum. September 11th, Rollins texts MAUSAO leadership, which would include Josh Levy, a link to the article, and adds WTF and how are they quoting things. Rollins does not inform them that she was the source of the information. Next section. Rollins' explanation for her contacts with the Globe and the Herald, including her explanation for disclosing sensitive, non-public DOJ information to the Herald, and for initially denying during her OIG testimony under oath that she had done so. Rollins' explanation for her contacts with the Boston Globe for her OIG testimony, suggesting she did not know about the Globe's interest in the transit police misconduct matter prior to the article's publication. Oh, hi, Eva. No half day. We're going through a lot of stuff. Rollins' explanation for disclosing sensitive, non-public DOJ information to the Herald, and for initially denying during her OIG testimony under oath that she had done so. OIG analysis. This is the woman who was in office, by the way, when the Karen Reed federal probe started. One, she was very liberal. And she was like close to Josh Levy, who became her successor, who was there until Leo Foley came in January of 2025. 1. Rollins used her position as U.S. Attorney and non-public DOJ information available to her as U.S. Attorney in an attempt to influence the Suffolk DA election in violation of government ethics standards, department policy, and the terms of her ethics agreement. 2. Rollins violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 by knowingly and willfully making false statements to the OIG. 3. That's making false statements to a federal law enforcement officer. Or government employee. That's a federal felony. 3. Rollins lacked candor during her OIG interview concerning her communications with 2 reporters. 4. Rollins violated department policy that restricts the political activity of appointees. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you. I mean, do you understand that's as bad as it possibly gets? And that's exactly what I think happened. Do you understand? That's what I think what happened with the Karen Reed case. It was all a smear about Michael Morrissey, and then Rollins and Levy and Chow just happened to get lucky and stumble onto the Sandra Birchmore murder, so then they could justify to the higher-ups, like, yeah, we got to let Karen Reed and Turtle Boy do their thing, because that unit, yeah, they investigated Karen, and we cleared them as to John's death, like Karen probably did it. But, we got to keep looking at that unit, and Turtle Boy and Karen or at least Karen is helpful to us. Now, you also got to remember, there's one other thing. I think Turtle Boy's usefulness ran out in like December of 2023. I need to just be very straight with you. I think that he has not been useful to the powers that be in a very long time at the federal government. Okay, but I think that's testified to by the fact that, according to what I heard, Aiden Kierney, when over the December 23rd, the weekend of December 23rd, 2023, he was already indicted on on state witness intimidation charges. And what's weird is the timing. So Aiden gets this whole nonsense happens over the summer of 2023. The Fed probe Aiden Karen. Aiden gets charged on the state level with multiple state felonies for witness intimidation in Stoughton District Court in October of 2023, 16 counts. Then, on December 21st, 2023, Aiden Kierney gets indicted. So the charges are bound over by a grand jury. He gets indicted, and they go from district court to superior court. Now, what's so weird is, right after Aiden Kierney gets indicted, another grand jury opens, and Aiden's former girlfriend, Lindsay Gattani, gets a subpoena. Aiden is told about the subpoena. He absolutely freaks out, and you would freak out too, because the grand jury had just indicted on December 21st. Why is Lindsay Gattani getting a new subpoena for a grand jury in the next week if Aiden was just indicted? Oh, is it because Aiden and Karen might be about to be indicted? Well, Aiden goes over to Lindsay's apartment on the night of Friday, December 23rd, 2023. Aiden wants to take notes. He wants to, allegedly, according to the police reports and some of the search warrant affidavits filed in the different cases, Aiden allegedly wants to he tells Lindsay that he doesn't want her to cooperate with the grand jury. He'll get her a lawyer, etc. And then Aiden wants to take notes so Lindsay has a notepad in her apartment, and Aiden wants to use Lindsay's notepads to take notes about what Lindsay had been talking to Kate Peter about on her phone. So Aiden does that, takes notes, and this has all been testified to at public hearings, so I'm just repeating the court record. So Aiden takes those notes, and then allegedly Aiden Lindsay takes her notepad back and puts it in her shirt. Aiden wants to get the notes, so he tries to get them from her, and he somehow in a scuffle she falls onto the couch. He pushes her, etc. That's the allegation. So then, to make the situation even worse, Aiden is alleged to have wiretapped, recorded Lindsay with a phone in his pocket while this is all going on. So Aiden leaves the apartment the next morning or something. He at 5 a.m. he crashes his Lexus or something on the way home. And what's really weird about this situation is, over the weekend, eventually, I think the next morning or something, eventually the police follow up, and there's some kind of report. So the next, whatever it was Friday into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. It was December 23rd was the date of the incident. And eventually Aiden Kierney is subject to a warrant, because he gets new charges: witness intimidation. The 3 charges at first were witness intimidation, illegal interception of an oral communication, and assault and battery. The A and B charge eventually gets no prost, but the other 2 charges are bound over by a grand jury eventually, and now they're still active. 2 felonies, actually. But on December 26, 2023, the interesting part of all this is Aiden Kierney gets hauled into court on this bail revocation because there was a warrant out for his, a BOLO, be on the lookout with PC to arrest. So Aiden Kierney surrenders himself to Dedham District Court, and his bail gets revoked. But over that weekend, he was calling himself a fugitive on social media or something. He apparently tried to reach out to, and I'm going to be very careful here. He apparently tried to reach out through an intermediary to an FBI agent, okay? And the FBI agent is definitely one of the people who was involved in the investigation of this MSP unit, okay? And that FBI agent, first of all, he didn't have her cell phone number, Aiden. So that tells me he wasn't really connected. He was just kind of on the periphery of the Fed stuff, because he would have had her cell phone number. And then I'm telling you straight up, he would have had her cell phone number if he was anything more than just there's getting to the FBI and getting them to take a 302, anyone will do that. Anyone can do that. But then there's if the FBI knows who you are and wants to talk to you, first of all, they are going to call you. You are not going to call them. And second of all, if they do call you, they're going to tell you, here's my desk line. And I have no reason to know this. I'm commenting hypothetically. I don't know anything about the government. I am a towel. But anyway, so Aiden Kierney doesn't have this FBI agent's cell phone number, who's key to this whole case, or they won't return his call over that weekend. And what's weird is Tim Bradel, Aiden's attorney, on December 26, 2023, gets up in court and says, we were talking to the FBI and the DOJ this morning. Doesn't save him from getting his bail revoked for 60 days. And so I'm pretty sure that's what got Aiden on the outs with the feds. They were he's too much of a hot potato. Because I don't know if you've ever read this, but if you look at the FBI's handbook for informants, you really they can allow you to commit certain crimes, but they can't allow you to commit witness intimidation or obstruction of justice or certain crimes. I think they can in special circumstances, but the handbook basically says no obstruction of justice, no witness intimidation, no murder. There's very specific rules about those crimes, because they really if the FBI could enable informants to undermine the state criminal system, it would just be horrible. But we may have had a very, very line walking situation here over the summer of 2023. But anyway, so I think Aiden kind of becomes a hot potato in December 2023, January 2024. He drifts away from Karen. He drifts away from the feds. Karen sticks around, but it's lingering. I think So if Karen was watching the political headwinds, and I think Alan Jackson's the real mover and shaker here, I don't even think Yannetti's on the level that Jackson's on. I get the sense Jackson is tangential to the government. Like, he has very high-profile clients. He could either be like a Fed asset or just a long-term cover. The way it works, listen, I've read a lot of declassified documents. I'm just going to tell you straight up. Like clandestine intelligence services, the way that they function is that you put someone in a cover position, okay? So ostensibly, they're a lawyer for high-profile clients, but really they're an agency operative, okay? That's how it works. Everything is the government. Everyone and everything at those levels is the government. There's nothing that's not the government. It's either the people who run the government, the people who fund the government, or the people who are in the government at those levels. And so in that sense, I think it was actually Alan Jackson who was the mover and shaker in all of this, and the one who was able to actually get the federal apparatus to kind of do some of this stuff. But Alan Jackson, I have to imagine. I think he's like a moderate Republican. I would peg him as like an anti-Trump, like someone President Trump would call a rhino, like a Mitch McConnell style, like old school, like Newt Gingrich, like 1990s, like GOP revolution type, like. So they're kind of like more moderate Republicans compared to President Trump. They're like establishment Republicans. That's what Alan Jackson is. That's what, in my opinion, Karen Reed is. And so it caused a problem because the establishment Republicans were worried about a Trump presidency. I promise you they did not want a Trump presidency, but it was becoming an inevitability. And so if Alan Jackson was a savvy political operator, which I think he is, then he definitely predicted, I would guess like probably spring, I would say after the first trial, like over that summer, especially when Biden dropped out, he probably knew, Alan Jackson probably knew, reading the tea leaves, that the mistrial happening after the next election was their doom. Because he's smart enough, I'm just putting this all back together, but he was smart enough to know that it really was the political headwinds. Karen was getting her cover and Alan was getting their cover because that old DOJ office was so virulent towards Michael Morrissey. They were letting Karen get away with more than what most would get away with, even as a charged state-level criminal defendant. It was a very unique situation. But I think Alan would have also been calculating, like, yeah, okay, President Trump's going to win. And as the second you realize, and especially when he won in November, oh my goodness. Do you realize they tried to take out President Trump? That's what I'm saying. Like, in order for that kind of hit to have been attempted, you have to have people, I'm not saying Alan Jackson was involved in that, I'm just saying, you have to have entrenched political interests on both sides of the spectrum who do not want something to happen. And so the fact that President Trump survived, that probably freaked Alan Jackson out, because I think he was like, oh no, if the Trump presidency happens, we're screwed. Like, the whole ship is going down. And this is what people don't get. It's not President Trump directly. It was Leah Foley coming in as U.S. attorney in January of 2025 that single-handedly changed the trajectory of the Karen Reed retrial. And Hank Brennan was the right man at the right place at the right time to make sure he could navigate what that was happening. Because other than me, I'm not sure that anyone actually First of all, I don't think anyone actually understands what the DOJ is or how its sections function. Not too many people get recruited by the DOJ. Not too many people know what I know about the DOJ. I just have a very unique perspective into the DOJ. So I think other than me, there's very few people who could have been in that position, ready for Leah Foley to come into office, and then ready to benefit from Leah Foley basically what it's called a burn notice, issuing a burn notice in all but name to Karen Reed and Alan Jackson by one, confirming the federal probe into John's death was over, and two, leaking that information, using the TUI process, which comes out of U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, which is interpolated in 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, which is itself interpreted in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual. She used a TUI request, U.S. Attorney Foley, to release to Hank Brennan an invoice between ARCA and Reed's team, which led Hank Brennan in 2 weeks to eventually figure out that ARCA had been hiding information and Reed's defense from Judge Cannone, payments and contacts, etc. Do you understand how it all fits together, ladies and gentlemen? And I have it. I mean, you can go try to tell it, but every single person would be like, why are you telling Grant's story? Like, I'm not saying it's my story, but why are you trying to relay what Grant has already said? You can't go do it now. I've already said it. There's years and years of records of it. I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm thrilled that you all listen to me go on my soliloquy. As you know, the second we start talking about the federal probe, I inevitably will go on one of my rants because I love America, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. We might be 10 hours into the stream. We could be 11 or 12 hours into the stream. You start talking about the federal probe, I will become an animated and incredulous towel, because you will not do that to my republic. Not on my watch. Not with this brain. Not happening. Not happening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Amber M. I'm thrilled that you follow what I'm saying. I follow what I'm saying. So that's good. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we all... I wouldn't say it's necessarily President Trump who knows Hank Brennan. I would say it's more likely that the DOJ in Boston, the new leadership, Leah Foley, likes Hank Brennan. And you could hear it at one point. I don't know if any of you caught it. It was like 6 months ago. during like maybe 5 months ago, January or February of 2024, during one of the motion hearings, the defense was like, yeah, Your Honor, we can't contact the DOJ. But Brennan was like, oh, I can do it, Your Honor. And that, like, I don't know if you ever heard this. Oh, thank you, Eva. Yeah, I have a photographic memory. I have a mind map. So when I'm reading all this stuff, it's all up there. It's all up. I just am sorting through it. It's kind of like, so imagine like reading a computer, okay, like having a computer screen in front of your eyes at all times. That's why I do it with my eyes closed. So imagine just this like 360 field of like information. Like it's like if I close my eyes, it's like looking at like 500 computer screens at once. But unlike like a computer is frustrating because as effective as it is, I don't like waiting for it. Like I don't like to click and bring up documents. I wish it was just all there instantly. Well, when I'm reading the screen in front of my eyes, oh goodness, like I don't need to, it just flashes all the documents by as fast as I can look at them. So I can do like 50 pages of documents or pull up this document and it just comes forward and I can read them and I kind of see them, but they're all retained on like a giant desktop. It kind of has like this, I'm describing it to you. It's the first time I've ever tried to describe it. So it's kind of like this, like playing Warhammer, like 40K or whatever. So I'm just surrounded by this peripheral screen, and then all of the information that I've been referencing is kind of like stored in a cache. So like when I bring it up, so like the Rachel Rollins OIG report is like right here, and then the information about the Sandra Birchmore probe is right there, and then the Steve Miller information in that video is over there, and then just all these different documents we were talking about, and the Aiden Kierney information is from December 2023 is here, and the charges from October 2023 are there, and the indictment from December 21st, it all just is kind of stuck up on this wall. And then what I like to do is I need to be able to kind of move it around because it's all very useful and connected, interconnected information. So I kind of am able to just like, oh, okay, well, so this, it's really important to have this piece of information on this part of the wall. And I don't actually move it with my hand. It moves very just seamlessly. I just kind of, I don't even tell it where to move. I do it effortlessly and it moves. But yeah, I just kind of like, oh, well, I'm building kind of a nice mosaic here. And I think, you know, we could use a little bit of this information in this part and I can just move it around. So I don't know. That's what it's like having a photographic memory, I guess. I think it's called didactic memory, where you have this just ability to retain everything you've ever heard. And then for me, what I like to be able to do is practice refining my ability to recall it. So I like to be able to utilize that mind map, not just to be able to sort through the information, to think about it schematically, but I like to be able to read it with my eyes closed. So I want to be able to see every single document. And yeah, it's a very useful, it's weird. I'm not really sure what it means that I can do this, but that is the mechanism by which I am retaining all this information. It's just, it's not like, yeah, I guess I don't have the files in front of me, but I may as well because they're all just stored there. So yeah, I appreciate being able to kind of like, so I forget who asked that question. I think you all asking questions also helps prompt my recall. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I had a lot to say. My opinion on the TB trial. Oh, yes, Amber Am. I think he'll get convicted. Whoa, wait a minute. This is what we have to talk about, folks. Did you all see the video that I posted, that Turtle Boy from his live last night? I think, oh my goodness, Eva, thank you, you super towel with the thumbs up. You are a wonderful super towel, dear friend. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness, it's not a thumbs up. It is a little towel emoji giving me a thumbs up. Oh, look at you, you little towel pair. God bless you, 10 hours in, and I'm still chatting with the towel pairs. I love you, you little towel pair. You're doing a good job. Thank you, Eva. It's so appreciated. Okay, so one thing I want to show you is about the Turtle Boy trial, and this might be our last question before we go into our wrap-up. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Does this, hold on a second, I got to bring it up on the screen for you. Hold on. Little towel computer is angry at towel. Don't worry, towel computer. You can have a rest very, very soon. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So did you see this last night from Aiden Kierney? Does this sound like someone who's going to actually go to trial? If they deal him out and he gives up Karen, I don't think he's going to trial.
And, you know, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win, and we're going to free Karen Read. And who gives a fuck?
So, I mean, I think they're going to plea him out because they want Karen. He said it last night, Leafy. He's ready to flip. That's what I'm saying. He knows. So someone was asking me to finish my thoughts on Brennan and Trump. I don't think President Trump knows Hank Brennan. I'm sure if Hank Brennan wanted to meet President Trump, he could, but I don't think Hank Brennan knows President Trump. I think Hank Brennan knows the DOJ office that reports to somebody who 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 reports to President Trump. So I think Hank Brennan's like 7 degrees removed from President Trump, but he definitely has connections at the DOJ. And yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. And so think about this if you're Aiden, right? The DOJ's turned on Karen. Karen's ship is sinking. Aiden plays to win. Like Aiden plays to win, and Karen might not win. So, okay, what's a win then for you as Aiden? Like, you can chalk up Karen losing to the jury. Like, oh, the jury just wanted to, like, they weren't, they didn't really think she murdered John. They just wanted to find something they could agree on. You can pitch it, right? And then Aiden, his whole thing is he wants no jail time, right? So you get a deal. Maybe you do like some kind of structured plea where a bunch of the stuff gets dropped. Prosecutorial discretion. If they plea him out and he cooperates, they can drop anything, right? Maybe get him to like admit to like some small charges just so that the victims can have, the peace of mind of him having been convicted of something, but no jail time. Listen. Let me just tell you this, folks. Do you realize speaking very generally, say you like were manufacturing like ecstasy or something. I'm talking in the context of analyzing a criminal case. Say you were manufacturing like Class A narcotics, right? And you got caught. If you gave the right people up, I'm just telling you how the system works, just how it works. You could easily do a bid, like a very short bid, if you do a bid in jail at all. You would not have to do the normal term for someone who was manufacturing Class A narcotics. Okay? And that's very similar to this kind of, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Leafy. It's very similar to this kind of cooperation agreement. What it would entail is, it's actually called a continuing cooperation agreement. And what it means is Aiden would get like the benefit, a lot of benefits, charges dropped, like very minimal charges, if any, that he gets convicted on. But he has to give up Karen. He has to testify against her. He has to go to the grand jury. And then what happens is, if he does that sufficient to the prosecutor's liking, then, and that would be against Karen in like a future witness intimidation case or whatever it may be, then Aiden can reap the benefits of that deal, and he doesn't have to actually serve a sentence. So that's my prediction. Oh, Leafy, God bless you, dear friend. You are wonderful, Miss Leafy. I will call you Miss Leafy. You have an excellent username. I work as hard as I can, Little Towels. Little Towel's computer works as hard as it can. I can hear it spinning away. It's angry at Little Towel because it's warm in my office, and I've been going for over 10 hours. But yes, very special thank you to Leafy. Thank you so much for supporting the Towel channel. God bless you, Miss Leafy. Thank you so much for supporting the Towel channel. You are a super towel, and I enjoyed all your comments today. I've been asked by Murder by Maestro to use my voice to text to be more efficient, so I'm doing that. God bless you for that, Leafy. That was such a kind gesture in support of Towel Stream. And I will tell you, folks, there's one thing that we're going to close with. Colleen Henry, you might still be here. Are you, dear friend? I don't know if you are or not. But what I do know is we're going to highlight Leafy's comment just one more time, because I think Leafy is wonderful. It's actually Miss Leafy. One, Miss Leafy's profile picture is that of a cat, which I love. Hello, little towel cat. You are a super towel, unless it's a dog. I can't tell. It's a little far away. It's a small picture. Dog or cat. It looks like it's a dog, actually, because Leafy has a dog in their name as well, the dog emoji. So you are a super towel dog. If you were a cat, you could have been a super towel cat. But it's great to have you with us, Leafy, Miss Leafy, and that was a wonderful comment. And thank you so much for your support. It means so much to Little Towel. And look at the Towel friends coming in to say thank you and support Leafy for their support of Towel Channel, ladies and gentlemen. We are a connected, interwoven Towel universe. Now, I don't know if Colleen Henry is still here, but if you are Colleen Henry, you know exactly what's coming. You know what's coming, my dear friend. There is only one thing that we end the day with. Yep. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is a tradition on Towel Stream like no other. We end the day in a tripartite fashion. We're early. We're only 10 and a half hours in. I could have gone for 12 hours. Day of my life, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Modelo Macy. It is a dog indeed, Leafy. Miss Leafy, that dog is a super towel dog, and I am thrilled to nominate that dog for election into the Honorary Towel Hall of Fame. Grant, you've been going for 11 hours. How are you still awake? Listen, I am a ball of towel energy when I have my energy drinks and when I'm hanging out with my towel friends. I am just a little fluffy ball of towel energy. Here it comes. If Colleen Henry's still here, here it comes. Our favorite clip. The clip the world wants to see. Hold on. I got to bring it up on the screen. The clip that towel friends want to see. The clip that I want to see, the clip that towel friends demand. Here it is. Good
night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. God bless you, JVA, all day. Oh, some of you friends, Amber Am, you're great. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Yes, our coffee chats for sure. I agree. There's a lot there. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Never gets old. Never, ever, ever
sir,
gets
I will.
old. Never will. Never will. Never will in a million years, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, okay, so a few things. One, tomorrow, folks, we'll be starting at 7:30 a.m., just like our normal trial coverage. You know I'm excited to be with you. Monday, June 2nd, 2025, we'll get our ruling. Will Michael Proctor's friends be allowed to come in, to be called? I highly doubt it. I think Judge Cannoni will say, Reed defense, if you want to bring in Michael Proctor's text, you got to call Michael Proctor. And I think Reed won't do it. But yes, our coffee chats, we have a lot more to talk about with the Reed fundraising. Keep that on Towel Mind. We have so much to chat about with that. Peony and Rose, yes, Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. Oh, it will never get old, and I do play it daily. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I love that clip, and Hank Brennan is a super towel. Now, one other thing. Okay, so we have I dropped my water bottle again. We have a three-part exit to this show, and I like to do it the same way every day. Oh, goodness, JVA, you have been watching all day. I love Ireland. I think my grandfather was from County Donegal or County Cork, one of those two. I think it was Donegal. Well, Donegal might be a town. I'm not sure what county it's in. Either way, I am sympathetic to the Irish cause, but I'm also sympathetic to the British. I'm an Anglophile. Basically, I should be the Jesuits who went up to H Block. I think I can solve the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Send me to Northern Ireland. Give me some weed. I will figure out the Northern Irish peace process. I know that Brexit caused some problems, but I can figure it out. We can blame Boris Jordan together. Boris Johnson. See what I'm saying, JVA? I have thought a lot. Donegal! Yes, ladies and gentlemen. I think my grandfather might be from County Cork. I think it's my mom's friend who's from Donegal. Either way, I've always wanted to go to Ireland. And also, Luke Ming Flanagan. JVA, Luke Ming Flanagan, I have followed that man for like 10 years, and now he's in the European Parliament, and I think it's the greatest thing in the entire world. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, but yes, okay, so First of all, I think we all have to get some rest. We got a big week of trial. We caught up. We watched so much today. You saw my new trial overview. We'll watch that some other time, maybe next weekend. I got some edits. That was the first draft. You all gave me some great feedback. Going to put the Sullivan sisters in there. Going to make some more edits. It's a work in progress. It's going to be my magnum opus, my towel opus, ladies and gentlemen. Then we watched the voir dire with Arca. We watched Lucky's testimony. We watched the Sullivan sisters. We watched the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi on Cross. Then we watched the voir dire with Dr. Russell. That was great. Then we watched the Arca voir dire. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a great day. And yes, nurses are available. Nurses are wonderful. What, Diana Natale? What? Hold on. You have to describe. When you just post a link, it takes people away from what we're watching. You got to tell us what's going on. I'm going to click it. Hold on. So it seems, what exactly is this? Oh, no. There was some kind of Molotov attack. That is not good. That is not good at all. Very concerning. I was like, Diana Natale, is the world collapsing? But yes, that was quite serious. I can't show it on the screen, but yes, goodness, folks, that was quite serious. Thank you, Reporter Towel, Diana Natale. You always come through. Now, listen, folks, a couple things as we go into our closing portion of the stream. Number one, great to see so many of you today. It was wonderful. Did you know you can support this stream by liking, by subscribing to Towel Channel, by telling your friends about this stream, by reacting to the stream with little hearts? It costs absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, and it helps this public information service. Also, this is a public information service. It's based around Lord Reed's values to educate, inform, and entertain the public at large. We use entertainment as a hook to facilitate engaged and informed discourse there and warding off usurpation of our representative forms of government around the world. If you want to support this effort, if you want to see more of this content, if you want to help Towel continue to do what Towel does, there are other ways to support this channel. Obviously, we're going to talk about all the wonderful Towel friends who have sent support today, but you can also, over the next 2 days, to get Towel to the middle of the week, you can send support directly if you like this stream. You're going to see pop up in the chat in a few seconds here. The Cash App is the Cash App symbol, Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. You'll see a picture of a little Elmo inflatable statue pop up. That was my friend Elmo, who served in the military. He was a veteran. I took a picture of an inflatable Elmo statue, wanted to send it to him before he passed. I didn't get to, so now he's my Venmo profile picture forever, and then I can tell people about Elmo whenever it comes up. Also, there is a PayPal, paypal.me//Grant Ellis. And so I'm going to drop those links in the chat in just a second here. I promise you I appreciate every single one of you more than you know. Every single person who comments, every single person who asks a question. I may not be able to get to every single one of them on the longer streams as we're going in and out of content, but I try to respond in the chat. I try to remember things about you. I try to take, you all just being here means so much to me. Please do not ever take one form of support as more important than the other. I promise you all, whether it's comments, likes, subscriptions, discussions, you all support this channel in your own ways, and I notice, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to drop it in the chat one more time, because guess what we get to do after this? Then we get to go through the list of people who are here and say hello. Now I'm changing this. I'm going to just try to do it as a list, but here we go anyway. JVA, Mandy Strong, Tay Marie, Peony and Rose, Sarah L. Shenanigans, wonderful username, Cat in a Hat, my favorite dear friend username. You all have so many wonderful usernames. Hot Coffee Chats, we love you, dear friend. It was great to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at all the Towel friends in the chat. I saw Camilla Mosley in there. Oh, goodness. I saw Amber Am. Colleen Henry still here, still watching. JVA, hello. Thank you again for watching all day. DJ, Rachel McIntyre, Camilla Mosley, Deb H. Oh, goodness. DJ, look at these Towel friends here, ladies and gentlemen. 10 hours, 11 hours in. Modelo Macy, Miss Leafy, Eva herself. Hello, Eva. Rachel McIntyre. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Modelo Macy was here. The super towel herself. The honorary towel spouse, Mandy Strong. Oh, it was great to see you. Camilla Mosley, saw your name pop up again. DJ, Miss Leafy again. God bless you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at the towel chat. You all are just having a ferocious discussion. Eva, thank you for that wonderful super towel emoji at the end there. Oh, goodness. I'm so so proud of you all for being such friendly and amicable towels. Look at this towel chat. You all, Tay Marie, it was great to see you. You all were just chatting up a storm today, ladies and gentlemen. Hot Coffee Chats again, it was great to see you. Oh my word, and I'm going back like, this is a long scroll back. You all were in ferocious debates. Oh, you did tell us, Diana Natale, about the Colorado press conference. Thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, no, there are multiple people injured. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Diana Natale, thank you so much. I didn't realize earlier in the chat you had told us about it. That is horrifying. Let's keep our the folks in Colorado in our thoughts and prayers. At first, I thought it was just because I clicked the video Diana shared. I thought it was one crazy man, and it might have been, but it seems like there are multiple victims, and the governor is calling it an act of terror, which is horrible. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is not, no, that's very sad. So definitely keep a eye on that right now. Let's see if this is breaking news on the Times. Yes, I know. Wicked Uma. Goodness, dear friend. It was great to see you. Claudia Franco. Oh, it's great to see you. Super Towel hugs to you. And Pilgrim Shadow. Oh, my goodness. I'm extending you a Super Towel hug, my dear friend. Oh, God bless you, dear friend. I'm so glad I got the opportunity to see you. Noel, hello, my dear friend. Thank you for letting me know you were popping in today. We had a great towel stream, and we're back at it again tomorrow for a full week's coverage. I just have to load up one more list because there are, of course, some towel friends that I would like to just say super thank yous to, and I also know that means I'm going to get to see the towel emojis again. And let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing that towel enjoys so much as looking at the super towel emojis. So I'm waiting for those to load up, and look at all these towel friends still hanging out. Oh my goodness, they are all loading up. Look at this list. And ladies and gentlemen, the best part is I love to do this at the end because I get to see all of the emojis hanging out together. Yes, I get to see Miss Leafy's wonderful chat, Miss Eva's emoji giving me a thumbs up. I get to see Mandy Strong's emoji with a hippo in a chair. I am the hippo in the chair. That we're all hippos in chairs, hippo towels. Oh, Mandy Strong, God bless you, dear friend. It means so. Your comments, your support, your honorary status as the towel spouse, I will never take it for granted. God bless you, dear friend. You work so hard. You are appreciated here. You have friends here, and Towel loves everything about your emojis and your participation and you as a person. Oh, Allie90211, I loved that marching lemon towel emoji. Oh my goodness, it was adorable. It was wonderful. It was a super towel. I was so pleased. Oh, Karen, thank you. I work as hard as I can because you all want to be informed and are so engaged. It means so much to me to have you in my life. Oh, God bless you, dear friend. Kim Cordeau, thank you for being here, my dear friend. It was great to see you earlier, and I was so thrilled to be able to spend some time with you. Deaf Otter sending 5 gift memberships. You are such a wonderful super towel. You do so much to help the channel. Yes, Noel, I absolutely will rest my voice. And don't forget prayers for Hank Brennan and the O'Keefe family tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 100%. And send a special thank you, obviously, to the Super Towel Deaf Otter who gifted 5 towel memberships. That was amazing. Barb Healy, God bless you for that donation. I loved the towel fox with the headband on. He is a super towel just like me and just like you. Yasmin UTG, it was great to hang with you earlier. God bless you, dear friend. I loved spending time with you today. Thank you for all your comments and questions. Oh, Miss Leafy, you became a towel fan too. Enjoy your new super towel emojis. That was a really fun day. Emily Joyce, Sundays with Hank, absolutely. It was great to spend some time with you today. Thank you so much for popping in. Lovely Sphinx, I got your message. I absolutely look forward to following up. We may have an interview with Lovely Sphinx, someone who changed their perspective on the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case from Karen was innocent to Karen is guilty. So keep that in your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, folks. Don't forget to stay strong. Keep your fellow towels strong. I saw Sky Girl in there. Oh, Peony and Rose, by the way, that #1 fan emoji. My heart melted. I became an adorable little towel. God bless you. Sky Girl, absolutely. Same for you. I loved that little message. Thank you. Claudia Franco, you are so kind to have sent that keep it up emoji. We started the day strong. We finished the day strong. Oh, Iowa Travel Nurse, I had no idea you became a towel fan. I may have saw it earlier. Enjoy those new towel emojis. God bless you for hanging out so long with us today. Let me reflect. You are amazing, my dear friend. Thank you for that celebratory towel emoji. I was giggling like a little towel. Oh, you're the best, says Mira Hardy. Thank you, Mira Hardy. You're the best. It was great to have you. Kim Cordeau, thank you for the keep it up super towel emoji. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. And Jack D65 coming through. You are a super towel. You are appreciated. Mandy, I'm so glad, Super Towel Spouse, you have the day off tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we finished our towel chat read. We talked to the towel friends. We said hello. And let me close with this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to pay forward what you learned here today, if you really feel this is a beneficial service, if you had fun, if you met friends, if you enjoyed your time, then please, there's one way that you can uplift Little Towel's soul more so than anything else. Look for a reason to go out there and do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and universal compassion today. Look for a reason to donate to homeless veterans, or to smile at a friend on the street, to call a neighbor, visit a family member you haven't seen in a while, or you could be like Francis Fertrell, donate 200 tomato plants, ladies and gentlemen, and have them designated honorary towels. Oh, goodness. Yes, Camilla Mosley, I will do a poll tomorrow to ask for how many nurses we have. Let me make a note in my towel chat. Towel nurses poll. Absolutely. And then, ladies and gentlemen, beyond just the small acts of service, just recognize that what I believe has been created on this stream has been a very beautiful thing. And those small acts of service, it may seem like it's a wide, disparate group of people across the world in a bunch of different countries, but they ripple outwards, folks. Those small acts of service ripple outwards, and then it continues in 6 degrees of authentic, non-Chewbacca-based separation. And we may just be able to bring about a digital epic with Aquarius the water bearer waving a towel, not based on a realpolitik of preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but instead based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding our capacity for unconditional love as made manifest in small acts of service. And through that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can bring about a brighter, better, more compassionate future. And that is what I think this towel stream is all about, ladies and gentlemen. And as you know, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll be back with you 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis for coverage of day 26 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Now, as you know, we say goodbye to the ex-friends a little bit sooner here than the other channels, than the YouTube, because the ex-friends get a few minutes in the morning. So let's say God bless to the friends over on X. Thank you for watching today. Appreciate every single one of you over there. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Be well. Be safe and get a good night's rest. I'll see you at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to go talk to the towel friends on the YouTube. Hello, towel YouTube friends. You know it is my favorite time of the day. I get to spend some time with you all over on the towel YouTube. Now listen, you saw it in how I was doing the stream today. You all really give me a sense of purpose. I have never had such a wider, more wonderful group of friends. I know so many of your usernames. I know so much about so many of you. It means so much to me that you've invited me into your lives. I, as you know, get so much purpose from these streams. I go to bed now feeling comforted that I have people out there who care about being informed and who care about each other and who care about Little Towel. And I rest my head on that pillow each night, a fluffy towel pillow, thinking about that, how much you all care about each other and how much you all have made me feel like I have a sense of purpose. And I will never forget that. We'll continue to cover cases. We'll continue to be together on this channel. As you heard, we'll be doing a special interview with Tony B tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. There will be more case coverage in the future, obviously, of the Reed and O'Keefe trial. Retrial, and then of course we'll be covering the Idaho 4 case and the Adelson case in Florida. But I just want to tell you all I appreciate so much that you're in my life. It means so much to me. You are loved, you are appreciated, You are special because you are you, and you are also special because you are a towel. Whether you're a towelette, a washcloth, a beach towel, a flannel, a soap dispenser, a hemp towel, a paper towel, a beach towel, a microfiber towel, or otherwise, you are special. And you're special because you are here, and it means a lot to me that you're in my life. So God bless each and every single one of you. Get some rest. It's Sunday. It's late. Some of you watched all day. It means so much to me. I go to sleep with a beaming smile knowing how much you all care. God bless, Kat. You as well. Get some rest, towel friends. God bless you. We'll see each other in just under 13 hours, 12 hours and 54 minutes. Let the countdown begin. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I love you all very much. God bless. Be safe. Have a wonderful Sunday, and hug your loved ones. And if you need a hug from a loved one, I'm a towel. I love you. Here's a hug. All right. God bless. Until tomorrow. I got to go take another shower. I've been sweating in this sweatshirt all day. It's been 10 hours. Love you.